Hello, 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 Sanibonani, beautiful people. Ninjani, welcome back to my stream. And as you can see, what today's topic is about. But before we go any further, let me just apologize once again. Guys, it is very, very cold where I am. I tried to get myself and drag myself out of bed. So I am sitting in my bed. Actually, let me just show you so that you know I'm not lying. I've been in bed the whole day. I am sorry, I never want to be seen in bed, but welcome to my bedroom. I am in bed because it is just too cold. So please do forgive me. I am not being rude. I'm sure you can understand. It will just drag my energy down to get up, go and sit in an appropriate place. So please, please, please do forgive me. And let me know, would you rather I show like this, or do you prefer that you just hear my voice only? Please do let me know in the comments. And as we enter, please share with us where you are watching from. Please do share with us where you're watching from. And please, guys, do let me know, do you prefer that I only show the voice and we have the show like this? Because I know I'm not a good sight. I'm in bed. I'm sure none of you want to come to my bedroom. So let me know what you think. I've got we wanna see you. You don't mind. Hey, we are international, guys. Pumzile Mani, how are you? Welcome to the show. From New Jersey to Mkababa, guys. Bramshiville. Hey, I can't even pronounce Bramshiville. Zwil. I saw Mkababa here and I love Mkababa. There's a very one of my favorite aunts, Uhlala Mkababa, umamncane wami. I love Mkababa, beautiful. Emlazi, Gati, I love Umlazi. I used to teach Emlazi. This one is from Facebook. Hey. Yeah, the messages are getting in a big. Okay, let's decide, guys. Let us decide. Do I show myself in bed or do I not show myself? What do we do? I want to do what you guys want, because okay, there's Sis Thenjiwe. Can we see you? Let me show you what I look like at the moment. I am in bed. Maybe we should call this show "In Bed with Sis Thenjiwe" until it's summer this side. Because if I really it continues being this cold, guys, I will not be able to be showing myself. I do apologize. So maybe we should just call the show "In Bed with Thenjiwe" so I can be comfortably in bed and pretend it's the theme of the show, but I just don't want to get out of bed in this cold. Anyway, welcome to the show. Today we are talking about the new rules. And yes, this is not a Zulu show because this is not just a Zulu. South Africa is not just for Zulus. And we also would like to hear from people who live outside South Africa, because if you are not prepared to learn from outsiders, we will never grow. So this is a very inclusive show. All South Africans are welcome, not just Zulus. That is why I try to conduct the show in English, but it doesn't mean you have to speak English. If you have something to say and you are most comfortable in your home language, please feel free. Don't feel excluded just because you do not speak you don't speak English. Funerals are not easy things to talk about, guys. May I have a sip? Thank you. Funerals are not easy things. They are our final goodbyes for our loved ones. And with everything that we are facing at the moment, hey, my deepest condolences to anyone who's had to go through a burial, and all those of you who are abroad who couldn't even make it to your loved ones or family or friends or colleagues who passed on, and those of you who couldn't see your families because their bodies couldn't be brought to South Africa from abroad. It's been such a hard time. And the worst is what has been happening with people being buried with caskets that are wrapped. Some people were saying that they didn't know that caskets has to be wrapped. They didn't know that the body has to be wrapped. And some people said their family members only the body was wrapped and not the casket. But majority of people did say that it's the casket and the body. They were both wrapped. And a couple of days ago, we had a statement from Nafupa, which I did confirm with them. So it's not just one of those WhatsApp things going around. It was, we are pleased to notify you that our meeting with Department of Health yielded the following results, which are in accordance with the recent statement issued by Nafupa South Africa that we are returning to the normal way of conducting funerals. Have you ever been happy about funerals? Like we are celebrating. It's still a sad moment, but at least people get to see their people. Body bags are no longer required. Bodies are now not allowed to be viewed. Bodies are now allowed. Bodies are now allowed because people were not allowed to view their departed loved ones. So now they are allowed to be viewed, as they pose no threat if not touched. Bodies do go home or to church for service. This will be a relief to a lot of people because everybody has some ritual they do, whether it means taking your mother who's been going to church for 65 years of his 72 years and you couldn't take them to church. Now you can take them to church for a service. And also for home rituals, we have different things that we do. We like to do the wake at home. Bodies, your things happen. So now your loved ones can go home. Or if we die, let's just say loved ones. If any of us dies, we can now go home or go to church, depending on what you believe in, or do both. There is no need for PPE, personal protective warawara at service or gravesite, as the coffin does not pose risk of transfer of the disease. There is no need for PPE, guys. If you have seen any of the funerals lately, you know what they were dressed like. I know people who went to funerals and okay, here is an example of PPE. I know people who went to funerals and they were 15 minutes late. They got there, their loved ones had already been buried. They were just shown the grave. I know people who buried the wrong people. There is actually a family that I know of that is currently in court trying to get the right, because they give you the wrong person, but you have to go to court. When you find out it's the wrong person, you have to get the court's permission to dig them out and bury the right person. So imagine that trauma. So I think it's a big relief that now people can see their loved ones. And just even if it's not even just for closure, just to make sure you buried the right body. Just to make sure you buried the right body. Yazin. And especially Tina with Usiko, our customs and culture and ancestors. Imagine the wrong ancestors coming back to you. Imagine wasting your tears. Some of us are serious about crying at funerals. So can you imagine just wasting your tears on the wrong person and then you have to cry again the next day? It's not fair, guys. It's not fair. And then, but see, coffins do not need to be cling wrapped in plastic. Thank God we no longer need to bury our people like sandwiches. Thank God we will not be buried like sandwiches. Coffins do not need to be cling wrapped. Families can now observe their cultural beliefs. That too has been lifted. Families can now observe their cultural beliefs. And now I think, mind you, Tina, people like show off their caskets. Imagine buying these caskets and then now you have to cling wrap it. It's not fair. It's not fair, guys. How are people gonna see it? You need people to see it. Imagine wanting a barbecue stand for your caskets and the next thing, people are not showcasing it. And we also the viral pictures of the girl who was buried in Ghana and she had requested to be buried in what she loved the most. And imagine if this had to be wrapped in plastic, it wasn't going to look right. It was not going to look right. So, but this could have been buried in plastic because it does spend most of its life in a plastic. But other things, they don't need to be buried in plastic. So let me know what you think about it. Did you experience a burial of your loved one, family member, friend, or colleague who was wrapped, and what did it feel like? And if you did, is the family, because I know some families are planning, which they were doing already before the rule was passed. Some families are really planning to dig up the bodies and rebury. What is your family planning? And also, we've been told since the beginning of the pandemic that funerals are super spreaders because of the body. I think funerals are super spreaders because there are too many of us. I still believe 50 people is a lot. I still believe we can reduce that number. And it is very difficult to social distance when you are with family, especially when you are going to comfort someone. How are you going to comfort them without a hug? And now we eat at funerals. How do you know how the food was prepared? Who prepared the food? Did they not have anything? So funerals are super spreaders, just like clubs and parties are super spreaders. And yeah, World Health Organization did rule that this thing is not because of bodies. So bodies will now be buried. Right. Let me look at some of your comments and see what you guys have to say. And before that, IFP did also was very unhappy. They did say that the ANC was being unfair, but their most concern was about the inequalities in burying people, because comrades were being buried in caskets that were just wrapped in ANC flags, whereas other people were buried in plastic bags. And this made a lot of people very unhappy. And Inkatha Freedom Party slammed the ANC for that. They're saying it's inequalities relating to funerals should just stop. And they actually called them a joke. They said ANC is just a joke because it means certain people die of COVID, but they cannot transmit, whereas ordinary people die of non-COVID related diseases, but they have to be wrapped. Does it mean if you have money, your COVID does not spread, but if you are broke, it will spread? Yeah. I will not even name people because also those people have their loved ones, but yeah, I saw a lot of funerals of either celebrities or politicians that were not wrapped. And funny enough, they even show them on television. That's how much they disrespect us. They even show them on television. They're not even hiding it. They show us. Let's see. Oh la la. Here it is. Let's go to your comments and see. Vumile Gumede, say that again. What did Vumile Gumede say? Okay, there are so many messages. I'm gonna have to go. Nangu Vumile Gumede. Also Vumile Gumede. All of a sudden, all the harm that was caused by COVID that led to all these restrictions has just vanished. Wow, South Africa, isn't it? Gitty, wow, South Africa, wow. That's exactly what we were talking about just the day before yesterday when the vaccines arrived. Like, wow, South Africa, wow. It's like you are now at the hospital, you are healed. The vaccines have just arrived, guys. If you buy a roll-on, your armpits do not stop smelling. You have to apply the roll-on. South Africa, vaccines arrived. All of a sudden, everything is opened. And yeah, because you guys, as South Africans, see Jabliswa, we get excited by the opening, the lifting of the ban on alcohol. We forgot about everything. They realized that these people are too sober now. They are complaining. They are saying bowling lingus bafake parliament. Let's give them alcohol so that they can be drunk and shut up. Uthi uNonhlanhla noNindlovu, hey Makatsheni, it was confusing ngoba siyababamba esibhedlela bene-COVID-19. Thank you so much. That's exactly what Inafupa was saying, that as abangcwabi, they have to hold the bodies, and they were asking who wraps the Who wraps the body of the deceased? It's a human being, but the families can't see them. I am so glad with South Africans, at least we are growing, we are starting ukukhuluma manje. I South Africa, Dingamile, why would we be happy with the uplifting of alcohol? Yep, people celebrate, they have parties. They celebrate. That's what we are known for. Uthunkanyiso Ngcobo, kodwa Thenjiwe, what type of caskets are these? Hey, let people be buried in caskets that make them happy. People who like different things in this world, let them be buried with what makes them happy. Yabona nje, nangomunye who was buried like this because he never fit in. So he wanted to be remembered. He never fit in. And they were even saying people must be buried standing up here in South Africa because they were saying we're running out of burial space. And you know what makes me... Okay, let me tool. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but what I was going to say was, it's so funny how they gave us 1 million graves and now we have 1 million vaccines. Maybe they just like 1 million. Maybe they just love 1 million. They just love 1 million. See, people are buried in personalized stuff, guys. Just because we don't have taste, we must not judge. Let us not judge. And actually, there's an advert on the newspaper here for Valentine's, with Valentine's coming up. Let me find it and show you, because you guys are going to think I am lying, where they are saying the perfect gift for Valentine is to buy... Yeah. If you had no idea what to get her for Valentine's Day, imagine how overwhelming arranging her funeral will be. Give her the perfect gift. Make pre-arrangements as a couple with the affordable funeral home. Choose from affordable funeral services and affordable cremations. Compassion is our passion. By the way, did we tell you that we were very affordable? See? In case you didn't know what to buy her or him for Valentine's, here is an idea. Do that. It will be mandatory indirectly at some point, this vaccine. I do believe that, because at the moment, or even people who are saying, I'm not going to test, it's getting mandatory. Children are now going to have to test in order to go to school. We have to test in order to travel. So the vaccine is going to be the same. They're not going to say it's out loud because you guys talk too much. But let's not talk about the vaccine, because I believe everyone should make their own well-researched and well-informed decision. Otherwise, we are just going to be misleading each other, because at the end of the day, hey, like closing a casket. So let us all make our informed decisions. If you feel like your friends will bully you into making a decision that you do not believe in, do not even discuss it with them. If they mention it, just tell them, I treat this vaccine like sex. I don't discuss it in public. Don't discuss it. Do not discuss it. Do not. Good night, Bahle. When they ban alcohol again, so qala kakusha ukunaka le China late. Yep. Oh, it will be too late. She'll be too far in. It will be too late. What if kusuke kungenamuntu inside the coffin, because babekhulumisa ukuthi everyone who passed on nge-COVID must be buried endaweni eyodwa. They did say that. They did even suggest that they should be cremated. Hey, mhlampe nje we were burying bricks. I don't know. This thing is just so complicated and so difficult. The only thing, I'm scared, guys. I am scared of being cremated, because nobody has ever come back and tell us you don't feel the pain when you are dead. If you have ever died and been cremated, please share with me what the experience was like, because I am really, really scared of being cremated. I know it's the only way and the only chance I have to still have my body smoking hot. Your last chance to have your body smoking hot is to be cremated, but I am scared. What do you guys think about being cremated? Please share with me. Uthi uMamntu Manze sisithenjiwe, mina yazi I am didekile. serious. Why kwafika vaccine kwavula utshwala amasonto funerals back to normal, so that you guys can continue spreading and more of you die, so that you will be forced to go and vaccine, because the more people you see dying in front of you, the more you want to izwe nje livuliwe, awusekho yini awusekho umkhofu, ngeke sisafa manje. Hey, other countries, I am currently in the UK, guys. Things are getting stricter because of the South African variant of the vaccine, and South Africa is opening everything. Sisti, please help me regard to the matter we had on Sunday, as I think as much as people feel healthy, healed by this vaccination thing, before we get into more detail about it and seem to focus on other things, but this Chinese explosive shocking won't be moved unless we act on it. Yes, today's topic may seem interesting, but the matter remains. Yes, the matter remains, and everything is in people's hands. And we do have opposing parties. What are they doing about it? Obviously, money is more important than your lives. I don't know why they called it South African variant virus. Is that not the standard in name calling? It is, but then it is our own leaders who went and told the world that they have discovered a new variant in South Africa, which is funny because we don't even have doctors to deal with COVID. We don't even have, we have to import doctors from other countries, but all of a sudden we have scientists who are discovering new variants. We don't even have scientists who can create vaccines. Like, we're such a country that depends on hand-me-downs. 26 years after democracy, why don't we close all these medical schools and close all these science centers? What are they doing in South Africa with our tax money when they cannot even do something so simple? Why are we going all the way to India? And it was so embarrassing when I saw the Emirates flight. It was the one that went to collect. Imagine giving as a donation the medication for the country, and even giving a lift by another country. South Africa, we are an embarrassment. Our leaders need to explain. We need to hold them accountable. You mean South African, where are the flights from South African Airways? I know South African Airways is going through problems. They're trying to exchange hands, but wouldn't it be nice to see our own national flight being the one that is bringing the vaccine home, instead of having, guys, Emirates brought us the vaccine. We couldn't even bring our own. And also, where's social distancing here? Can someone tell me, where is social distancing? We are being told to social distance with our people. Slowly, marriages are falling apart because we keep social distancing. Look at them. Where is social distancing, leaders? Where is social distancing? And I'm sure even we are seeing masks because of what happened with the premier of Mpumalanga. Otherwise, we would not even be seeing a mask. Like, seriously, where is social distancing? Where is everything that we are being told? What the point of even posing for this photo? What the point of posing for this photo? They can't even do the elbow greets even properly. I don't know if it's old age or what. Look. Hi, guys. Hi. They are really acting like pastors. Do what I say, not what I do. They are being, do what I say, not what I do. But how do you guys feel about Lokuzana opening? I don't know why. Oh yeah, we did do this one. Do you guys want to come in and join me? Let me have a few of you. I will have 4 people, and I just want to hear what you guys have to say about it. So I've just put the link. Please press on the link and join me. If you don't want to show your face, that's fine, but we appreciate it if you can. And let us join, and let us I'd like to hear from you what you want to say. My South African airline, my priority coming home from Heathrow. It used to be my priority. I love being patriotic. I love supporting my South African airline. dololo no more. And I was starting to stop loving them because the last flight I took, it was I'll do a video about this. It was Air China, guys. They were borrowing flights from Air China. Every seat was written in Chinese. We are led. We've got Usenzo. I will welcome Usenzo. Let us see. Uguti. We need to. Hi Senzo, how are you?
Hey, ngiyaphila wethenjiwe.
Awu ngiyaphila nami. I'm glad uyayigqoka kanti imask.
Ngeke phela ngayigqoka ngithi manje ngiqeda kusho nje ukuthi bashaya imithetho ezojika ihlule bona.
Iyabahlula.
Iyabahlula lento aduyisho nje i-social distance ayikho kulento yabo. Uyabona nje kade ngikhuluma ukuthi inkulu imfihlo abasifihlelayo yona laba bantu laba izwe lethu asayiphathele thina igama nje ukuthi sinomengameli ongowethu la eSouth Africa. Uyabo? Ile nkampani yeindiza eyaseDubai i-vaccine isuke eIndia into nje engxova nje awuqondi. Khona manje
as a country
khona manje iIndia kuthiwa bona basebenzisa i-vaccine yaseRussia kodwa manje basidonethela ngeyabo la eSouth Africa. Kahle ikhona kupho okuyikho. Kuningi nje obekusamele sikhulume ngakho wethenjiwe.
Wena wesenzo uma ngabe kuukuthi unokudla osekubolile lapha efrijini kuneyingane zakamakhelwane eziyintandane uma uthenge ibhakede le KFC awuniki iy'ngane zakamakhelwane lokudla oseku-expire iy'ngane zakho zidla i-KFC uholile phela wena unemali.
Uzonginika angijabona.
Yeah, but what do you feel about lento yokuthi aseliftiwe ama-rules emngcwabo ukuthi sesizongcwaba kahle our people without having to put them kuma-plastic?
Umbuzo-ke kulungile-ke isesizongcwaba kahle isiphelile ni corona?
No, bathi ayiphelile.
Ayiphelile sekuzoba nemehluko omuni kule nto ade bezama ukuyigwema all along. Khona umehluko usukhona kulezi idumbu lezi ebekade lokhu zincwatsha zirepa zenziwa konke. Ocaca ukuthi sibeqonda ukusitshela ukuthi kasekuqaleni bivele ingekho yonke le. Yini umehluko usuzoba kuphi?
Bathi bese betholile ukuthi hayi bebengayenzanga i-research kodwa vele baze bayenze i-research. But guys, having said that, we can say everything. Mina, one thing I like about our leaders, they are consistent. They will never disappoint you. They are always consistent. Lo bayiqala i-corruption akaze bame. Ngibathanda lapho nje into abasebenza abalo benza baphinde bame benze baphinde bame bayenza nje baqhubeke. Ngiyamthanda umuntu o-consistent, baya-commit. I like people who commit. Ngazi bashayina izandla nje nge-commitment yabo baya-commitha labantu. Lo bayiqala abazi lokhu bema babuye bazoyiqala futhi. Asibancome wona umncome umuntu umenza into enhle.
Bayadinga ukunconywa. Kuningi abade besifihlela khona njengoba ngisho nje kuningi ade besifihlela khona. Uyabona nje kusasuka umsindo kunobaba esike saba naye la kuthanga mawuzokhumbula uba ukhanye esike saba naye la. Ungena kwaleli China eParliament leyo ndaba leyo Thenjiwe. Kuningi laba abantwana wakhuluma noma ngingakaze ngibe live kodwa kuningi akukhuluma. Abaningi abantu abakamanye amazwe abaseParliament lethu. Uyabo kwenzeka yonke lento eyenzakalayo nje umsindo usuzosuka ngoba nakho sengena eChina nanto-ke bangaki abantu abakamanye amazwe abagcwele kuleli eParliament lela ebesingakaze sibange imsindo ngabo kodwa manje bephinde futhi bephikise iy'mfuno zethu la eSouth Africa. Umsindo usuzosuka ngona kusengena eChina. Obekumele sikwenze thina ilowo yabuhlakani obawushoyo lo yababa ukuthi njengoba belungu bebonile ukuthi ey'ntweni ey'ningi bahlulekile base begxila kakhulu kuma-businesses. Nathi ake sibone ukuthi yini engazama ukufukula izwe lethu ngoba vele iParliament sekucacile ukuthi umsamo asinawo thina ubaba ongakwazi ukusikhulumela iy'nkinga zethu. Nayo iphinda landa abafazi bakweminye imizi ethi abazokhuluma lapha umsamo wezwe.
That is very powerful.
Inkinga leyo okungcono akuvele nje kucaca ukuthi asinayo umuntu sizama ukuhlangana njengabafowethu sakhe umuzi wethu sibone ukuthi singenza njani. Yabo kunomunye ubafo owakhuluma indaba yama-product la ukuthi kahle hle mothatha ukubheka iChina ithanda ukusiphatha nje namhlanje ingoba yona ithe okay ayinayo umkhulumeli bekuyizwe elicashile all along linganakekile bayithuzela umuntu wabo ozoba as a leader base bekhanda ama-product bawasabalalisa all over the world ukuthi bi-supply amazwe ngamazwe kuze wathi loya mfowethu loya ayikho umuzi ozokwazi ukuthi ungayitholi into ebhala ukuthi made in China thina yini esizoyenza ebhala ukuthi made in South Africa esoyisabalalise umhlaba wonke esothi mhlambe i-South Africa icebile ngenxa yalokho
asinalutho thina igolide letha ngithi comes back selakhiwe kwelinye izwe amabhaye ANC nje made in China iy'kibha ze-ANC zonke zo made in China
angithi yabonana
kanje ibharet ye-EFF is made in China ibharet
ngiyangitshela
is made in China
yebo so
ama-mask are made in China. If ukuthi mask is made in South Africa, it's not your fault. If a mask is made in South Africa, it's because kodwa umshini uvele eChina ne-material ivele eChina i-raw material and we've been disabled sikhula thina babesebenza abantu abadala ngisho kuthiwa babesebenza imali imisebenzi ebhedayo engaholeli kakhulu kodwa nje leyo nto ekuboosta imoral kumnandi ukuvuka uyosebenza and I'm sure abantu abaningi sebebonile ngoba kuye kube ngathi abantu abangasebenzi bayavilapha with i-lockdown inifundisile khona ukuba umahlalela kukho mnandi kunzima ukuba umahlalela abantu abahleli ngoba bethanda manje kukhona ama-factory e-South Africa besebenza abantu manje akhona khona China City umuntu umethu uyayizamela abantu bebenama-tuck shop emalokishini sikhule igwile ey'ndaweni zabantu abamnyama kwabantu abanama-tuck shop basilethela ama-mall kwagcwala ama-China umuntu uzothatha kwakho sikhona isitolo se-China kukhona iPakistani elidayisa ngemali encane sikwazi ukuthi asidayisele udoti
kade ngikhuluma indaba yawo ama-Pakistan ama-Somalia ukuthi mase ubheke i-village ne-village bagcwele abamsebenzi umlungu imizi abahlala kuyo bahlala emadolobheni ethu la kodwa thina njengamanje sihluleka ukwenza just into abayenze phambi kwethu kade befika la bebesaba ukuba kulelizwe ithini sibakhululile sabona ukuthi izwe lethu ababona alinawo umthetho bebengena door to door bedayisa amakhethini bedayisa yonke into sibabuka njengabantu ongathi baswele into abangayenza sihleli sibabuka sisemakhaya right now sebeney'tolo thenga kubo sesizihlule ngisho ukusapotha umuntu omnyama wakithi khona la
you know what happened bayiplana kudala lento yabo baqala nje bashintsha i-education kwavalwa ama-teachers college kwavalwa iy'kole zobuciko ey'koleni kwavalwa sasikufunda thina gardening sikwazi ukutshala ingane yakho nje manje uma ungayibuza ukuthi i-orange liqhamukaphi izokutshela ukuthi ewulwethe ayazi ukuthi isihlahla se-orange sinjani ngoba bazi ukuthi izinto i-aphula qhamukaphi bazi ukuthi konke kuvele ey'tolo ewulwethe noma ka-Shoprite thina besazi umango wasendaweni ethile umnandi kunomango wasendaweni ethile manje igodi sekuyiy'tolo hhayi i-Shoprite ungcono kunalesi sitolo isitolo esingcono kunalosi besakhomata besikwazi ukuluka amakhanda ingane zamanje ayifundiswa i-mathletes ayikwazi ngisho i-difference ya-2 meter lo kuthiwa akuhlalwe wona
ungitshele le social distance le okukhulunywa ngayo
kwayona le social distance ekukhulunywa ngayo ziyaconfuse-ke iy'ngane kodwa-ke okwamanje ngizocela sibingelele uSithembile uyasizwa
yes ngiyaniva Sithembile
unjani welcome
ndiyaphila sisi ninjani nini
siyaphila kakhulu ngicela ukuza uvo lakho ukuthi litheni
ya ngicela ningixolele okokuqala njengokuthi ndibe semnyameni bese ndilele so I came across this live again and I was watching that day andangakwazi ukungena ngenxa yokuthi kwasekubhizi kakhulu kugcwele abantu bebaningi izinto enikhuluma ngazo one I think maningaqala ukukhuluma by each and everyone enikhuluma ngazo kungaze kuyosa because they are so touching and they are like sometimes I feel like crying because of such things and majority of those things sorry zenziwa ngabantu bakuthi abamnyama. One of the problems esinazo ukuthi thina ezabantu abamnyama we are not united. When you look at white people they are united, you look at Chinese they are united, you look at the Indians, if you can look at Durban in many places like Mandia uzonotice ukuthi amandia they are united and they don't care if you are educated or not. They uplift each other, they employ each other in higher positions But black people, they don't do that. Instead, they are so jealous for each other. If you get a position mhlasimpe higher, they try by all means to get you down. Yabo. If you start a business, they will never support you. All of that. Not all black people, obviously. There are some good people, black people, abasapotanayo, like abasapota banyabantu abamnyama. But we are having a problem with abantu bakuthi abamnyama. And look at South Africa. South Africa mawungajonga abantu abaningi ngabantu abamnyama. And abona abantu abasitayiselayo abantu abamhlophe. All of us, we buy from abantu abamhlophe. Why can't we just turn and say, no, we are not going to buy their products. We are going to buy our own. Because those people, they are so arrogant, yet they are dependent on us for them to make a living. Because for them, kusebenza za profits abasenza go Shoprite, go Spar, na go gonke, baxhomekeke kuthi for us ukuthi sihambe siyothenga kubo. However, it's still very difficult again. Ukuthi masizothi siyokuthenga kubo sizothenga because our own people, they are lazy, they don't want to produce. They can't produce even the onion. For example, let me just make a small example. I am from Pizana, Eastern Cape, there is fertile land. But abantu base Pizana, even today, they continue to buy onion at Spar. I was asking the question, Yoguti, why are we buying everything? Why can't we produce, at least let's single out one item so that we can tell ourselves that we are not going to produce that particular product. We are not going to buy. We are going to produce it by ourselves so that we can save some money. Because remember, food is a scam, a biggest scam ever. Because you buy food today, tomorrow, that day. So we will ever spend money on food. Why can't we bridge the gap? Yokuthi siproduce ukudla kwethu. And abelungu indaba yenzile basivale ngabomu because they knew very well that if we produce our own food, we are going to beat them. So that is why they are discouraging us as black people not to produce our food. And remember, we need clothes maybe once a quarter, but we need food almost every day. And some of us, they need food almost every 2 hours. So we cannot neglect, therefore, the function of producing food, because food is at the heart of abantu. So it's very important that we must produce.
Stembile, sorry to cut you. I'll tell you why we look down upon people about produce ukudla. Because we look down upon farmers. Because umuntu owafika no matric was the biggest curse in South Africa. Because people will sell their farm just for their child to go and get to matric. Ubiyanza kana matric. Serena Williams akana matric. Tina says matric. People will sell a cow to send their child to school to get matric. Instead of building businesses and taking what we have, which is produce. And when it comes to black businesses, it becomes very difficult to support black businesses. Because Thenjiwe tells you, support me, I'm a black business. But she goes to China City, Maraba Strat, and buys from the Chinese and wants to come and sell to you with added zeros. And why, if we are saying black business, we are not saying you go to a Chinese and buy for us and come back and sell to us with a profit. We are not saying you go to buy Albany bread and come back and sell it to us at a more expensive price. We are saying create your own thing. We are saying, Mama, instead of you going to make a magunya for Shoprite, start a gunya stand, we will support you.
Exactly.
That's what we are saying about making a black business. But then we get confused. It's like South African designers, they will tell you they are not being supported. South Africans don't support you. When do you support yourself? Do you believe in your own product? Or they will take Amateg and say, All-Star, and want us to buy it for more expensive than the All-Star. Where's your design? Design something that's unique, something that's you. Why are you taking copy the same designer in China? I figure that's not a business. That's not being productive.
Because at the end of the day, that product was not very king.
Yes, sister.
So, that is the problem. That product, as long as esazophinda hamba yoyithenga kulowa muntu, still esazophinda imshaye because kusawuphoqa ukuthi akawukhokhe imali lapha ukuze akwazi ukuthi athole leyo product. So that is why I'm saying we really need to get down and produce some things for ourselves. And another thing, when assistant let's run away from this thing yokuthi sifuna ukubukeka rich, sifuna ukugqoka izinto expensive. If you can look at this store, I will mention them. I'm not scared of them. They won't do me anything. These Truworths, G-Star, all those shops that are expensive. The very same people that are buying clothes there is black people that are having accounts there. Is the very same black people that are broke. If you can compare two people, like let's say a white person and a black person, if a black person has to travel from Durban to Johannesburg, from Johannesburg to Cape 5,000 just to buy a few items that he or she will wear, but a white person will go to Pep or Mr. Price, athenga ishoti, amba uthenga t-shirt kwa-Jet noma kwa-Pep, agqoke ambe the 3 cities no phaqa bakwa-Pep abe 25 rand, done. Who told us that when we travel, we have to wear, we are wearing impahla so that we can cover our bodies. There is nothing special in impahla at all. So that is where we somehow we got lost.
Yeah, it's difficult. Let us hear what Try More has to say. Hello, Try More. Welcome. Aske sizwe mhlambe wena uzokhuluma into ezosifundisa. How are you?
I'm fine, Sister Thenjiwe. You know, I wanna talk about the, you know, the part about the, what do you call this? The where we going back to the vaccine. I just wanna go back to the vaccine and all of that. I don't know if you guys can, you know, inform me or like, I mean, educate me around that. Apparently we have got the vaccine, and now they saying that all, like, everything is going to open. So my question is that we have, maybe for an example, any other countries that have got the vaccine and it's working, and I mean they know what, okay, the vaccine is working like completely, and now we can refer from them, or rather learn from them, because apparently we can't just get the vaccine without really knowing that it can work. Then we say we're opening everything and all of those things. Because obviously, as much as they're opening alcohol and all of those things, I believe what we're going to have a problem. Why? Because of, you know, what like they've been saying that alcohol is contributing to increase of number of cases. So I just wanna, like, I mean, touch on that. Since they're opening all of those things, as much as you would believe, trust me, abantu, they went to stock a lot of things. And like, for example, alcohol, let's just talk about that. Abantu, they went to stock and they're doing a lot of things, obviously, for today, because they are very happy. You can even, like, I mean, agree with me. We went to statuses where you can see with abantu, they are very happy because they're getting alcohol. They're not happy because of they getting the vaccine. They're happy because they've got alcohol, of which they're saying what the alcohol contributes, I mean, to the problem. So I just don't understand in that point, how do we deal with that situation where we saying that, I mean, we are South Africans, we are African, and all of that, like, I mean, like, whereas I feel like we're going back and forth, because we happy with, okay, our cases are going down, but now, okay, we have got the vaccine, I got spread, we just receive it. As we receive it, we open the country. How is that?
We haven't even trained people to use the vaccine. And I am worried because vaccines, even here in the UK, so much has had to be disposed of because our refrigeration regulations are gone. I'm worried because our comrades are looking for maximum profits. I don't think they're going to really take that into consideration. I am worried. I'm worried. God, we are all grown-ups. People who drink alcohol are people over the age of 18 unless you are breaking the law. Nobody comes and drags you out of your house and says, go and buy it. Let us be responsible.
Yes, as much as we would try to enforce on, okay, we are adult, we are over 18 and all of that. You know, a lot of things are happening, and abantu, especially for the fact that they have got alcohol, they don't really consider the fact that we need to be responsible. They forget that. I'm not saying, I mean, abantu bonke abawulaleli umthetho, kodwa bakhona abanye abasuka bawulalele. Then The other, they don't really listen to the restrictions and all of those things. So that's where my concern comes about. As much as you know, they put them restrictions. Not everyone was. Restrictions. So I think at the moment, as much as we try to say abantu bayawulandela lowo mthetho, they don't at some point. They are some abawulandelayo, some of them they don't. So how do we deal with that situation? I think we had maybe to have something like 2 weeks of trying to get the vaccine to people first before we say we're opening all of those things. It's too early for us to know the vaccine. The vaccine is going to work with us or not, or just to tell Uguti we are in the clear right now. We can just say, okay, we check, we're fine, guys. But so I believe Uguti we had to give ourselves some time, a little bit of some time. Because as much as we can say, which country, at least if they can give me 3 countries that they have opened completely because of we have got the vaccine. Exactly. So why us?
Yes, Senzo. And then after that is Zobingelela. Oh, Suku Moyo Mackenzie is in the building. Yes, Senzo. Oh, sorry, I did mute you. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, ngithi mina yazi nginenkinga ngale vaccine cause i-vaccine asikaze size ukuthi ngoba isuke India yeza la eSouth Africa. Into engayi-understand ukuthi iliphi mhlawumbe elinye izwe eke yaya kulo, yabona, ngoba isiza la eSouth Africa cause ngicabanga ukuthi angiyitholi kahle nokuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi makufika i-vaccine njengoba eminye imithi mayifika la uthola ukuthi isithestiwe, isi-right, isizosebenza. Why ifika iphinde futhi i-test? Bebengayi-testi ngani ngoba phela befanele beyilethe lento le isi-right le South Africa. Because angi-understand why benza kanjalo. Isazophinda futhi ihlolwe futhi. Abanayi, ashuthi kahle kahle abanayi ishow ngalento abasilethela yona la eSouth Africa. And futhi siyazazi.
And also we must remember.
Sorry?
DNA yet I find it. Did they test on people that are like me and you, even if they tested? But I will thanda ukuphisa senzo ukuthi izinto zase India siyazazi ayiwona equality. Ngoba neza say China, we thought they were not quality until they sent us COVID. COVID has lasted.
No, yabo nje India ne China ziyafana lezi zinto lezi.
But COVID has lasted. That's one thing equality abasilethele yona. So
yes,
they're quality. It's the only thing that has stayed a long time ever in China.
Yes. Unjani impela.
Sugu Moyo Mackenzie, how are you and welcome. Let's hear wena uthini ngale ndaba. Sorry. I had you muted.
That spirit must fall. I'll tell you the truth. Cyril lo iti bakusame WhatsApp group. Angikhuluma ukuthi vele balaye yabi WhatsApp group. Because amaplan abo wonke ungathi uCyril uthelo khona u-iti. They don't care about people abantu labo. Cabanga ngama-funds that were embezzled disappear kathesi America kwakhanya Zimbabwe kwadonate such and such ahambe aphelele emoyeni. Bona ngokwabo vele bathutsha nxa sokuyisi. Mina I think bathola okuncane. I'm sorry mina benza ngisendleni but banikwa la.
Wena mungaphiwa okuncane ngeke ukunqabe ngeke
yabona i-virus difficult kathi esehluphayo ngiyabona laba nama-African leaders ethu i-virus eyezabulala abantu khathi esuyavula amagate wabona ukuthi last time ezethi avula. I'm still here.
Wena mangakhona nje uMr Masango nje mangakupho okuncane unganqaba.
Uyangazi mina Thenjiwe angeke ngibe ngusatani onjalo. Labana ngusatani ngokwakhe udiabolos udevulu. Uyazenza ungani yathanda abantu ya-announcer on this. Shut up. Udlalabo. Khresi ubisi vaccine. I-vaccine le ithutshenjana likabi kwazi ukuthi vele i-COVID yona ngokwayo ngisibonga umhlobo bani. Alikabi kwazi ukuthi ivelele nga. So kuthethe umnyaka, but all of a sudden sungokuya phambili ngevaccine. Mina sicabanga ama-African leaders awalakhe ngathi awasincede. And ngiyalitshela lini noma kungathiwa kuvuliwe utshwala sebenzisa la, because uzibuza ukuthi sonke singagijimela ematshwaleni lenze lokhu kuyayenzani, it's back again. So avele into eziningi mina, to be honestly, I mean angiziqondastand, but mina ngendlela yami they don't care. And I will say it again, kukhona bakutholayo, they are given something, bebe lokho bebuya bona bayadoswa ngapho bebe dosa li. Elswe mina cha ngeke akula phakathi kwaboza ngitshela ukuthi yenza so. Eyami umuzi ngiyasihlalela kulo lockdown wabo loku engikwaziyo futhi ukuthi labo they are gaining something. Khathesi abantu, if people die when they have not died of COVID, bona khona ngale bafaka ama-masks ukuthi every day you are scared ukuthi such and such a people have died of COVID. Aphumela ukuthi some of the numbers that have died from COVID were not true. So Tina said it's 100,000, and I'm sending a Thenjiwe video from the BBC. So why alter things and want people to believe you? The virus is there. But
I don't know what's happening with the connection. I'm sure she will rejoin us very soon, Usugu. Komo, hello. Noni, hello. Yeah, let us hear from Ukomo. How are you?
I was getting a little upset with Travis because it was a little bit condescending. I still feel a little bit.
Hello, we can hardly hear you, Komo. Please unmute yourself. And someone is listening to the news.
And to make up for last night, he's taking meat to the
Komo, can you guys still hear me? I don't know what's happening. Yes, Senzo. Yes, Senzo.
Yeah, enye into ebengifuna sikhulume ukuthi ngiyacala mhlawumbe uyangezwa. Into engifuna sikhulume ngayo ukuthi ngendlela okwenzeka ngayo uyabona ukuthi abantu abashonayo bangakanani, especially bona labo o-minister bethu laba seParliament. Mawukuthi bayilandela imigomo mhlambe akunayo umthelela lokho ukuthi indlela abashona ngayo ingoba bayilandeli mhlambe imigomo le abasitshela ngayo bo social distance nani nokuthi sifaka ama-mask.
He loads the brisket into the cooker and douses with the barbecue sauce.
Because akwazi ukuthi ngenzeka uma ukuthi abantu bayilandela yonke imigomo, especially oma-minister ethu, akufanele kube khona isimo esikanje sokushona kwabo. Nokuthi i-vaccine ngoba ifikile, uma ukuthi iyatesta, ayiqale kuyo upresident, itestwe iyehle njalo, iziyofika kumakhansela ezansi le. Uma ukuthi iyasebenza le vaccine, ayiqale kuyo ubaba wethu uRamaphosa.
Guys, ukhona olalele indaba ngicela asehlisele. I can hear we background.
Sorry.
Oh, who Noni?
Hey, I'm sorry, Maki.
No problem. Unjani, Maki? How are you doing?
I'm right in the UK.
Siyaphila nje sidlala phela wona amakhaza. Yo, it is freezing.
Isikhathi awukhululeka, isikhathi engafika ngaso vele Europe lesi.
Wawezwa kahle.
No, son, for 3 months. Ay Maki kubi, ay COVID ifikile yona. Asina choice into efanele siyenze. Asilandela ama protocols. Singakuphika sithi kukhona kukho. Mina I'm a medical practitioner.
Yes.
Ngiyengifika esibhedlela ngabo 10:30 ekuseni. Kuthiwe sekuremove 3 bodies of which ngiba shocked.
Exen go
Because
10.
ngiget ekuseni ngo-10. Kuthiwe sekuremove 3 bodies. Ngothi maybe ngihamba ngabo 4 sekuphume maybe 2 more. So if this thing is real, we cannot question it anymore.
We cannot deny. Whoever is denying,
We cannot deny it anymore. It's real. It's happening. I think this 501, it's even worse than the first one.
If you go
501
on Facebook, tell me how many RIPs and condolences also were born.
I know. Every day, man, figures ngiyakhala because I'm a human. Like a person ongabukufaka mask. Mina ngiba shocked because a mask is better than a ventilator. A ventilator is oxygen, but it's even worse than a mask. So let's offer a mask. We can question a mama vaccine, whatever. We've been vaccinated from birth.
Orange.
So, orange. I remember kunophungani mazulu ngifunde edumani. Sibaleka kuthiwa kunophungani mazulu, sibaleka kufika imoto kuthiwa ine-orange. But we were vaccinated. Azange sife. Kwakuthiwa uphungani mazulu, I remember mina ngifunde edumani kwamashu. Kuthiwa nayi ngosile phuthumani, ikhona sibaleke. So, mina nginayi BCG.
Yes.
I remember mina nginomntwana ozalelwe e-Ireland. Uthiwa mefika eSouth Africa, bamcheck-a lawo ma-marks. Abhalwe BCG was done e-Europe.
Yes.
So I don't know, we don't know what was in those vaccines. We don't know how many years it took them to develop those vaccines before they were, because I was vaccinated. I think I started my grade 1, what was it?
First year.
First up A.
Yes.
First year. I think it was 1971. I don't know how long ago was the thing developed.
Just going to Mozambique or Congo, yellow card.
Yellow fever.
10.
Yellow fever now. Yes, yellow fever. I don't know when was it developed. I do have a passport here, yellow fever. It lasts 10 years. So we cannot question vaccines. Because I took the yellow fever, I don't know how long was it developed. At BCG, I was given it when I was doing first year. You know, we survived. I'm still alive.
It's going crazy. Try more, then I'm coming to you, Sugu, no sense. Thank you. Try more.
Yes, I'm back. Oh, yeah, I am.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Just to, for closure, let me just say, just to wrap up everything that I've been talking about. Like I don't understand how we have got vaccine, then we're opening everything and all of those things, of which obviously is confusing. But well, maybe from your side or from where you are, maybe you can tell us more about maybe the experiences that you're having, like that side. What are they really? Because obviously you are in like countries that are developed and all of that. So obviously you can tell us more about how are things? How is it? Going. Obviously, since they saying good so vaccine, is there any progress? Related to what's happening, in South Africa and all of that. Because I feel like we owing ourselves, to learn from developed countries and relying on us. Because at the moment, that's what I would say. Why in Shoranjalo? Because we have to buy things from the outside of countries and outside continents and all of that, not even in Africa. So I feel like we need to learn from other countries which are developed. So in that part, I'm just trying to clear the air on saying mangabe later on.
Okay. Let me say Ilokuzan. and I'm happy ukuthi I've also got Usuku here who will also say naye ngokwazi kwakhe. And if there's anyone who lives in another country in the comments, please, even if ukuthi busuyifakile comment yakho, please just post your comment. I'm going to look for those comments. Tell us how it's going in your country where you are. As far as I know, UK, over 8 million people have been vaccinated. There's a vaccination center just by my house. Personally, ngiyasaba, but it's better ukumiswa kwesiqupho usunama side effects vaccine kunokushona because there's no coming back ekushoneni. Some people have had problems, very few people, but then even ipanado bakhona ba-allergic kuyona. So we can't say it's because of the vaccine, yabo. And I know it's isikhumbula ukuthi abantu bebevele begula khona bezoyiphelwa i-stroke vele next week baniqondane nokuthi bafake i-vaccine today. I did say even yesterday ukuthi I'm at an advantage because should I decide ukuthi ngiyayifaka i-vaccine zobe ngifaka leyabo. I'm very scared ekhaya ngama-comrade because lana kutshingwe eningi ngoba kuthiwa ibinga-refrigerate-wanga kahle. Do you see i-ANC lose imali? Sebeyitholile ithenda njengoba already nje before ifike khona bese be-register inkampani zojova vaccine bani. Already this is a money making scheme, this is a profit for them. Sebewabonile ama-Range Rover abazowathenga. So I don't think they would really be bothered ukuthi ifakiwe. We are a country that specializes in load shedding. Do you think mangaba ne-load shedding bazoyithatha bayitshinge noma bazositshela ukuthi banama yini lezinto ezisebenzayo ama-generator? My main problem njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngiyasaba, but I would go for it if they can say nothing is 100%. I know that for sure. But the problem is when they are asked, bathini lento musu ujovile uyakwazi ukuthi ungabusayigqoka imask. No, sikwi-lockdown thina, hard lockdown. Musu uyigqokile ngiyakwazi ukuvakashela uma noma ugogo, cha. Mese ngiyigqokile ingane yami, mese ngiyijovile ingane yami zoya esikoleni, cha. Mese ngijovile ngisakwazi ukuthi ngiyithole kungenzeka. Mese ngijovile ngisangakwazi ukufakela abanye possibly. So angazi kanti sijovelani ngoba angiwathola ama-answer ukuthi hayi musu uyijovile lento ngeke sayithola. Yabo? And I wish ngempela sayithola ne-vaccine yotwayi because khona abantu abanotwayi manje abangakwazi ngisho ukukhinda ngoba i-vaccine yotwayi ayitholakalanga. Kodwa akasikho lapho sikwi-COVID. So mina that's my problem ukuthi kanti yenzani? Iyayiqeda lento i-COVID? No, ayiqedi. Iyakwenza ukuthi ungabe usayibafakela abanye abantu? No, usangabafakela. Sengingaya mina ukohlala nabantu mase ngijovile. No, usangayithola. Yenzani? Can someone tell me yenzani? Hayi ukuthi musujovile iya-reduce ukuthi mhlampe ngeke usalokhuza. Yebo senzo ngicela ukuzwa wena then ngicela usuku naye angitshele ngokwazi kwakhe. Thank you.
Umana wethe nje mhlawumbe ungacabanga ukuthi ngiyakuphendula ekuthenini yenzani, nami ngifana nawe. Ayenzi lutho. Ekugcineni kwakho konke nje njengoba kuthiwa sizojovwa, isimo sizojika sifane. I-concern yami lapho ekhona nansi. Umnotho ngoba uyabona amasoli bala ukugula kuningi okunye kuseza ngoba namagama lezi zifo asazi ukuthi bawathatha apha, sikho isifo esingenagama. Masisisha nje siqhamuka negama lakhona. Izolo lokhu kade kuliwa ne-Ebola ekuvena manje sedlulile ku-Ebola sekuyi-corona. Yabo, umbuzo wami mina nakho ukuthi izwe lethu lizophathwa amanye amazwe malini e-India ngokufika kwale vaccine la eSouth Africa. Umbuzo wami ilowo, malini esukela yaya e-India? Emveni kwalokho
we don't ask questions. Abantu ababuzanga ukuthi malini eyakhokhelwa ama-Cuban doctors ukuthi
angithi yabona ngilapho ekuthenini eqaleni kwalento uma uzokhumbula
ayizokwenzana nawo lama-Cuban doctors.
Okay, yabo yiyo yonke imibuzo leyo esingasiyibuza. Uma uzokhumbula la eqaleni kwalento bekune-Madagascar evumbuka eqala, first country yathi yona ingaba ne-donation ukuthi ake kuzanywe yona kubona ukuthi mhlambe kungenzakalani. Yabo, emveni kwalokho bekune-World Health Organization okuyibona abantu abadizayida ngenza amakhambi aya emazweni omhlaba wonke jikelele. Yabo, njengamanje lekule i-World Health Organization iphi uma ngabe thina sesireceiva i-vaccine e-India ngabe igunyazwe khona emveni kolokho le mali ekhokhwayo ngabe iye lokunganeni emazweni mhlawumbe kwezempilo yomhlaba noma mhlawumbe kuthuthukiswe izwe lase-India kuphela
yona yiziphi isiqiniseko ekuyasenza ukuthi le vaccine i-right ngoba phela i-World Organization iyona ekhipha umthetho ukuthi i-vaccine i-right ilokho sifuna ukwazi zonke sinemibuzo nje eminingi engaphenduleki
kuningi abasifihlele khona abaphathi bethu bezwe kahle hle.
Can I ask
Yebo ngoba
comfortable going website here who World Health Organization, you can even ask them questions, you can even email them and ayikho information engekho ozoyithola khona all the questions you have. Well,
okay.
Who because sifunda ama headlines guys asifundi lokhuzana njoba ngisho nje ukuthi ukuthi yenzani hamba kodwa uyoyifunda
kodwa ke mawuthatha ukubheka kade ngikuzwa khona manje uthi ngalapho ezweni leli okulo it's about ngazo 8 million or 800,000 abantu abavacciniwe yabo umbuzo wami ngabe yonke le vaccine leyo ihlolwe ngendlela efanayo isuka khona eIndia nale abayisebenzisa lapho
no
yabo
Indians are not using the one from India.
Angithi yabona yabo ocaca ukuthi kahle hle thina sesiphuwa ngalendlela just imagine India not even America India so that means sesiphuwa ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi sesingamukela a donation eqhamuka eIndia abantu vele kwala eSouth Africa kwala abaproduce into equality benza nje bela eSouth Africa how much more into esuka elokunganeni ezweni labo ukuthi thina sesingathembela kuleyo nto leyo kusuke ama-billions and billions yabo
ukubuza kanti leni yayithestwa eVets University i-vaccine yaphelelaphi yona kwagcina kwenzakaleni ngayo
imaphi ama-response esiwatholile ngento esiyizamele yona thina uqobo ukuthi cha le iyafeyila ngenxa ka-1 no-2 no-3 yabo kunalokho kuphasiswa izinto ezakwamanye amazwe esingaze sitshele ukuthi le siyiphasisa ngenxa yokuthi yenza 1 2 3 khona manje uyabona nje siyayibuza umbuzo ongaphendulwa muntu ukuthi kahle hlelena njengoba ifikile how strong it is izokwenza mehluko umuntu emzimbeni wethu uyabo ngoba vele singayikhandela iJohn esithandayo thina ukuthi lento le izongigulisa ngingasho noma yini engiyithanda ngoba vele angaze ngichaze lutho ngayo uyabo udokotela mayikunika amaphilisi uyakutshela ukuthi lawa ke azokwenza u1 no2 no3 uzokhishwa isisu okanye ama side effects ozoba kuwo akutshela ukuthi liphuze kanye ngosuku le vaccine just because janje sizocontsiswa nje leyo doses leyo and then asazi ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani yabo khona manje khona into esireza la eSouth Africa about khona lento ade ifunda manje endabeni ukuthi amaphilisi lokungana amaphilisi awezinja bathe odokotela basazama ucwaningo yabo ukuthi khona into abayizamayo ukuthi through kusaliwa nelesifo bona babona ngathi
khona nawe inkomo
nawe inkomo yebo idibha yabo kade kukhulunywa ngawo kodwa leyo nto leyo uzobona uzongibuza izophelela emoyeni yabo ngeke uze kuthiwa okay itestiwe kotholakala u1 no2 no3 izophela nje uma kunalokho uzoza sekurezwa into yakwelinye izwe why thina singakwazi ukuyithemba thina ngento esuke eyenziwe yithina ngoba phela siyazi ukuthi sinogobela kade upost ubaba ugumede nje ezintsukwini la uyabo sinogobela bethu thina esibaziyo ukuthi okay yibona abasabazi ukusenzela amakhambi esizowethemba uyabo
nokuthi le vaccine mayivaccine isiqala isebenze sicela yena ubaba lo mongameli ayenze on national TV aqale ngaye kuqala ukuze siyibone ukuthi isebenza kanjani sizozwa ngaye wonke ama side effects asifuna ukusebenzisa izinto esingazazi
ngicela ukuza usuku ukuthi isuku wena la uhleli khona I know ukuthi use Manchester but for those who do not know usuku is in Manchester ngicela ukuza ukuthi wena uthini about i-vaccine esiqalile la ukhona
vaccine laba kulanto esebenza Thenjiwe just sebeqale this mobile thing ekuthiwa abanike i-vaccine I think at the present now sikhuluma 10 million people have been vaccinated angazi ba mina ngambamba lo mthakathi ka-corona wabo lo ngiyakwazi ukuthi corona ukhona you remember ngambamba but ngeke shem angisale ngesibhedlela sabo cha ngashela owami umuzi lo ngathi osani ngathi mdali ni right abahambe uvaccine wabo lo ithi ngutshele Thenjiwe uvaccine usebuyile babajova indaba kusiba wesabantu basebebaya phela ema-ambulancini angiqambi manga kunyuzi zabo lezi nxa sekhuluma umdalwane olwenwele zakhe ngani ziyaphela I think nakuyo le virus uyawutsho ukuthi isokuwesi kulakuqala so ama-restriction rules utheli ngakhohlwa liphinde ngenye match sinje we don't even visit our friend nginje Thenjiwe nje sengimbongento I'm in my house so uvaccine lowo ophambi ukuthi thuchu corona lo lokho bedinga ukuthi corona uvela kobani where is corona coming from beyenza mina uMadagascar lwana engabuya ngingathatha lokho kwabo lokho. And when you say let the ministers say, how do we know? They will show you a shot in the water, but you take it. And effects, don't think I'm side effects they will show in a week or a month. I cut. So and to be honest, guys, I am not saying don't take the vaccine, but I'm settled in my household. Because we are still wearing masks. Because America so we go a double mask.
What's a vaccinate?
So me no vaccine me na himself no. Corona long taka tukona bekona but imuphumile. Akunzima guys bekufiwa. Phela phela bengasakwanisi lokuhamba sentatazela. But ngaphumi pande guy. I think, but I need grocery we told and I'm for another 2 days, but they want my plasma. We look into my plasma, but
yeah, plasma cells, yes.
Target indeed. Now you are calling me. Now stop Thenjiwe my text so you can save lives. In the end, what here when plasma cells save lives, and then after so is that the reason? But when you tested, you try positive, they want your cells gonna look. So guys, don't be taken with that is a sense of PCG. Vaccine law within a few months second. And they say the duty I said is very effective. I have people about test but test up or negative. Me I'm self. So sometimes zitembe. Be confident in you. Labana matengwa labana send the gospel njengabo papa labana bayabelitshela ngoJesu amanga. Wena mselufu wena sebenzisala. Akunaza vaccine okuthiwa iyanceda. Ayinandaba if ingafika kusasa I'll be quoted on newspaper ukuthi vaccine lo khona and just for Africa no.
Yeah, kunzima guys, and I was very disturbed mabethi abantu bangasebenzisa umhlonyana ngoba unama side effects. When I think ukuthi even grandpa inama side effects ayikho into enganama side effects kodwa kwethu kwathiwa kungasetshenziswa. I think we should just be talking about how do we invest in these pharmaceutical companies so that we can make the money nuts.
This new plant there by discovery but in Thenjiwe there by discovery abantu bathi esithengiswa non-stop with people. To be honest with you guys, into laying I feel there's something behind it. Quarantine. I'm going out, I'm going to my lounge. Great, I'm begging Villa upstairs. Silana. And we are staying. And we are still like that. About Gogobet, we can't see them. We can't even board. We see we're Africa because we miss our families. Now they are saying if you're coming from South Africa, if you visited the minute you buya, they are saying
you must stay in a hotel for 10 days at your own cost. Try more. So are you satisfied with Emma answers it? Try more, please. Unmute yourself. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Yes, Thenjiwe. Yes, I'm a little bit satisfied, but I wanted to touch a little bit about talking to some other guys about this what you call vaccine thing. One of my friend was saying that they really don't understand how it was so quick for them to find this vaccine of corona. Just to look at HIV, we have got HIV here. They still haven't found the vaccine for that. They're still struggling to find the vaccine for that. But how come is it so possible for them to find the vaccine of corona within few months and tell us that, oh, you know what, guys, this is gonna work? So I loved it because I mean,
we're losing you. We're losing you. Your voice is disappearing. Volume, please. Try more. We cannot hear you. Volume, please. Am I the only one who cannot hear? Try more. I can hear you now. Yeah, siyakuzwa. Yes, siyakuzwa manje. Hello. Hello. I think we've lost utry more. Ngicela ukuzwa Senzo, yes.
Yazi sisi kunephepha la KwaZulu Natal elaveza ukuthi kubanjwe umuntu e-airport ephethe amaphilisi ecorona okulapha icorona. So kwasidida kakhulu ukuthi kwenzakalani kahle uyabona. So lonto yasidida ngempela ukuthi kwenzakalani. Futhi maybe likhona leli khambi abafuni ukulidedela. Uyabona? Ku-right ukuthi bededele lemjovo yabo le ngeke zisize ngalutho.
Jovani na. But then again, I'd like to say, guys, once again, make your own decision. Do not listen to other people. Do not listen to what people are saying on this platform. This platform is not here to discourage you from ukujova. I know abanye benu but they don't want a vaccine bona bafuna umgomo. Ngicela nje umuntu enze i-research yakhe. And we've experienced indlela ezihlukene khona ama-families ashonelwa abantu abawu-6. So if ubabonile abantu abawu-6 beshona phambi kwakho bebulawa yi-corona 2 hours after each other, your decision is going to be definitely different from someone ofunde emaphepheni ukuthi i-corona iyabulala. So let us make our own decision. Njengoba ngisho ukuthi let us treat our decision njenge-sex. Ukuthi I will make my own decision zoba ungekho ukuthi ngiyajova noma ngijova kugono kwakho. Ukuthi njengoba sex sibona abantu sebekhulelwa ukuthi hayi lo uyayenza sex. Abanye sibona ngesisi ukuthi hayibo lo mjida kanti uyintombazane. Wakwayibona intombazane uyibona isiphethe intombazane uthi hayibo lo mjida kanti uyintombazane. Ne-vaccine asihambeni siyoyilokhuzela guys. Ungafuyojova uhamba uyijovele. If you wanna share it ushare. If ufuna ukuyithulela uthule. Because you don't want to be influenced. But let us make it a thing nje siyinormalizayo to go WHO World Health Organization website siza ukuthi kuthiwani sifunde ukuthi kuthiwani singarely kulezi zinto zako WhatsApp ngoba ngingenza i-voicemail manje kanti ngiyazenzela nje igcine igcwale as if it's a fact. Manje ngingathatha ikhamera ngiyishuthe ngithi ngiphuma ko-vaccine senginje bese nithi i-vaccine yenzana kanjani. So let us not listen to izinto esiyithola kuma-social media nako-WhatsApp, but let us do an informed research before siyenza ama-decisions. Uthini suku uyaphika usuku akaphiki akaphiki ukuba kwakuyindoda wayeyiphika zonke iy'ngane zakhe.
Eshin wakho lo awume wona ilaye ngamsubscriber uyampuntsha anti uyawayalo kweMadagascar World Health Organization labo bonke this thing kukhona kudlalwa ngathi kule plan abayenza kithi World Health Organization angithembi la kuthola kanqa sengize ngamblocker
vele yakhokhelwa
ngulwana ubhilwana umthakathi balongafundanga kodwa lama-million labo lababenu laba same WhatsApp group. So instead focus now look at this confused, the border in the end end up making decisions that are not informed. Or maybe there was who World Health Organization.
The problem is with even abalaphi bethu bayathula miracle workers labefundisa abadlisa abantu inyoka. They only know how to bakhulisa induku nje balethe ama-lost bayathula. Baphi nje bakune COVID before kuvula amasonto bekufanele kuqale kuthiwa bayothandaza emawodini e-COVID. Police bazowavula yini amasonto?
Ngalwana ohambe ehodini Kev wena Thenjiwe wafika bawafa. I will do it bam yamthatha yabona ukuthi bona laba bobaba benu iba benza umlimi wazonda wathi noma bezathi baliqida ngo-COVID lona kukhona but okusala you guys angithi wena to avoid yabo lokhuzeni because besithi iflu yonke into soyi-COVID wena sebenzisa ukulima and ungasimi kakhulu because uzazilimaza amalungs akho utry ukuthi uthathe izinto ezingama-vitamin C utry ukuthi uzidlele kuhle uzikhangele right and stop worrying. Do you know what if fear cripples? Because the more belokhu belibisela izinto ezi-confusing ama-numbers angapheliyo at the end of the day kwabantu bayagijimela i-vaccine because idatha yabo le abayifaka enye ngeyamanga. Not everybody ofayo ufe nge-COVID but sebefaka njalo. And I'll say to you, yeah, ikhona i-COVID virus yangibamba mina. But to be honest with you, let's make informed decisions. We know ama-herbal remedies. Siyakwazi okwethu sikwanisa ukusebenzisa ngabo-gene and futhi awusithi
so the problem is nabantu bethu abalaphi bendabuko babuye basidayise ukuthi babengawusebenzisi nganjumeqo ngesikhathi sobandlululo baxoshe why imithi yabo ingasebenzeli manje kuyilokho bathe bazofaka iChina ibhobo so ke sibone
because Thenjiwe mana ngikutshela labana abo-China labana yakwazi bethatha amazwi eZimbabwe they now had ama-jobs. Do you know the way they've been treating them? These Chinese people bathatha abantu. Nyanya sibili mana ndikanti ngitshela iqiniso. Ngitshela iqiniso. Uyabona ukuthi abantu laba bavele babe enya. Bavele bona into le yi-secular le. eZimbabwe sebethethe over vele eZimbabwe because bayabona ukuthi economy yethu lama leaders ethu kunje ungavela ubani kwakuyisenti bathi come say so again look after yourself wena mselufu nxa ulayo ugogo oyekuphekela into athi lokhu kumbe you are going for ukuthi i-colonize ithiwa kuyi-colony le yakufaka ukuthi uhambe do that ekani kulandela bofiza labofizera amabizo phela ungabona ibizo ungakwazi pronounce awamanga. So that's all I have to say for today. Mina ngitshela khona ukuthi be careful be careful. Thenjiwe uhulo wakho lo okufunga ngayo unamanga. So guys nazalichia because nasakuthi usuku wathi kapho Thenjiwe angisho save video le sabona sebesithusuku because I've rambled them ukuthi bathenga izimali baqambela abantu amanga i-virus ikhona yes it's there. Should we protect ourselves? Yes. Okay, so should you put your health at risk? Is it worth it? No. But so that's all I have to say. As for vaccine, but myself, my advice is enzanini ama-herbal remedies labo vitamin C yenze yonke into omele khona and protect yourself. If you don't have to go out, don't go out.
Asizu try more because we ukhathekile before. Try more, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here, Sister.
You
know, I was. Oh yes, good. Remember, I was touching on the point of saying I think it was too early to find the vaccine. I'm not saying they're wrong with Twenty. It's okay, but I feel like it's too soon. So. That being too soon, like it raised, some questions. How is it so fast? As understand, we would see the izinto mhlambe ekade ezifana nabo HIV, like about cancer and all of that, name them. Still, they don't have the cure for them. So how come because of it's corona and it's affecting everybody? Now they're saying no, we found the cure. I feel like it's more like they're trying to make money out of this whole thing. I'm not saying corona ayikho, yona yes. But somehow, somewhere, they're making money from this thing.
Yes.
There's a benefit around it. As much as I would say, I'm a president, I say Africa, they say, let me just talk about Africa as a whole. But they are now trying to, with level vaccine wherever and all of that. Like for an example, South Africa got their vaccine from India and stuff. What's wrong about us sticking to regulations that we had swalandele as much as we were doing sifune a vaccine on our own rather than saying we're going to rely on others? Because I feel like it's in our brain cell to think only people, anyone with long hair, brownie, and all of that, they can bring a vaccine or something like that. Because I feel like we believe in that. We don't believe in ourselves. Asikholelwa ukuthi mhlambe abantu abafana nabogobela and all of that can help us or trying to use doctors and all of that.
Phone yako, we are losing you again. I think it's the white savior mentality. We are brought to believe that anything that's not us is the savior. Usebenzela umlungu, umuzi wakho omuhle ngathi kamlungu, wazi wamuhle ngathi umlungu, uzala ingane enhle umlungu, avuhlonipha umlungu, bathandana ngathi abelungu. So we always believe ukuthi into enobulungu iyona right, but we forgot to say avuntshontsha ngathi umlungu, kodwa bantshontshiswa. Kodwa asikaze umuntu mentshontsha kuthi untshontsha ngathi umlungu. So we only associate them with isn't a positive. So we need to unlearn a lot of things before we can start to learn again. Because we do believe, uyabona nje ngisho abantu abasebenza umuntu ujabula kabi mesebenzela umlungu. Ngisho athi uzohola less than imali ayihola kumnyama. Umuntu ingane yakho ubona meko back to school. Bashuthe eduze kwabelungu. Abantu bamnyama are the first ones to complain ukuthi esikoleni sobani kufundiswa othisha abamnyama sikhokha kangaka. But they will never question ukuthi njengoba kuthiwa private school ayidinge thisha qualified. Bajabulela ukuthi abelungu nje. Ukuthi bafundile abafundile odinga ukufundiswa abelungu. Ngisho uthisha omnyama onamajazi awu6 osalenza ama-grade part ehlaba imbuzi abonga amadlozi ngemfundo akayifundiseli yena ingane yakho uyisa kumlungu. So nje the white savior mentality kumele iphele nje Africa. Kumele iphele. Siyathanda nje indaba yokuthi umlungu. That's why ke namaphilisi besohlekwa yithina kuqala kuthiwa nje athola omunye ubhuti waseNanda. Bekuzothiwa ayikho ke leyo. So nje ayibo khona omunye ubhuti waseNanda ofike ne-cure we. Ithina sokuqala besingeke siyivume. Yes Suku. Let me see. I think I've got some people waiting. I've got two Esper. Ngicela ukumngenisa siza ukuthi
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you very much for getting me in. I'm in California right now. What's it, Congo? And I've been following you. I've been following you for quite a while, so thank you very much for letting me in. So my question was pretty much on the basis or the question on my brother Timor. So us as Africans, us as the African diaspora, how are we going to move forward? How are we going to be self-reliant and trusting in ourselves and in a sense of moving forward? Because we know Uti Corona is there. We know that people are dying. We already know that. But how do we begin to trust ourselves and move forward? Because this is touching on your point of the white God and the white person. We rely on the white person. All this ties back to that, because Mungabona Uti, even the parliament right now is being China. In South Africa, there's a part. I was reading news the other day and I saw a Chinese person in the parliament of ANC, and I was very much surprised. So that's really where I wanted to understand. If somebody might enlighten me on that, I'd be very appreciated.
Does anybody want to say something before I say my question? Let's see if we try more. Can yes, try more, please, because the question was directed to you. Thank you.
Okay. Around the question that you have asked, I believe that for us to move forward and understand that we are blacks first of all, and we don't have to rely on anybody. And remember that our ancestors didn't rely on anybody before.
Try more.
Can you hear me?
We cannot hear you. Try more.
How about now? I think I'm having a network problem or something. Are you still with me?
Try more. We are still with you. Continue.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I was saying that. We need to understand that our ancestors were there before the whites. Monopoly or whatever came in. So we need to understand what we can go forward with or without a white person having to give us a hand. So as much as we can say that they came, Bachinchi Zinto and all of that, still if thina sikwazi ukuthi sikholelwe sikwazi ukuthi mhlambe thina singakwazi ukwenza utshintsho and just stand on our grounds and say, we know what we can do our own vaccine, we can do our own thing, we can lead ourselves. I think from there we can work. As much as you would say that we have got this Chinese whatever coming into ANC and all of that, I really don't really go in hand with that. I don't really understand. First of all, let's just go to her language, like the language rather. I really doubt she can even speak Zulu. Not even just Zulu, at least just one of African languages. She can't speak that. And as much as I would say, you can, when China, you would find out they can speak is Chinese or whatever. Usuke lapho uyakwazi ufika na ukhuluma isilungu. Into siyakwazi ukuthi is-adapt. So yeah, as i-Chinese uzokwazi kanjani mhlambe uku-understanda ukwazi inkinga zethu ehlulwa nje ukuthi be nama-basics of ukuthi okay, I'm in South Africa, I've been in South Africa for years, because right now I think she's been here for 23 years if I'm not mistaken from what she said. So you can't be in a country for 23 years and you can't even speak their language, at least one language. Rather, we have got, there are 13 languages here in South Africa, but she can speak at least one. Rather, I just ask one. Zulu ke athi sawubona ke. Akhona kuyenza leyo nto. So uzokwazi kanjani mhlambe uku-understand inkinga zabantu. Yebo into engishoyo. So I feel like we need to understand ukuthi at some point a black person is needed to lead us because they understand our problems. They know our problems. It's Africa. It's not somewhere else. It's in Africa.
Number one, we have a lot of other races in parliament. That's number one. She's not the only non-black race. Nelson Mandela said South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. All the white leaders in parliament, very few of them were even born in South Africa. We've got people who were born in Amsterdam. We've got people who were born in Lithuania. We've had people in parliament that were not born in South Africa. If this had been a fellow African, he was born in Nigeria or Congo, I'm telling you now, there'll be some streets on fire in South Africa right now. It goes back to the white savior mentality. But they are trying, they are at least trying, and I've got proof here for you. And they are ready, these people. They can... They know what they are talking about. And so pata mhlaba nina la.
Viva ANC! Viva! Viva ANC! Viva! Viva ANC! Viva! Amanda! Awetu! Amanda! Awetu!
Yeah, carry on. I just don't want people to think these people don't know what they are doing. Let's carry on. You're saying, what about the language? Their children are now teaching your children your own language. Why? Because, Tina, we think only speaking English and not speaking your mother tongue is associated with being rich and being educated. While your children is failing to have a conversation with their grandmother because they don't speak Zulu. Oh, Sifa doesn't speak Zulu. Because there's no point visiting grandma. Because Senzo doesn't speak Zulu. He goes to a white school, you know. KZN, in my farm. kodwa thina uhlangana nathi umama azasibhede isingisi thethisana nengane ngesingisi. So yeah, we really need to unlearn. I hope Umfowethu is still listening to me where he is, because we cut off. But I think before we can learn anything, we need to unlearn, especially as South Africans. We need to unlearn, we need to reconnect with our roots including tribally, as well as with our surrounding African brothers who are in the same continent with us. We need to be taught the right history in schools. We need to know that borders were divided by the colonizer. We didn't have divided borders. And we need to respect each other. And I wish as Africans we could agree on one language that we could all learn. Because we all speak English. We are all communicating in using the colonizer's language. If I want to speak to someone who's from Venda, not even another country within South Africa, if I go to Joburg and want to communicate with someone with even the same surname as me, I have to communicate in English. And it's worse now that even our own children that we give birth to, we communicate with them using the colonizer's language. So we need to go back to unlearning so that we can learn to love ourselves, so that we can learn to see value in ourselves, so that we can learn to respect ourselves. Because if you do not respect yourself, you will never respect anything that looks like you. If you still believe Uguti, the savior is white, when you go to heaven, suddenly you're going to be allowed. Like people were believing in white Jesus during apartheid when they were not even allowed to go to the same beach or use the same bathroom as a white person, but believing when I go to heaven, I'm going to be saved by a white Jesus. Why? Why? Because we believe anything nje enekhampa umlungu. Masifika kwakho sithi hey kamlungu kasenza kukuhle kanje. Mengabe usenzo romantic sisabe nothando labelungu naye. Yabo. So we need to unlearn everything that we were taught. The education system as South Africa was there to train us to be an employee, to work for them. Ufuna ukusebenza phuma usumdala. That was so damaging, but we didn't realize. It was never about your skills, what the business do you want to do. We were not taught about economy. We were just taught about ufuna ukusebenza phuma usumdala. We were taught about Benny and Betty going to buy in a white man's shop. Yeah, like you must really, really look at education. And what worries me is 26 years after democracy, we still have an education that is not uplifting a black child. We still have an education that does not have the right history. A lot of slavery history, I learned when I started going to school in the UK. A lot of things that I learned about other African countries and economies and histories, I learned when I went to school in the UK, not in South Africa. Why is it that I don't even know about the vendors, the Sutus in South Africa? So we need to unlearn before we can learn. And education in a country is very important. Very important. So many people abanama talent and ama skills that senzo mina I want to be a football player to alube no metric. But so many people abano metric abangasebenzi. Yeah. Sis Noni, she's sitting a background. Hi sis Noni. Ngiyakubona ubuyile. Ngicela ukuzothi thina about what we have discussed so far. Ngifuna bese usenzo naye ngiyambona ukuthi uyashiseka ufuna ukukhuluma la.
Hey, Thenjiwe ngiyayizwa indaba yakho. I-problem yethu ma-South Africa.
Hey Noni.
Hi, asitravel inkinga yethu. If ama-South African can be open.
Luzana Noni. Senzo ngicela ukuyipho.
Oh, network.
Oh nang ngesifika. Yes.
Uyangizwa? Sengiyezwakala. Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think
we can hear you.
I think a problem here, Thomas South Africans, as it travel, then to understand amanyama cultures, then we'll be able to tolerate nonsense or whatever it comes to us. Like me, I've traveled abroad, I've traveled Africa. English is not a language in Africa. If you're Africa, back is French. English is nothing. So uba English go Kenya, wherever you go, like Africa. but English yakho le ncanyana, you can use it in Europe, but in Africa you are nothing with your English. So mina I've explored that we must be traveling people, we must be able to travel. Like mina ngine-passport ephelile. Our expire ayaphela ngoba I'm a traveler. Ngeke ngahamba ngomsebenzi ngafuna explore umhlaba, travel. Then you'll know ukuthi kwenzakalani emhlabeni.
I agree with that.
Hello?
We need to travel, which is why you guys please subscribe to my new YouTube channel, Thenjiwe Unplugged. I'll be giving you tips on how to travel, how to get work overseas, how to. I want to start going live on that channel, but I need to have 1,000 people before YouTube can allow me to go live, because I want us to be able to know what our dreams are possible, and let's go beyond borders. Let us not limit ourselves to South Africa. You can be born Olundi, but you don't need to die Olundi. Your children don't need to be born Olundi. I often tell people, I'm not a proud Guamashu. I was born Guamashu because of the apartheid.
Can you guys hear me?
True. Mina ngomntwana one-red passport. My last born on a red passport.
And people don't know about those things. People don't know about indaba zamalokhuzana. Zokuthi ama-dual citizenship, we need to give each other ama-tips ngalezo zinto. Let's see try more ukuthi uthini. I'm coming to you, Senzo Nasuku. Yes, try more. Try more. I'm gonna leave try more because we cannot hear him. Let me hear Usenzo. Senzo.
Yebo, angazi noma mina ngiyezwakala hey.
I don't know if it's something wrong with my connection or what's happening.
Mina ngiyezwakala kodwa.
Oh, now we'll try more. Yes, try more.
Guys, who host to sebalekile, so mina ngisakwazi ukuthi siyenza. Senzo, I think besand kunika wena chance, so unmute yourself and continue. Press up phansi lapha nokulo mic Senzo uzas unmute.
Eseniyangizwa ke manje. Kulungile. Thabo, engifuna ukuqonda kahle la ngiyamuzwa umama uNoni la ukhuluma indaba ye language ukuthi kahle hle English yami ayilutho mangabe uNoni la ukhuluma indaba language. Engifuna ukubuza mina, sipamusini esakhonjwa ngaso thina la eSouth Africa ukuthi singakwazi ukuyithemba ngemithetho yethu. Ngibuka le ndaba le eyama border gate ukuthi mawuthatha ukubheka population iningi kangaka nje la kuze kufika nezifo ekuthiwa zizonciphisa abantu abaningi ukuthi mhlawumbe izwe lincipha abantu. Indaba inalama border gate lawo okhomba ukuthi khona lento le esasatshiswa ngayo omengabeli bethu abangasitsheli ngayo ukuthi kahle hle yiliphi ligama elashiya ukuthi mani ke nanqaba mhlambe izwe lizongena esigabeni esithile. Ngoba ngibona nje la kahle hle ezweni lethu akunjengamanye amazwe. Wena Thenjiwe ulapho nje, I'm sure ukuthi lapho kunomthetho abawuqinise ngqi, especially mase kuziwa ngakuma border gate ukuthi kahle hle la kuqala la kugcina la. Uma uNoni ukukhulume ngama permit ukuthi la ama passport ukuthi eyomuntu ihambe i-expire. Kodwa mawuza eSouth Africa mhlambe it's about millions yama foreigners ongazuthola ukuthi ama passport abanawo straight, mhlawumbe ababe nawo asa expire baze bawelela ekuthenini beshayelwe ama ID ala. Into engacabanga ukuthi amanye amazwe bavele beyenze nje kalula. Manje into ebengifisa sibheke ukuthi okay siphila kanjena nje kodwa kumele sibe nakho lokho. Ngiyazi ukuthi mhlawumbe phakathi kwethu akekho ongaba naleyo solution njengamanje ukuthi mhlawumbe kumele kwenzeni, kodwa just ukubonisana ukuthi kahle hle khona ubhongwane esibanjwe ngawo la ukuthi kanti kunalento eyatshelwa omongameli bethu asanoma mhlawumbe iyonakala ku page 1 kusukela kumongameli wethu uMandela noma mhlawumbe iyonakale from kuThabo Mbeki until kuze kufike kuRamaphosa. Kodwa kahle indlela okwenzeka ngayo khona into elapha ya kuma border gate. ngoba njengamanje uthe ubethe umengameli azovalwa about awu-20 angazi noma mhlawumbe awu-6 noma awu-20 kodwa khona uthe khona ama-border gate azovalwa kodwa still imoto ukubheka akuzi ukuba bikho mehluko kahle hle ngoba yabona nje kwakule vaccine le ngisho abethi umengameli uthe bekuzophoqa engineshow mina ukuthi kona abantu abade bezoyinqaba ijike futhi inqabeke yabo. Number 2, sinabantu le eSouth Africa izwe lethu is still developing kunendawo ezilusizi kodwa manje sinabantu la othola ukuthi bama South African babanga iposition yokuthi umuntu onemali kakhulu it's about ubaba uPatrice Motsepe mhlambe uye ubaba uCyril Ramaphosa kodwa manje uma ngalo ukuthi the same South Africa kunendawo esastrugglisha kuyo about ukuthuthukisa indawo ezithile yabo. Lokho akuyenzi isense uma uzobheka abantu baphesheya ngibuke abadlali bebhola abakulawo mazwe Thenjiwe uthola ukuthi kunesimemezelo esimayo ukuthi kunomdlali owakhe idolobha endaweni yakubo kwi-country yakubo yabo bazama ukuthuthukisa indawo la abadlali esinabo ngisengikhuluma ngabantu abahola itsheke lemali yabo uthola ukuthi ekugcineni like mangakalekisa sine junior Khanya yabo owedlala iKaizer Chiefs zinkulu imali ababeyihola lapha but look at him now yabo uyabona ukuthi ekugcineni yonke le mali icwile otshwaleni yabo sike satshelwa ngoTeko Modise ekade edlala lapha kwi-Sundowns itshele imali sathola ukuthi one night uke waspenda about 600,000 just eyobuka amantombazane astriphayo lapha elokunganeni kwi-night club yabo kodwa manje ekugcineni izwe kunabantu abahlwembi yini thina esiyenza ukuthi masinabantu abanemali mhlawumbe abahola kakhulu ezama ukuthuthukisa indawo zangakithi like njengawo nje ama-businesses lawo esike sakhuluma ngawo ekuqaleni ukuthi kahle hle lama businesses othonja manje sesibhizi sisupporta ama-Somalian laba bantu abafikanga nemali enkulu ukuthi beqale ibhizinisi mhlawumbe uthola ukuthi umuntu wahlanganisa just 10,000 rand yabo waqala wakhona ukuthi enze i-tuck shop yabo mina ngikhange ngibambe imali about 100,000 kodwa angikwazi ukuthi ngiyokwenza something project endaweni engihlala kuyo yabo ekugcineni bese kuthiwa izwe alithuthukisiwe wesi abantu abasiphethe abalapha eParliament njengamanje kade sibuka indaba kukhuluma ngo-Esmahashule yabo kunezimali ezehla ngemlenze esingayiqondi ukuthi ekugcineni kwakho konke ziphelela yabo umbuzo ukuthi izwe lethu liyoze lona lithuthuke nini ngoba nalama drugs othola njengamanje sineyingane engamaphara la egcina ziphenduka omahosha through ama-drugs aqhamuka ko-Nigeria yini njalo yilama border gate engikhuluma ngawo ukuthi spam usini esakhonjwa ngaso noma isiphi lesi spam esihlula amasosha ombutho ala eSouth Africa esingakaze sitshelwe ngazo ngoba phela fabe yonke into eyenziwa ezweni lethu i-nation ye-addresswa ukuthi no njengamanje umbutho usenkingeni yokuthi uhlanganisa imali yesikhali esithile okuyisona amanye amazwe asinqoba ngawo yini le esiyisabayo and then futhi abangasitshela umengameli ukuthi thina siyalekha la.
Ngicela ukuphendula lapho but ngicela ukwelcome uMina no-Success. Ngizoba briefly nje when it comes to immigration. The number one thing that worries me about South Africans, that's why I say, guys, we need to learn to travel. When we say immigration, we usually refer to our black brothers from other African countries. We never say immigration, even when we have xenophobic attacks and saying South Africa. We're never talking about Italians, we're not talking about Chinese, we're not talking about people from Britain, we're talking about our next door neighbors, which worries me. But we think immigration only relates to people who come from other African countries. And it worries me that our borders are not controlled. And it's basically because every country needs people to come in and out. But because our police force are bribed too quick and too easy, iphoyisa ligwazelwa ngo-12 rand. 12 rand. Guys, kahleni bakithi, 12 rand. You bribe a police. California nje, can you bribe a police? Can you bribe a policeman in California? Ukuthi wena you're drinking and you are driving and give a police 12 rand. 12 rand is less than $1, guys. So that's our main problem. Amaphoyisa ethu ayagwazelwa. They love bribes. They love bribes. But before I ngiqala ukujuluka, mina I can hear ukuthi ngiyakubona ukuthi uyashiseka khona lento ofuna ukuyesha. Sicela ukuzwa ukuthi uthini wena.
Sanibonani everybody. So ngiyazwa siyakhuluma
and he blames, he pointed to everybody else apart from Tina. Everybody else is wrong. The government is wrong. The borders are wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. But nobody comes with a solution. Let's talk about Uguti people from outside. They come to SA and start a business. Where else were now you were in SA? You've been born there. You've stayed all your entire life. You don't even have a single connection. Uguti ningahlanganisa nibe 10. I lived in a house in UK. I'm in UK.
Yeah, I was gonna ask what you are still in the UK and if you're not back home.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. I live in UK, and what I've realized with Asians, Pakistanis, Indians, all of them, mention them, when they come from their original country, when they get here, they rent one house. You find that there are 20 in that house, it doesn't matter. They raise funds to buy the second house. That 20 moves into the other house, someone else stays in there. And the whole street, that was in Leicester. When I was in Leicester, I was shocked. The whole street was owned by friends.
We
Tina,
have
our
one here,
friends,
Wilson Road is owned by Pakistanis. They got it like that.
when you go to Peckham in London, Peckham, if it's not owned by blacks, Asians, you find them there. South Africans, you don't find them into any business because we do not know how to even communicate with ourselves.
I'll tell you where you find South Africans. You find them at TK Maxx and all these designer shops. That's where you will find South Africans. You will not find them. Even when we go to African market, you won't even find one African. Even
nothing.
We have Amadumbela. We buy them from the Spanish or from people from other countries. South Africans are too embarrassed to even sell their food. No South African shops are even so owned by us. That's why I mean, it's education here, guys. We need to learn before we can learn.
No, Sisi, I don't think Guti this has got anything to do with education. If you can go on Twitter right now and see the things that they are glorifying, things that Thenjiwe must fall, because Thenjiwe stood up for herself, because Thenjiwe spoke the truth, Thenjiwe must fall. And Thenjiwe falls because of they will start to take all the companies. Why can't we stand up and say, no, enough is enough when it comes in Madagascar? That's the only country that attempted to come up with a vaccine. How many other Africans stood up and said that, no, Tina, we have come up with this. Let us try this. Nobody. Now there is vaccine. All of us suddenly, Ubani, show me that one person from every African country that came out and said that I am trying to create this apart from Madagascar. Nobody. But then we are very quick in saying that the foreigners came Ekaya and they took this and they did that. Senzani, when we've got the money, we want to pop the champagne. We want to show off. People must know us. Today I worked with this lady and she said to me, "Ooh, Nina, my South Africans, Nina, you live your life to the fullest, but you die poor." It hurts me today just to hear Umuntu telling me to my face that we die poor. We have to beg money to go back and be buried at home. And this thing, it doesn't even start here. Nasekaya is the same thing. The mentality, Lena Aishinji. 26 years later, we are still going around behind apartheid's back. We're still saying apartheid. Apartheid is done and dusted. Even at 26 years old, should understand what we need to grow up. Let us grow up. Enough is enough. We can never keep pinpointing to Abu Ramaphosa, they've sold the country. If they've sold the country, Tina, we have made it easier for them because asfuni ukula. You still find abantu that would rather take imali rent, ahamba yopuza. Bese uyabuya futhi kusasa negging, hey, aningibolekene imali. Skula nini. Come out of South Africa and see how other nations are so united. bayakwazi ukuthenga ibhizinisi babambisane ibhizinisi likhule. La e-UK a South African will start business usuku uzocala business lapha yana ekhoneni ngibe nomona ngiyenze the very same thing usuku ayenzayo, the very same thing ngingayitwist nokuyitwista kancane ngithi ithi ngithuke nyana kancane angaboni usuku azabona ukuthi no mara this is a replica of my project bese ngithi hey ama-South asikwazi nokusupportana singama South African. What we call support, it's when you see people coming to you to come and say, hey, umuhle ugcoke kahle hawu Mathenji usemuhle Mathenji lesikhwama sakho futhi ngiyastand. That's when we know how to support each other. Sikhula nini as a nation. We keep pinpointing Africans. Africans, they come home and they see Somalians. Bafika lapana bati I know when unamalini ngina 7,000 when unamalini ngina 5,000 when unamalini asihlanganiseni siqale nge-tuck shop yakho. Why thina singakwazi ukuthi sikwenze lokho? Sihlulwa yini ukuthi sisukume nathi sibuzane la abelungu bayazivilaphela. Abelungu bayazivilaphela la e-UK. Uyabazi nawe Thenjiwe bayazivilaphela. But when you find a hard-working white person, at least uzobona ukuthi hayi lo umsebenzi akawunyonyobeli uyenza umsebenzi. Mara bayazivilaphela. And then nabo they will tell us ukuthi hey nina nizela ezweni lethu nazosithathela. Ama-foreigners akhona anganamaphepha la kule country lesikhuluma nje e-UK bakhona. Ningatshelwa manga ukuthi e-UK umthetho ucinile abantu bayangena ngama-trucks. Abantu bayangena kwafa abantu abayingakhi was it a year ago kuzofala abantu laba bebavalelwe kwi-truck trying to get into UK. So do not ever be fooled ukuthi mabathi South Africa kugcwele ama-foreigners nala e-UK
nasemfuleni all the time trying to cross.
Bayangena bafuna ukungena because we understand ukuthi e-UK streets are paved with gold. It's a lie. There's no such thing.
Potholes, wedges, potholes. I need to do a video on UK potholes.
But akuna nomuntu abantu abanama South African shop in UK. It's white people. Not South Africans.
No, a restaurant in Shagazulu restaurant. I want my South Africans. It's only wasekhaya eBhunu. Shagazulu restaurant.
None of us senza anything ukuthi siba proud ukuthi that's leanto lengakhula na ngayikhulisa ngayithola from ingana nix ngakhula nayo. South African shops e-UK bathengisa kwampuphu kwantontono oyicabangayo ukuthi ungayithola ekhaya.
Belungu
abelungu babambisane mangiya mina la ngihlala khona emarket nangifika emarket ngiya kuyo athi I know ithi ngizofonela iSavannah eLondon ngibone ukuthi banayo and then I'll get back to you. Thina angeke asikwazi nokuthi nje sibambisane.
Not when you change you in a South African shop, do you think any one of you will come? Mina when I have shows, I have very big shows. Fika belungu, Nigerians and Zimbabweans, no South Africans.
South Africans.
Nigerians told me my tickets were cheap when they were £20. They said they must be £75. They paid all £75 without questioning. South Africans said £10 was too expensive.
Usathi i-£10 isenje umuntu angakakubaleli ukuthi hey ngisazodrive ngisazothela ipetrol hey sifuna nento.
One ticket mabefika kwi-show they drinking champagne that is 10 times more expensive than the ticket. Ngicela size usuccess ukuthi uthini ngiyabona ukuthi yabona ngene esiphunga la sokinya abantu success.
Molweni.
Please let us know where you watching from, where you joining us from. Thank you.
Dilapha ngakuni. That's why ndine interest mani yoba ndithe ndobona apha uThenjiwe wenze umsebenzi ekudala ndiphupha ngawo because ndithe ndofika nam apha ndanomnyele ndavukelwa yinto. Sorry guys, ndifuna uthetha ilanguage yam. Ndigqibele kudala futhi noyithetha. Ndivukelwa ngumyele because ezi zinto sithetha ngazo nyhani zizinto efuneka sizijonge futhi ezibalulekileyo that ezinida utshintsho ekhantrini yethu. Ndinento ethi thina sine-problem yoblama oh my brother from other African countries, sizi-South Africans, and asifuni nobabona. Qha ndibe ndinento ethi sizawufuna njani ubabona oh my sister no my brother sibe thina singafuni ukuzibona kuqala sizi-South Africans. I'm talking about black South Africans. Asifuni thina uzibona. Thina qala singamaZulu, singamaXhosa, singamavenda, amashangana, amapedi, amantoni. If wena as a Xhosa you from Eastern Cape uya eJohannesburg, uzawudibana neproblem apho nezanophobia pha. Uzawudibana nento ezininzi nje. Uyayiva? So ndinombuzo mna othi sizabamkela njani abantu abazi-Africans sibe thina singazamkelanga sizi-South Africans. And secondly ndine-problem nento yo my brother abagxekwa ngento yonke abayenzayo eSouth Africa kodwa thina asifuni ukwenza nto. Not that asifuni ukwenza nto singabanye abantu siyafuna ukwenza but into entle asikwazi uyikopa. Xa instead uba siyikope sifuna udistroya andiwazi umona wethu. Andiyanto sayigalelwayo and andimazi umntu owasigalela into owasigalelayo elizweni lethu. Of which ngoku xa sifika kwamanye amazwe siphela sizizithuko. Kuyathethwa ngathi and akuthethwa kamnandi ngathi. Kuyathethwa ngelaa lizwe lethu sisuka kulo. Nothi kamnandi. Thina simuncu elizweni lethu asibhadlanga. Andifuni usebenzisa loo magama but inintsi nje into ngelizwe lethu. So siyanida into yobana nje bathina sifumene i-opportunity yoke siphume sibone sikhe sithathwe serious xa sivela neepoint ezibalulekileyo ezifana nezi. But ndiyayazi nelizweni lethu sawuthelwa sigqitywe even nale nto siyenza apha ingaphela iba yenye into ebekwa u-X kuthiwe uThenjiwe this Thenjiwe that.
Stick to comedy. With politics, as if comedians don't vote. To phuma kwi-politics, stick to comedy. Sewuphelelwa amahlaya.
Uyayiva? Uyayiva ke ngoku?
Only a colonized brain can box a human being into one category. Because ne-accountant, ayihlali accountant kuphela. Otherwise, ngabo businessmen e-parliament. We have so many people who are other things. Yabo lento oyishoyo success, it really hurts yama South Africans. People want to know where exactly you're coming from. I know you're in Europe. Ilokuzana, it hurts. I'm sorry, I'm gonna use names of certain artists just to be clear. Nge point lami, I have nothing against them. People must hustle. I have something engwarisha about us as South Africans, especially South Africans in the diaspora. South Africans abahlala phesheya. Uma kufike ngikhumbula nje I went to a show Mahotela Queens. I was the only black person. I went to Soweto Gospel Choir. I was the only black person. I went to Ubabu Hugh Masigela Sasut 6 laba bawu6 babefoswe yimini ukuthi beze babengafuni futhi ukuthenga ama tickets bathengelwa yimini. I went to name any kwafika uzodwa wabantu makufika uthwalani uyibuza ukuthi kuna South Africans amangaka e-UK, kuna South Africans amangaka e-America. Kufika makuyinto nje yotshwala nokudansa nokudunusa. Hayi ke uzobona ukuthi
number 1
in South Africa. Mungeke nje uyiveza izinqa ungeke ufende ngeke kube nje ukuthi kuyadakwa kuze kuse awekho ama South Africans. We don't even appreciate our culture. You can go to the Lion King. Lion King is number 1 every country. From Australia to Beijing, number 1 baya lokhuzana, but they only take a day off on Monday. Igcwele. Amathikiti akhona muwashintsha wayisa kuma rand o5,000 rand. Ayidlale South Africa sayibuka. Kodwa yase South Africa nama South Africans. Ama South Africans awayibuki. Muyobuka Lion King, muke wayibuka Lion King, ngitshela ukuthi babeba ngaka abantu abamnyama lesa lona ama South Africans. Mubabonile abamnyama definitely for sure bawona ama South Africans.
Yeah.
That's why I would always say we need to unlearn. Education plays a part because what you are taught esikoleni That's why ngishisela elihambe Sunday school before intshontshe liyathandaza, before likubulale liyathandaza, because that was ingrained ukhula. That's why uma ucabanga uyezulweni ngisho ngathi usuzenza icomrade elinjani. That's why nabakashembe befunda iBhayibheli labelungu, because okusalayo bafundiswa ngoJesu. Okusalayo bazi ukuthi umholi umuntu omhlophe. That's why sasiphiwa amabhayibheli amahala. That was part of education. So for us to now, yabo, if we were told ukuthi leskipa sasuku si yellow, leskipa sasuku si yellow, bese ngiyafika mina namhlanje ngithi si red. It will take generations to believe, because uzolokhu uphahluka. Fana noma uphuma kwi relationship, it takes time ukukhohlwa ukubiza igama lomuntu. Usuhleli novusi ubumbiza ngosenzo. Uthi nabangani bakho uthi awukade nginosenzo xa mina uvusi, yabo. So now we need time, and we didn't have time to heal. We didn't have a break between apartheid and the freedom that we were promised. Even you need to have a break. So thina sikho kwi freedom we rebound. And we were not healed. We just woke up and we were told Truth Commission, TRC, Truth and Reconciliation, the most rubbish that had people more than help them. Uhamba lapho uyo-recall isitori sakho bese bethi so Ramabhunu axolele. The only person ongaxolelwanga uWinnie Mandela. Ngobani? Umuntu omnyama. Amabhunu ayevezwa abulala obaba bethu, abagqiba enzana, abulala families, arape abantu, even ababe hlukumeza yena uWinnie sabaxolele. Kodwa yena uWinnie Mandela simxolelanga. Ngobani? We have to hate ourselves. If you hate yourself, you hate anything that looks like you. Yes, so
I wanted to civilly everything that we're saying, money, we don't support each other, and we always, like, it hurts me in Thenjiwe as much as in Chinang. She's got a big heart. I'm Zimbabwean, but she supports me. She supports what I do, my foundation and everything, and I support her. But angazi ubangebe sokutheni mawuthi I'll support umuntu ukuthi ukuthi uzathola more. Let me tell you one thing. I think it's our generation. I support the youth. Do you know the youth supports each other? Ama youth, our South Africa, lawangaphi, even akhona lapha overseas or what, go Twitter kwabo, go Instagram kwabo, what they do there, music, baya supportana. I think it's from us in generation here to lena engani, because we don't. And as long as we don't support each other, we're not getting anywhere. As long as when uzati Thenjiwe, I know her from there, Nimazi from Budale Sakula, but then you don't support, you don't subscribe to her channel. You don't know the difference between one subscription and every month you pay, the subscribe with support. But you have a basket mouth. We are better than those. So all I'm saying, guys, let's not look at Ubani Uyamazi and you think they'll have more money than you, but support them because you don't lose anything. Look at her now, she's a comedian. But you know, topics that have been coming, Lana, we are now, tradition, Pupo, everything. But couldn't she get more from us, Tinabantu? No, because Silento Liana is jealousy, which is witchcraft. But I'm gonna leave you guys because I want other people to get the chance. Because if we are spanning, so I don't think it here for me stream yet. But all I can say is whether vaccine or whatever, as funden was good, you don't lose nothing by supporting Abani. And Abakiwa allow anybody and especially singing at 21 years Mila. Aguna in special. Aguna. So don't look at a white person and you think when no, they don't. So agulandu emangalisa ngamba why Jesus. I'm sorry to say. Agulandu emangalisa ngokuthi likiwa lami. It starts from within, but self-love is the best love. It starts from you loving yourself before you love your brother. I'm not gonna excuse anything. Kulumenge vaccine, kulumenge Indian corona low. But all I can say is supporting somebody doesn't take away anything from you. Instead, that person gains more. So I love you guys. As you know, I'm Zimbabwean anyway. Most of you don't know I'm Zimbabwean. but singabe Africa, we are all Africans. And let's stop this xenophobia. Let's stop this South African against. We are fighting against each other, and they are there, they are laughing. Amabuas, they are laughing. Abobani, because they know they are fighting each other. They're not fighting Asians, no. They're not fighting Chinese. But about the same continent with the southern part, they fight each other. They call each other names. What are we teaching our young children? If we don't change that mindset, we will spoil it for the upcoming generation. So I love you guys. You are my brothers. You are my sisters. For now, I have to leave this part and leave it for everyone else to get a chance. But let's support each other, please.
Thank you so much, Sugu, especially for telling them to subscribe. Guys, please do subscribe. Please do subscribe to my YouTube channel. I've got another one where it's going to be about empowering us, because I really think as South Africans, we need to start to invest our money better, to travel more, to learn more from other people. It's called Thenjiwe Unplugged. I'm not doing comedy there. I'm not doing anything. It's just me being me. You get to see the things I do in private. It's more like a vlog and lifestyle. And please do subscribe. We have 269 people watching. Majority are watching from Facebook. Only 9 people are watching from YouTube. Angazu YouTube wabenzana abantu base South Africa.
Hayi boy, data change iyadura South Africa.
Ishibhile ya Facebook.
Ak Facebook uyascreama na free. Nabo free mode.
Niyadlala ngathi kodwa guys. Free mode akwazi ukubona ama. So please, if you can, I appreciate you subscribe to my YouTube channel, because I want us to start going live on that channel and share, especially about traveling, so that people can know. I mean, when I first went over, I just had dreams, and your dreams are also very, very
valid, Mugel. Hayi bo ngangazi umuntu ngehla eHeathrow ngaconnected to Dublin ngangazi umuntu. And my dreams were valid. I came back to South Africa ngastart business yami.
And in emnandi ma-engo kuhlala phesheya, you don't need connection. Ungafika namhlanje UK kusasa usuyasebenza.
Hayi bo awudingi lokho.
Ngakulanda eHeathrow sikise shifting.
I miss hip-hop crawling.
Pub crawling cabanga lapho bushibheni utshwala lo babatsaka ngabe manje ukuthi ikhala nkosami mesibetha ukuthi awushame zishibheni
pub crawling.
Thenjiwe,
people they must travel. Pub crawling is the best thing I ever lived. Ungele kwi cab uthi ke just umnike address akuvusa athi ke suse ekhaya vuka.
Yes.
That's life.
Yeah, what's sense?
I'm still naive. Now I can't even close my handbag because Europe, there's no pickpocketing. People, they always say, close your bag. I said, okay, you know what? I've lived in Europe. So now it's not easy to zip your bag and all that shit. So you get hayi boy ayilalela like here ngine alarm nginamabhim. Europe buyilalela nje. Ukhiye kuphela. So I miss that life.
Ekhaya uba nesecurity nenyanga ezoqinisa unakho konke because uyazi khona uzofuna ukungena.
Khona ufuna ukungena hayi la eEurope awudingi yonke leyo nto. Uyazilalela. La nginamabhim ngine alarm everything. I must make sure my house is armed.
Yeah.
nokho
So I'll advise South Africans, please travel. Travelani nisebancane ningakaganwa bosenzo akho mama ozokubamba. Just travel.
Uthini sense?
Cha nkosi yami ngithi mina yabona sengiphelela na umfutho uma ngithi ngiyalalela wonke umuntu olana yazi akekho ongazi phesheya abanye babo baphesheya cha sengithi ake ngicacise ngisekhaya kini mina ngedwa mangithatha ukubheka nje yimina ngedwa sele ngapha
Phesheya nje from where we are. Nathi masikhuluma ngathi usenzo lo phesheya. Phesheya
mina sengibuyile mina ngisebathurena.
Eglistic umama ubuyile Cha kulungile-ke nina enipesheya akunankinga nathi into ebengicela ukuyilungisa Nkosi yami ngiyabona mhlawumbe kungenzeka abanye sebegxobekile kule ndaba le eyama-foreigners useze wahamba nje nosisi usuku useze waphuma nje kodwa khona ngilizwile i-point lakhe akunankinga bakwethu uma ngabe abantu sikwi-African continent into ebengizama ukuyicacisa ngoba kungenzeka okunye kuphutshuke ngami ngiyazi omunye ube worried about indlela ebengikhulume ngayo mhlawumbe mangingabeka isibonelo kulungile-ke singama brothers and sisters singabase-Afrika about into esike sayi-receive eNigeria about ama-drugs sizoyimukela kanjani indaba ukuthi okay
that's exactly what I was saying wesenzo ukuthi isey'mpandeni zesihlahla amaphoyisa if
awuqinisile lapho
aqinile akukho umuntu ozodayisa ama-drugs nje manje mufika nama-drugs uzowanika u-200 rand awuthathe inkinga yethu amaphoyisa and I'll tell you why ama-Nigerian enza ama-drugs ewadayisa yes vele siyaziwa
airport babamba u-4 million drugs u-10 million already suka i-country
yes and
that's why those people they can afford ama-bail that's why they can afford ama-bail heavy because abantu 4 million worth already 10 million to in the country
sebenikele ngawumengameli
lana ilokhuzana amaphoyisa akhona shem hayi usuku unebhadi lingakubopha nje
hayi babamba thina uma ngehla ngepolo bag e-airport mina ngiyaseshwa
uyaseshwa nje
ngepolo bag ngizoseshwa mina ngepolo bag
yezwa
but umuntu ophethe another bag ngeke bamseshe
yilento ade ngibuza-ke lento ade ngibuze ekuqaleni lento ade ngibuza ukuthi kahle hle siphamsini esakhonjwa ngaso ukuthi uma uke waqinisa umthetho from umuntu wakwelinye izwe wena ungowala kunesimo mhlawumbe esizokwehlela ngoba njengoba kade usho wena
imali nanokuthi amaphoyisa ethu ave ukukhuluma isingisi akuwisha nathi ngoba sikhuluma isiZulu noma isiXhosa noma
aseshe ibag yakho ayivula ihliphisi
makufika umuntu wesingisi ancena kabi ukukhuluma isheshe idlulile leyo nto ngicela sinike usisilungile ithuba amalongi
sanibonani
yebo
sisithenji ngiyabonga nami ukungena namhlanje kodwa mina ngicela ukuyiqala emuva la into eyonakala khona
yes please
isiZulu sithi ushaka makefa wathi ngeke silibuse liyobuswa zinyoni zezulu namhla libuswa zinyoni zezulu njengesisho sakhe mawumuntu nje ojwayele ukukhulela ezulwini kakhulu yonke into iba nesaga namhla siphila ngalezo zaga njengoba zinjalo namhla umama ngulungile kanje ngilele la embedeni ingane ayikho iyodakwa izobuya ne-braai pack engingayazi ukuthi iqhamukaphi ngijabulela i-braai pack ngifake ebhodweni kudliwe inkinga inathi thina abazali before ingazifika ekhulumeni abantwana bethu sibazalwe ngama-90s thina sizalwe ngama-70s khona abazalwe ngama-60s inkinga inathi uhulumeni wenza lento ayenzayo ngoba sihlulwe yinzalo yethu kuqala ngaphambi ukuthi nje sikhale ngohulumeni uMandela wathi abantwana banamalungelo wena mzali wakhohlwa iphathi yokuba umzali wathatha indaba yokuthi nawe wena mzali ubuzali uyabukhansela so unamalungelo uthola abazali bephuza nezingane zabo la eMzansi mina la ngihlala khona ngeke ngibezwe bekhala abafowethu bekhala ngama-foreign mina la ngihlala khona indlu yami igadwa ama-Nigerian mina mangingenayo imali yesinkwa ngiyaphuma ngiyoma ekhoneni ngithi my brother can I have 20 rand ngeke ngimcele owakithi engizalwa naye endlini ngicele yena lo khamba ingane makumele esikoleni ingenasikhaftini uzomiswa yilo muntu owumakhelwane wami ayibuza ukuthi did you eat kodwa ekhaya kunzima ukuthi ngifone ngithi ngicela ngesizathu sani sokuthi thina sizondana thina sodwa uzonda uzonde ngisho inzalo yakho ngoba phela uma ungena discipline uwumzali kusho ukuthi labantwana balethe emhlabeni awubathandi Labantwana mabengalungi bese uthini uhulumeni wathi. Muphi yena uhulumeni ngoba abantwana balethwa uwe emhlabeni. Abantwana yebo banawo amalungelo la benamalungelo khona kodwa mabengena la kwathusi la kunomthetho wakwathusi.
We cannot discipline them. They send us to jail. Siyaboshwa.
Kodwa makube nendlela yabona khona iprogram engiyangiyibukele yalapho phesheya. Umntwana makegangile lo mlungu umhlalise ekhoneni. Angithi asibashayi. Umbeke ekhoneni ukuthi abheke ibona. Liyam-irritate ibonda because i-punishment yokuthi ungamshayi. Nawe njengomzali sisithenji uba ne-punishment oyenza emntwaneni wentombazane emntwaneni womfana. Ukuthi mntanami la ekhaya ngulungile ngifuna u1 no2 no3 no4. Mangabe usuyabona ukuthi usumdala phuma. Siyona phi ke thina iyaqoma lengane. Ithi siqomile lengane ibuye nokudla kwasemanyaleni. Kuzophekwa kulamabhodo. Sasulindele ukuthi lengane izokuhlonipha. Bese uthini uhulumeni. Asingakhulumi nje indaba zo-COVID, sikhulume bahluleke ngisho ukufaka imask. Into elula imask ukuthi faka imask ngoba ngiyagula ngichronic, ngizofa kusasa ukhala. Hayi ngeke ngitshelwe yilo hulumeni. Muphi yena ngoba phela uhulumeni akekho la emgwaqweni. La emgwaqweni kune-COVID, uzobuya nayo le-COVID uthelelele abantu abadala abala endlini. Masingafunda thina singabazali before nje sizentsheni thina abazali sifunda ukuthi abantwana bethu masibaqeqeshe ngendlela. Thina sifundile sisithenjiwe ushawe ekhaya. Bekashawa usisimina, bekashawa umamnoni. Namhla wena uyahluleka ukushaya ingane yakho. Ukushaya kusho ukuthi ithatha induku. Iba neform ye-discipline. Le ngane zethu iqoma ama-Nigerian. Mina ngihlala eRosettenville duzane nomamnoni. Awukho umhlobo we-drug ongeke uthole la ngihlala khona. Awukho umhlobo wendoda ongeke uthole la ngihlala khona. Mara kathusi kukwathusi. Uyazi ukuthi masekangene ngalela gate ukwathusi. Ngale kwaloko ngiphumele ngomuzi uyohlala impilo yakho yasemgwaqweni. Uhulumeni usibonile ukuthi thina bantu bakudala sonakele sihlulekile. Wasucindezela ngabantwana bethu. Umuntu bakafuna ukuzwisa ubuhlungu uzokuzwisa ngengane oyizele endlini. Mama uzovuma iplastic ongalazi liphumephi lo muntu akasebenzi. Uqhamuka ne-braai pack uyathatha ufake ebhodeni nawe intombazane yami izamile. Into esiyibuka la ngaphandle zibuhlungu. Le Rosettenville mawuthi ubheka bomahosha bala bakhuluma pure Zulu, pure. Uvela ube namahloni Jesu uthi Nkosi. Omunye ngahlangana naye wangasekhaya emsini. Ngabuza abazali ngathi ingane ikephi. Bathi hayi ufunde e-UJ. Yiphi yona i-UJ? Ingane idayisa ngomzimba la emgwaqweni. Mayifika ekhaya lengane ishange inywele mfowethu ongazazi, ishange makeup yomhlolo. Umzali uthini? Ingane yami segoli iyafunda. Thina sihlala nazo le ingane egoli sibuka imhlolo. Kunzima ngisho ukumtshela umzali ngoba uyobe umuntu onomona. Masingalunga thina abazali qala ngaphambi nje ukuthi sifike ekhulumeni. Ibuhlungu into esiyibuka la kule ndawo esihlala kuyo. Ibuhlungu. Ulele wena embhedeni umzali ingane ayikho. Iyabuya ekseni, how see that uyibhambatha amahlombe. Uhambe njani kuJoe? Ufike malini uJoe?
Welungi, you know what the main problem is? Asifuna ukugoma nezingane zethu. Iye emjolweni nawe uye emjolweni.
Hawe malo.
Asifuna ukuguga.
Isihlungu nje sisibona la. Ngelinye ilanga nje sithenje awukwenze nje i-topic ngomntana nentombazane nomzali owumama. Ngelinye nje la ngwenze nje i-topic yomntana nentombazane nomama ukuthi mawumama uyiphatha njani.
This is a true story. A South African mother and daughter here in London bebangi vibrator. Omunye wayesebenzisa i-vibrator yomunye phambi kwethu beyibanga. Uthi ma ngoba unayo nje yakho
evaporate
bebangi vibrator phambi kwethu.
Hawe ma.
South African
mama
indodakazi.
Kunzima la Mzansi.
Siqoma nazo yazi ukuthi thina sasingazi ukuthi abazali bethu bayashaya ihlofhlofu.
Hayi sasingazi.
Unengane esexy ku Twitter na ufuna uba sexy ku Twitter. Nekwa magistring ngawengane nakamama. La you know what? Asifuna uku-accept uma ngabe usufika estage sokuthi angidedele abantwana kube ibona benza lezi. Ufuna ukuba sexy. sihamba nazo emaklabhini sidakwa nazo sishare ama makeup. That's why
bese
thina even
sikhala ngohulumeni.
ikamera elikhulu sasilihlonipha, ungangeni nje noma kanjani ekamereni elikhulu, kwakuthiwa ikamera elikhulu, the main bedroom. You didn't just enter your parents' private space.
Hayi kunzima. Kunzima abantu. Kunzima ngempela into esizibuka la ngaphandle. Hayi yabona nje iCovid angiyazi mina noma
wazi ukuthi ngoba sengaba nengane futhi ngoba isikhulile khona into engeke ngisayenza. Worse mekuyingane. Nakhona mekuyomfana because ingane yomfana will behave njengalabantu besilisa expose kubona. Khona umuntu ethi ingane ino 7 iyoqala isikole. Sebenza ama boyfriend house 8 kama. Uma usebe nama boyfriend house 8 phambi kwayo. Ayimazi babwayo. Yeza ama boyfriend kama 8 ino 7.
Kunzima bafethu ngempela kunzima. Kunzima. Yabo iCovid ifika vele sinetshe silithwele ngamakhanda iCovid. Siyakhala nje ngayo kodwa nje vele kubi ngalendlela esabisayo. Sokhaliswa iChina elingene eParliament. Le China elingene eParliament angiboni nokuthi silikhalelani ngoba vele siziqedile nokuhluleka. Siqedile nokuhluleka. Uhulumeni nje uyasicindezela usibonile vele ukuthi la emakhanda asivuthiwe. Uzonda umuntu waseZimbabwe mara waseSwazini uyamthanda naseSwazini kungenwa ngepassport nje. UkeSwazini 4 hours ukufika eBay Bridge 4 hours mara waseZimbabwe ufuni nakumbona. Kodwa waseSwazini hayi umnaka awunankinga nowaseSwazini. Ngendlela nje thina ama South African esizonda ngayo vele ekushayisa uvalo. Sihlula ukuya la eZimbabwe 4 hours ukufika eBay Bridge. Uyahluleka. Uzalelwe Soweto uhluleka ukuya eThekwini uzoya eThekwini ngokuthi kwaphuma itrip yesikole ugcinile. Uyofela eSoweto ngoba uzalwe eSoweto. Imentality yethu ibole kakhulu. Masingaqala nje sishintshe kithi thina esibadala. Sishintshe lo mqondo wokuthi mawumama uyathwala, mawumama uyahlonipheka, mawumama uyazinza. Abantwana bethu bazobonelela kuthi kodwa mangaba ngizofaka uJohn Vuligate ngizomkhuza kanjani engimzela ukuthi angamfaka uJohn Vuligate. Uyajive umama phambi kweingane. Jive nabangani bakho phela bontanga. Hayi phambi kweingane. Sasa ufuna inhlonipho uzoyithola kanjani? Bese uthi uhulumeni uthe. Mina uhulumeni angimbali, uhulumeni makenze okwakahulumeni, vele uhulumeni ngamfica ezweni ngiyomshiya ezweni. Kodwa kwakwami la ekhaya yini engiyifunayo ngumzali, yini engingayifuni ngumzali. Kodwa nje umzali ujabulela iplastic lasesipawo ongalazi, ingane ingasebenzi, usenkingeni. Usenkingeni.
Waze wasigiva sabazali sasisavelele. Njengoba besho nje guys ngicela sonke.
Yebo senzo.
Ngisacela ukuyilanda la ngiyayizwa lento eyisho mama ibhlungu yebo. Kodwa esikoleni kunalesi sifundo ngicabanga umama uyazi kunalesi sifundo kuthiwa iLO. Mhlambe kuze kungene ne life science yabo. Njengoba uthi wena mase ngikwathusi imkhuba yami yangaphandle izosala lapha. Afike uthisha angifundise ngawo wonke amalungelo. Angifundise ngawo wonke ethi even ngishabe kuthiwa uma wakho uyakunqabela ukuthi uma usuwenze into oyithandayo ngokwemizwa yakho but ngokwamalungelo ngizohlala ekhaya kithi wena ungafuni. Yabo. Kodwa ngenxa ukuthi senginamalungelo uthi uthi okay kulungile kunama social worker so wabiza azoze esikoleni ungazwe namama kodwa azoze against wena ngenxa ukuthi wena ufuni ngihlale ekhaya kithi ngokukhuleka ngizalo wena. Yebo. Just because kunalezi ifundo uhulumeni akhulule izingane zesikole ngawo yonke indlela ukuthi kahle hle akumele nakancane zize zikhona ukuhlukumezeka. Ubone ngeveni selizokushayela umthetho kwakho ngengane ezalwa uwena. Yebo. Uthola ukuthi noma ngabe kuthiwa mama uyathanda ukuthi mhlambe umthetho wakho uphile but sengizohlala la ekhaya manje ngenkani engiyinikezwe uhulumeni. Futhi make wangibeka isandla ngije futhi mina kuqala sengiyazi ngifundisiwe kodwa ngifundiswanga wena. Ngifundiswe from esikoleni lapho ohambe wayongithuma khona. Ngihambe senginamandla okugolozela nje vele abesikoleni sebeyigqishile yonke lento lokuthi nginamalungelo onke ukuthi ngingamgolozela umzali eyimeni 18 sengisholo ephuzini lokuthi odadewethu yebo bona ba-wrong ukuthi mhlampe bephilile impilo abayiphilayo lama-plastic ama-dry pack ngoba nathi phela singabafana abasekhaya siyalamba strong so makuthiwa ufike nenyama awufuna kubuza ukuthi iqhamuka kanjani as long upheka inyama la ekhaya hayi no umama akapheke ngidle ngilambile kodwa egcineni kwakho konke uthola usisi usesayida nobaba ingane yomfana isisayida nomama through zona lezi zinto engizama ukuzisho ukuthi amalungelo onke aqala lapha esikoleni wena mama okay fine unomthetho ekhaya but uhulumeni ngeke singam-include kulento ngoba uyena ohambise lemfundo esikoleni ukuthi i-life orientation ingane kumele yazi amalungelo ayo njengoba enjalo nginelungelo lokuthi ngiphile ngendlela engiyithandayo kuzothiwa uhlukumeza ingane bekutshele ngengane yakho oyizalayo wena kodwa manje bese bethi uhlukumeza ingane so engifuna ukusho ngiyafuna ukuthi kube nesolution yalento uma kukhona mhlambe umuntu ongaba nesolution singamdedela kakhulu ukuthi esimene esinjalo ikhanda mama baba uliqinisa kanjani ukuthi nginemkhuba yami yokubhema insango ngaphandle ngingane umfana kodwa mhlambe mase ngisekhaya uwavimba kanjani amalungelo lawe wafundiswa esikoleni ngawazi ukuthi angasebenzi la uzongixosha behlangane nami esikhotheni benginike kuma social worker ngifike ngichaza indaba ukuthi umama ungixoshile ngithi ngingene ekhaya bephinde bengixoshe bezokushayela umthetho manje ukuthi ngiphilisa kanjani ngingane yakho ungizali
ngeke ukuphendula Senzo isiZulu masithi igotshwa imanzi suke sichaza ukuthi igotshwa imanzi ngeke uyigobi ka grade 8 ikhlule ka grade 1 to grade 7 ulubuthi unana nonunu bayatshintsha babe ihoho babe isilwane igotshwa isemanzi butwa mina nginabantwana abawu3 omdala una 30 years uyi-drug addict uhlala emgwaqweni ekhaya kuba kuna everything nginomntana wesi2 ona 20 excelayo kuyo yonke into ayibamba ngesandla ngizokuxoxela ngalo mdala womfana first black child owayenza i-rowing e-GP Boys grade 10 wangenela ama-drugs waba expose ema-drugsini waze waxoshwa e-GP Boys waluza i-scholarship ngamthatha ngayomfaka e-boarding school e-Northwest wenza ugrade 10 11 12 wabuya weze UJ mangiphuma ngiyemsebenzini ngimshiya la endlini kumele aye esikoleni ulala la endlini ilanga lonke mangizobuya uyaphuma ne-school bag ngamtshela into eyi-1 ngathi ayikho into engizokwenza yona ngoba usumdala ngithi usenalo grade 10 esimlwelayo grade 12 esimlwelayo ngathi usuno grade 12 wenza i-first year varsity i-1 into engizokutshela yona uzohlala la endlini uzoya esikoleni mhla uthanda uzoba babona endlini ulama ubaba wakho mangabe uba indoda akalungile encane uzoba indoda akalungile encane ayikho into engizoyenza kodwa into eyi-1 engeke ngize ngiyenze angithengi underpan angithengi skipper angithengi joke angithengi lutho ngebhadi ubaba wakhona washona ngo-2015 wasala nami sabhekana ngeziqu zamehlo ke manje angithi mangithe mina kuzokwenzeka ukuthi ubhodela ngale kubaba wakhe ageza imoto aphiwe 20 rand ngathi okay useshonile kubaba sengisele mina nalengane imbodla lo muntu angithi la ekhaya ngathi i-1 into engizokwenzela yona ayikho engizoyenza uzodla engikuphekile ongingakuphekanga ungakuthinti ngadusha amafriji Senzo yangizwa ngithini awafaka ekamereni lami ngafaka i-butler gate ekamereni lami ngikhiya umnyango ngikhiya i-butler gate endlini eyodwa njalo ngiyakhiya namhla uhlala estradeni uyiphara akana future ubuyile a few weeks back makuzoqala nje imvula ubuyile wathi lungile ngizwile yalizwa lelo gama una 5 years lo muntu ahlala estradeni wathi lungile ngizwile ngicela ungixolele ngathi kuye ngizokwenzela into ezi2 hamba ofuna umngani wakho onendawo uhlale lapho ngizoncedisa umngani ukurenta ngizonithengela ukudla until nami ngizwe enhlizweni yami ukuthi sengiright ngawe usahleli lapho ngimmaintenela lapho. Umngani ube la izolo ezongitshela ukuthi hayi mama iprogress inkulu, akayanga rehab, akayanga ndawo. Kusho ukuthi he felt ukuthi manje uzwile. Nge-14 February uzobethi 30 years lo muntu engixoxela ngayo. Uzoba udadewabo sweet child. Engikushoyo kunja baze bashola estradini bathi kwanda umama akho uyakusiza. Mina mangibuya emsebenzini ngimthola la endlini amabhodi ephekiwe konke ku-right. Mangiphuma ngiye emsebenzini because uyafunda naye uzophuma esikoleni. Ngale kwalokho uhleli la endlini, uhleli nodadewabo lo mncane. So if wena mzali untenga nabantwana bazokubona ukuthi ayikho into emanipulate njengomntwana, umzele kowakho. Uzokumanipulate umntwana uzibona ukuthi awunangqondo. Mara if you stand firm as umzali, they will know ukuthi lo mama lo akahleki. Mina la estradini bangibiza umama G. Akutshela kahle manager athi lo mama lo akadlali loya. So ngitshela ngithi mina kwama kunahulumeni. Ngavota ngedwa la kulento. Angizange ngiphume nomntwana mhla ngiyobamba iqueue yokuvota. So anginayo umntwana mina onelungelo la kweyami indlu. Mhla evota kusho ukuthi the day naye sekazoba nelikwakhe. Ayokwenza ilungelo lakhe lokuvota kwakhe. Hayi la. Phela lapha. Angeke uyigobisi omile. Iqala imanzi izogobeka.
Yo, hey, kwaze kwanzima kodwa I do agree. Yeah, it's hard to parent. It's hard to parent. I agree with Usenzo when we talk about education, because recently I asked my young niece, I think ufunda grade 3 in standard 1 grade 3 angithi. Yes, ngayitshela ukuthi angeke ngiphinde ngibuze ingane ukuthi bekufundwa esikoleni. Lento yokubuza ingane ukuthi how was your day? Benifunda ngani? Masturbation. Sorry. Grade 3. What besifunda nge-masturbation ngaphelelwa amandla. Wazobuza ukuthi you want me to teach you Auntie Tay? You want me to teach you how to play with your body Auntie Tay? Manje what do you say ke? Uthini enganeni? Nazi incwadi abanazo abayifunda ezikoleni. Nazi incwadi abafundayo. Oh, grade 3. Nazi incwadi abayifundayo. So wena ke as a parent uthini? Ingane
ngikuphendula 16.
What is masturbation in Zulu? Ibhali testing ngana ngithi siya homeschool manje bayisendela ama homework.
Yabona ingane mayifunda lento lezi esikoleni. Nawe uba uthisha ngoba ngithi kufuneka ukudlala igalelo lakho lokuba uthisha. Ingane iyafika ikubuza lento ngesizulu uyichazela njengoba into injalo. Yiko kuhle vele ukuthi ezwe ngawe mzali kunokuthi ayoyizwa phandle. Uyitshela njengoba injalo ukuthi mntanami lapha kathi kwamathanga kuno 1 no 2 no 3. Kungaze kube kanje umphumela nawo. Awuyifihleli ingane. Awukuphiki futhi akufunde esikolweni. Kodwa uyahlukanisa. Senze homework la. Ngikunceda ngehomework. Ngizokutshela kwehomework. Sewakathusi. Kathusi kukanje. So wenza okwakathusi. Mina ingane zami la ekhaya isingisa sisikhulumi. Sihlala edrobheni impela kodwa ingane zami isingisa sisikhulumi. Ngobani ngowasemsinga mina. Zizokwehla le ingane zekhaya. Ziyeqa kumama nobaba le. Sekufuneka abakhumushe into abangayazi. As isingisi la ekhaya usigcina esikoleni noma senze homework. Sikhuluma uZulu. Yiso ke sisikhulumayo. Siyafaka isiphandla la ekhaya. Usifaka kunjalo ashone naso esikolweni isiphandla sakhe. Akukho la kuphikiswa khona. Manje basenze homework senze homework okwesikolo lokho. Hlukanisa phela. Hlukanisa.
Kodwa ngempela ukubona ugogo nkosami uyazama ukukhuluma nomzukulu. Umzukulu I love you. But you doesn't show me. Omunye baba wayezame athi anibizo no matric ezokhuza lengane akakwazi ukukhuza ingane. Bizo no matric azotshela lengane yehlisa ivolume. Akakwazi uzothina enganeni.
Bayayixosha Thenjiwe. Bayayixosha ekhaya ingane iba nesidini ingane efika ikhuluma isingisi emakhaya. Bayayixosha ukuthi nje bakutshela bathi nje yabona ke le ingane zakho nje ungaphindi uyibuyise la ekhaya le ingane zize ziba abantu. Zinjena nje ungayibuyisi. mina nginabazali ke nje abakhuluma ubaba nje ukhuluma unqo ekhaya nje uma umfana ungena esibayeni ekseni kuvuka usesibayeni liyoze lishone ingane uyayifundisa ukuthi ekhaya umndeni yilo esikoleni senza ukuthi kuhlukanise hayi ukuthi umntwana uzongena la hi mami how are you nawe uvuma ngesikole isingisi sasizokuhlaza lengane mina kangizange ngifunde okuyapi izongikhulumela esikhulu kusasa isingisi ngixakwe ke manje uthi kufuna ngenze njani
siyaseka zikutshela ukuthi le gama ayipronounce kanje ithi mina hey awuzungitshela ngesingisi sami imali yami phela lekufundisile leso singisi sakhe sami awungitshela nje ngento yami leso singisi sakhe sami sikhokhelwe yimina khosi ngisakhokhela la singisi sami ngakhupha ngempama eyodwa nje mina leso singisi
injalo sis awudingi nokuthi uyibeke isandla uyibuke nje uthi nje ngiyakhona yabona nje ublind spot wokudriver uvela uthi nje iyofunda kwezayo ukuthi kushubile okulandela la funeka ikhweshi iyomela lapha
SPO, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. We haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you guys.
That's frozen. Oh, I can hear you, yes.
So thank you very much. I've heard from Umama Nonlapo, Noma Ungile. So thank you very much.
You are breaking, yes.
I'm on my computer now, but you guys can hear me? Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question to both Uma Lungile and Manoni. So I know one of you might have said it, but so I know Wuti, you have as a mother or as a parent, you have duties to take care of at home. When the child or when your children come from school and they go home, what you said was that we need to separate what's for school and what's for home. So my question is, for some of us, I grew up in South Africa. What's the Congo for you guys who don't know me? I grew up in South Africa. So how do you make that different? How do you take somebody who is from, or how do you, my question I'm trying to say is, how do you different?
Hey, wabaleka ke lo muntu.
Sorry guys, we lost him, but he will rejoin, I'm sure of that. I've got Usmiso noSfiso waiting studio. So ngicela uku-add bona sizwe ukuthi bathini so that sizozwa ama-opinions afresh ukuthi athini. Sorry guys, we lost Smiso unjani? Sfiso unjani? So waiting studio. So ngicela uku-add bona sizwe ukuthi bathini so that sizozwa. Smiso and Sfiso, we cannot hear you. Smiso unjani? Okay, we've lost to Sfiso. Smiso, we cannot hear you. Okay, yes, nangu Sfiso. Oh, Smiso, what's up?
Yes, how are you?
Askuzwa yazi. Angazi noma ama-headphones noma yini kodwa awuzwakali. Smiso, what's up?
Hi.
Yes, how are you? We cannot hear you. Can you guys hear him? No, we cannot hear you.
Ngiyazwakala.
Hi. Niyamuzwa manje? We cannot hear. Can you guys hear him? No, we cannot hear you. Ngiyazwakala. Niyamuzwa manje? We cannot hear. Can you guys hear him? No, we cannot hear you.
Still angizwakali manje. Angizwakali.
Siyakuzwa thina bafo khuluma.
Bathe ngcono he.
Oh, ngiyabingelela ne.
Sure.
Yeah. Hayi cha ngiyajabula nje ukumukeleka nami la ekhaya.
Sila ngizwakali.
Ngila kule ngifuna ukubonga la kulokhunye. usesilungile angazi usesi kodwa ngathi uma mlungile ne but ke ngila ekuthenini ukuthi kuyena ngila ekuthenini uyazi abazali bethu bayasithanda bafowethu bonke akekho umzali ongazali ingane angayithandi so ma ingane mhlambe uyinika iyalo ingayithathi ne okay like ake ngenza isibonelo sokuthi esikoleni niyafunda eklasini mhlambe nibe u30 bari kugcinena niphasi nonke angithi angizwakali uthola ukuthi mhlambe ngeke niphase nonke so uma ningaphasi nonke kusho ukuthini mhlambe kusho ukuthi wrong ubani uthisha noma ingane
wrong baf
so ngila ekuthenini ke uma uwumzali ingane zakho zonke uyayithanda angeke uzale ingane uyikhulise ungayithandi so yonke ingane uyayinika umthetho kube kuukuthi ingane yona kayizwa so nginesiqiniseko ngineqiniso eliphelele ukuthi akekho umzali ongavuma ukuthi ingane yakhe yenza into embi okanye noma ngathiwa ingane yakho uyayazi ukuthi isigebengu mhlawumbe iphara ngayiphi indlela ibulala umuntu mhlawumbe nawe kade ukhona wayibona kodwa mase kufika laba bantu bakubola omunye lofile bethi bezoyibulala wena njengomzali wayo ngeke uzuvume so ngila ekuthenini ke ukuthi uma uwumzali njengoba usesilungile esho ngiyathanda indlela aveza ngayo yena indlela acontrola ngayo umuzi wakhe ne but ngiphinde ngidideke kancane ngilahleke njengokuthi ingane zinakho ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi zenza izinto thina especially thina ingane ngoba nami ngisayingane I'm 29 years yabo so kuba khona lokuthi ubone lokuthi kwesinye isikhathi uma uphuma esiporweni umsebenzi womzali ukuthi akubuyise akusikhona ukuthi akulahlele esigangeni akulahle ngaphandle wonke uma ngabe nje ukuthi ingane wenza iphutha awuzukulahlelwa phandle fanele ubuyiswe ekhaya ubuyiswa umdlali manje angifuni ukuthi mhlambe ngithi ukuthi ke thina ngoba kudala lokho ngiqale ngilalela I think ngine 2 hours manje lokho ngilalela na so leyo ukuthi ke thina abantu abamnyama I remember last time I was very disappointed ukhuluma India ne ama-Ethiopian uthi utshena thina ama South African uzothi kuthina asinangqondo ne thina asikwazi ukucabanga ukwenza imali yibona abakwazi ukwenza imali uzositshena la eSouth Africa utshena thina ne so leyo nto eyivele yangiphatha kabi kakhulu mina vele azange ngiphinde nje la ngakithi nje kunedoro sine story esiyi1 somuntu omnyama ezama avela ngithenga inhlobonhlobo kulezi amandiya mina angikwakuya nje ngifuna ukusupporta laba abantu laba lo akithi umuntu ngoba lo uzongedele and I'm sure ukusuka Ethiopia weza la eSouth Africa ngokuthi impilo ayimnandi lekuyena mayesefika la usezobona thina njengabantu esizehluleke okay ke vela it's fine vele sizehluleke ngendlela mhlambe nabona ngakhona but uzusitshene live hayi bafowethu ngiyabonga cela ukulalela kwabanye
cela ukukhuluma bo
yebo
hayi
India ne Ethiopia uthi utshena thina ama South African uzothi thina asinangqondo thina asikwazi ukucabanga ukwenza imali ibona bakwazi uzositshena la so leyo nto leyivele yami vele azange ngiphinde nje la ngakithi nje kunedolo sinesitory esiyi1 somuntu omnyama ezama avela ngithenga inhlobonhlobo ezama angikwakuya nje ngifuna ukusupporta laba abantu laba lo akithi umuntu lo uzongedele and I'm sure ukusuka Ethiopia weza la eSouth Africa ukuthi impilo ayimnandi lekuyena mayesefika la usezobona thina njengabantu esizehluleke okay ke vela fine vele sizehluleke ngendlela mhlambe nabona ngakhona but uzusitshene live hayi bafuthu ngiyabona cela ukulalela kwabanye yebo
Uyangizwa? Ngiyazwakala?
Uzwakalela phansi.
So uyangizwa manje? Ungizwile ubhuti Simiso mangimphendula? uSimiso ungizwile mangimphendula? Oh, ngithi mina kuwe. Ingane yaqala ukuhlupha ka grade 10, ina 15. Ngayigcina la endlini yaze yaba na 25. 5 years back ngayikhipha la endlini. Ngathi bayiyohlala estradeni. Iphile lempilo efuna ukuyiphila estradeni. Then a few days ago uyabuya uthi kimi uzocela uxolo. Ngithi mina ekumkhipheni kwami ngase ngimkhipha, uyangizwa ngithi ama-fridge ayehlala ekamereni. Nginebhata ekamereni endlini eyodwa. Ukuthi kumele ngikhiye ngoba ngisaba yena. So kufuneka ubani ekufuneka agqilazeke? Yimina ekufuneka ngigqilazeke kwami, ngigqilazwe yingane. Noma ingane kufuneka iyoyiphatha emgwaqweni. Mina ngabona ukuthi kungcono ngikhiphe yena, ngisale nalezi ezincane la endlini. Zizokwazi ukukhula ngendlela. Ubonile ukuthi emgwaqweni kunzima. Ukulala ungadlile, ziyanetha imvula. Konke hayi ukuthi bengingamkhumbuli noma ngidla bekefika, kodwa ngiphinde ngithi wayikhethela. Akusena baba la ekhaya. Usefuna ukuba indoda yami yena. Akukwazi. Funeka yoba indoda yomgwaqo ngoba ukhetha umgwaqo. Mina ngiqhubeke ngibe umfelokazi, ngibe umama kule ngane engihleli nazo la endlini. Ulala uqamela izicathulo, uqamela ibhegi ngesimanga sengane. Ayisebenzi kanjalo. Namhla uyakwazi ukuthi abuye endlini azocela uxolo. Eqaleni wawuthi mawukhuluma naye akutshela ukuthi ngithi la. Manje yiko-ke mina okungisebenzela ukuthi ngimkhipha emgwaqweni. Nalabo abanye bazothi mabecabanga ukuphinda basanganelwa amakhanda. Bathi sabona kubhuti ukuthi kwenzakalani. Angikudla ukudla okungena nomntana entombazane engingakwazi ukuthenga uba.
Iyazwakala welokhunjanisa wema. Ukuthi ngibuze la ekuthenini ukuthi uma kwenzeka mhlambe njengoba uthi uzele unengane eyentombazana, makungenzeka mhlambe ikhulelwe before time, lesikhathi mhlambe leso expectile wena ukuthi mhlambe uma ingafika kule minyaka le nayo iyofanele ukuthi uyixoshe ekhaya.
Angithi ingane ayiyenzwa umuntu oyedwa. Siyahamba siyobika isisu la isisu athe sakhona. Siyabuya siyazi ukuthi umphumela walapha esiswini uthini. Ingane mayisesiswini somuntu, yabona wentombazana umntwana kumnandi nakakhulu. Akasikhiphi ke lesisu sakhe. Uyayizala lengane yakhe. Ngoba u-under age or usemncane, the only thing engizohelpa ngayo kuleyo ngane imali. Ipampers ingane izoba nalo, impahla yokugqoka ingane izoba nayo, kodwa ngigada ingane yomuntu mina. Nami nginezami, yangibona lo ngibeli naye la una 5 years. Usadinga ngimgade. Wena masawudecide ukuba umama, ngizokusiza ngokwemali ukuthi ingane phela ingahlupheki, ihluphekela into engayazi. Kodwa angiyigadi ingane yomuntu. Njengoba ubona ukuthi usuqualified, uzoyigada ingane yakho. Uzoya esikoleni uzothatha imali yegrant, uyifaka ecrash. Ubuye ecrash undlule ngayo, uyikhiphe ecrash, ubuye nayo la endlini. Uhlale nengane yakho. Ilula, entombazane imnandi nakakhulu ngoba ingane ngeke ihlale esiswini forever.
manje uma ukuthi kade isafunda isikole ke iyalithola inithuba kuwena mara ukuthi ngibuze lapho ukuthi ma ukuthi kade isafunda isikole iyalithola inithuba lokuthi iphinde esikoleni.
Izophindela bhuti njengoba ngisho ngithi ingane ayihlale eswini forever 9 months uyibeka phansi ithi zalwa nje nako konke ongicabanga okuhle ma
eyishiye kuphi ingane uyishiya kuwena noma kufanele sekubo
mangabe uzale before June uzohlala nayo kuze kuphele lo nyaka ngiyabona ngela yayithatha ifake crash ngemali yakhe yeqolo. Mina into engizoyenza ngizothenga ukudla izogqoka futhi ingane ifane nezinye ayinacala yazi lutho kodwa angigadi mntakama angigadi isidalo ngihamba nayo makufuna lesami isikopho ukuthi ngihambe nayo kodwa hayi ukuthi ngiphoqelekile noma ingakhala uthulele uyabhala uzovuka igade yakho wayilanda wena angithi wayenza iLO lesho usenzo wayenza iLO naloko akushila usenzo kunye umvuzo ke waka LO uzozigadela uLO wakho mina nje ngizokondla ngiphume ekukhulumeni.
Hey niyajabula welumbile ngokuba amantombazane nineshow ukuthi abazukulu benabenu thina nje abafana Nkosi yami ngesazi noma amabhaji noma amajazi noma amantolibhantshi hey ngiyajabula zvele intombi yes
ngiyezwa Nkosi ya uyakhuluma usesinombi
network ikhange silahleke
iyabheda usisinoni uyakhuluma kodwa akazwakali
press enakho-ke
sengi right ngithi usisilungile ngiyamsaba shame intombi yasemsinga yasemobomvini alifakwa libuya nodaka angifisi ukuze eRosetteville ngihlangane nawe umakhelwane wami ngisenatural ngiyayazi hayi alifakwa libuya nodaka lapho kwakho
angeke ngidlale ingane ngeke ingane sesi
ukuthi mina lungile nami ngiyi-single parent angikaze ngishade but ngikhulisa ingane yomfana isina 34 ulobolile unengane yakhe uyayigada nami uyangigada uyazi makuphela inyanga mina angisho ukuthi amothenga ini ngibona ngena lo plastic la ndlela afake efrijini so lo mncane ona 16 ngimtshela ngayo ngithi ke nanga ubhuti wakho omdala uyambona akangene ukugwaya la endlini uyambona yasebenza ungikhule ngisebenza nginemoto nginayo yonke into uyithengele yakhe imoto akazange depend ukuthi uma unemoto sathi imoto ekama so umzali nomzali uyabahasha enganeni mina ngilo mzali olight einganeni even abantwana bodade ukuthi bangithanda ngoba angili nezingane ngikhuluma friend nengane but ukhuluma into enesense enganeni ukuthi ingane ifunde so like mina kithi imina ngeke ngine practice yami so ingane umamkhulu umamncane uphila kanje athi ngoba kunemali but ke ngiyazama ukujabulisa wonke umuntu ngalo 2 cent enginawo so ingane iyasibona isandle sihash ezinye ziyakhula ezinye ziyasibalekela mina ingane ngadadewethu omdala kunami uma wazo but izongifonela mina ngisegoli ithi mamncane ngicela imali yokuya emsebenzini kodwa eThekwini noma wayo uyabona you need to be harsh to love ingane at the same time awuthi ingane yayithanda uyitotosa ukwenza konke enganeni. So ingane is very sensitive. Mina ngiye ngithi khona ingane umzukulu uthi gogo ngithi kwabanye akona ugogo kodwa ngiyangivuma ngithi eGoli kunagogo uyazi lalungile wena obungaka nje usise eGoli. Mina uma ngena bathi usisi ngithi mina akekho usisi ongaka mina ngugogo wakho noma nguma wakho. Bathi eGoli kunagogo akunasisi. So ufuna ingane uyithathe kanjalo, just learn to loving. Asikho isalukwazi eGoli. eGoli kunobrabani kunosisibani ugogo bani ithina kuphela sibuye Natal sogogo ngoba uyasho ukuthi mina ngugogo. Uyahleka Simo akekho ugogo eGoli. Wena uzothi hayi mina ngugogo kabani mina nguma kabani eGoli osisi no auntie kuphela. So ulungile ngiyasizwa ulungile unalesandla sase KZN la ngiyazi umsinga nawe Thenjiwe uyakwazi. Emsinga abantu bakhona ba very culture thingy. So banalo mthetho o harsh o strong. Mina umntwana angenza okubi but anginayo ineve kumkhiphela emgaqweni. Ineve enganayo maybe ukuthi ngimuse rehab yabona try those things. Ngihambise ngesilungu uqala before ngimlahlele estradini.
Angeke mntaka mama ke hlula isiphandla erehab anginokuya make hlule nje isiphandla ngoba kuzothiwa hayi yidlozi umsamo cha make hlule nje isiphandla mntaka mama okulandelayo umgwaqo erehab anginayo ke yase rehab.
Wenoni
yazi Joburg 10 ayithi Joburg 10
yes
ibhasi edlula lapho kunile Joburg 10 uma ngifika mina bengisafunda kufika abelungu bekhala bethi angazi lengane sengiyithenge kangaki yabona I understand that language beyithenga kuma drug dealer. I-drug dealer izoninga lakho ama drugs for the whole week. Friday isikolota 20,000. Abelungu they used to pay I never used to understand that language. As a khala mina ngisebenza kulo iphathe njalo abantu abanama mental problem. Athi umlungu angase ngithenga ngaki lengane kubantu ngabo 50,000 yabo. Those parents they had a chance ukuthi amqoshe but ngoba umzali you pay 50,000 ingane ibuyi
munawo
ibuyi ingane phela ngithi abelungu banabo abelungu bebenabo mina bengayi understand the time bengifika eGoli ngabo 1990.
Ngicela nje ukukhulumela abazali abanjengolungile khona ingane la ubona khona ithi akuzofa mina kuzofa noma kulimale lezi ezinye izingane engihleli nazo la endlini noma kuhambe lo ngoba musulala phezulu kwesikhwama. What about lezi ezinye izingane ohleli nazo ingane esingene endlini usune fridge elihlala ekamereni. We've seen ingane they can destroying the whole family. And uma ngabe unalendala lezi ezincane zizofundani if wena unesandla esikhulu kulomdala.
Inkingi lapho ke ama drugs angene kuthina late ngoba sebebonde emakethe sebe exhaustile imakethe nemali. Then beza kuthina
thina sile emakethe ayisebenzi i-rehab kuma cases amasebenzi khona and iyabiza
thina sile emakethe ngenamali
ley'ngane eziyiphethe kahle zibe homeless.
That's why sesithola ama TV ama cellphone to subsidize that life. Mina nginesikole bengidlula kusona eBinoni eThinville isikole sakhona. Ngama break kupaka luxury cars kwi-fence esikole. Ukunika angithini singane sesifundisa kuma model C. Ukunika ingane yami ngebrad ayinike whatever. Friday ufuna imali. Ayikho imali ingane abayisabuyi. Isibanjiwe wenzani umzali? Uparanoid. Uzoyakumashonisa uyofuna imali ukuthatha ingane yakho.
Ingane iqolisa ubona ukuthi ngayaphinda yenza into wrong lo.
Mina lake langihlasela iNigerian ngo-20 ba I think ngo-2010 langihlasela iNigerian lizofuna imali yalo. ngalitshela ngathi hayi bobuya ngeviki elizayo uzoyithola ngacaca ihostela yonke ngayivalela endlini lashawani
ilife yasegoli ke leyo wena
bengingekho mfowethu benikana lento yabo benikana yona usezofuna imali yakho usezoyifuna kimi wayoyinike mina yini mina kwakunzima sisibona la ekhaya kwakuphela mina ngisho teaspoon ekhabetheni kungena komiti kungena plate kungena teaspoon indli empty ngesibanga sengane
ilife engiyifunde la eGoli ukuthi ke ingane zethu bayinika Monday to Friday ufuna imali uma engakwazanga uyithatha ingane yakho uzokuhlasela endlini
yebo
azofuna imali so impilo ephilwayo manje
angifuna
ukuyona impilo emnandi
ngiwumzali nginozwelo not only enganeni yami kodwa angifuni ukuqamba amanga ngingahamba emgaqweni I've seen abazali befa bebulawa ikhensa ye stress ngendaba yengane
it's true vele Thenjiwe
namhla sisinono ngoba wena unurse ngiphuza iCalog i25 milligram Calog 25 milligram ngesibanga saleyo ngane ngasibanga nje saleyo ngane you understand so angeke nje ngize ngitotosa ingane ubani usifiso angiyitotosa ingane mfana angidlali nengane uyitotosa namhla mangifuna ukukhuluma nobaba ngisahleli inkulumo ukuthi kambe le ndoda ngizoyingena kanjani ngize ngithumela umalo ngithi emalo ngicela ungicelela kunayo uboyfriend wakho ukuthi manje sengicela ukuthi ekhaya njengoba nje ngina52 ngisacela mina ekhaya kithi bese kuzothiwa yami ingane iLO nani konje senzo nani lokho kushilo senzo iLO nani naloko kunye okushoyo
life science
life science hayi ayikho mina nginayo iLO ne-life science la kami iLO ne-life science ikhipha wena ukuthi ukwazi ukumelana nomhlaba hayi ukuthi uzobe usufuna ukungiphatha angeke ungiphathe
yabona lungile wena lungile ukulo antidepressant la eGoli sekune business yama wellness center kade mithi abantu afana lo Thenjiwe kanje abahlushwa izingane emakhaya abo CEO abobani abanemali akusasho ama psychiatric hospital sekuthiwa ama wellness center ngoba badlala ama snooker they do all those top things because of stress ecaused izingane ezalwayo the whole CEO of a company uvalele wellness center impilo ephile South Africa le
ile ingane soft life creates very weak men soft life fanele kube khona into edreamayo eyifisayo ukuthi I can't wait ukuba nombhede wami noma phela esingasekho kwi-age yokuthi ingane ifisele yona kodwa fanele kube khona singazenzeli yonke into izingane lento yethu yokuspoila izingane sizenzele yonke into siyibulela izingane zethu nayo into yokungena
yazi uthini yabo mina Thenjiwe uma ngikhulu wena sikhule endaweni eyodwa abazi uTorish angithi
yes
uTorish wayedrive imoto mina ngikhalela ukudrive imoto njengoTorish empilweni so ukuthi ngidrive imoto ngoTorish I had to go through life ethile to be able to drive imoto so izingane zethu zikhule ekhaya kunemoto imoto ithinte mina mangifunda bengigibele eThembalihle ngiyofunda edrobheni ngibuye kanjalo so ingane yami ithathwa umalume egate iye esikoleni ibuyiswa umalume umalume engekho mina ngiyayihambisa yabona lezo ngane akuna anything ezimisayo elifeini
but yazi ke fanele uyi-expose ke ekutheni at least yona ayidreameke ukuthi ngifuna ukugibela ibhanoyi miseligibela ibhanoyi angidream ukuthi ngifuna ukuba nebhanoyi lami noma ngifuna ukugibela ubusiness class uma wangigibelisa kakhulu economy I can't wait ukusebenza ngigibela ubusiness class ngicela sinike
nabanye lo life ilife yebhanoyi mina kuLasbon is like it takes from Joburg to Durban uyahamba mozi eDurban yebo ma ngizohamba ngeflight yabona so lo muntu mina iflight ngayigibelisa mina umzala amaza ngise airport na umzalo wakho akaza kuse airport thina ingane zethu sihamba nazo ema-airport usiyakwazi ukuyiyela e-airport yena yabo. So there's this thing ukuthi-ke i-life yabo is-smooth, thina impilo ibiba nzima kuphela isinkwe endlini.
Mina ngiyayenza libe hard sisinoni. Mina ngiyayenza libe hard. Mina la kwami uJohn 14 usashebwa nophuthu. Inyama igcwele i-deep freeze. Ngiyayenza ke mina ibe hard. uJohn 14 nje la khawusa namhla besidla uJohn 14 onamazambane. Kodwa inyama ikhona. Anginako lo mangithengile ngiyabala ukuthi kuzonela inyanga. Ledliwa le emsing iyadliwa la ubhontshisi liyasheba la ekhaya alenzi salad. So anginayo smooth life. Smooth life umthola kakho yila uzothola smooth life.
I think Thenjiwe, I'm not against wena lungile ne-life yakho yabona. Nami ekithi ngikhule kanjalo, mina ngikhula ubhontshisi ngawuthandi. Bengidla amanzi kabhontshisi. Benginganeswa kithi.
Mina ukuthi ngibona leze yabona leze egcwele la emgwaqweni, mawuthi uyayibuka ziphuma ko St Martins, ziphuma ko Bevan Baby lesa sikole sise Bedford. Ingane ezikhule kahle ezingazange ishode ngalutho kodwa namhla zamaphara.
I-problem yokuba iphara
uJohn 14 ezithi nje uJohn 14 azimfundi nangephunga zikhula zibe abantu.
Yazi ukuthini lungile yabo lo ishoyo inkinga ingane sifundisa ikolele ezibizayo. Those people bama-drugs they attack them there. Uma efike nama-drugs uyazi 50,000 uzowuthola Friday. Uma ngithi ngithatha ingane yakho ngifuna 50,000 ngizowukhipha ngigijima. Bawukhipha phela bomama belezo ngane. Wena ukhiphanga.
Ngithe phela ngaya sina inkomo iblamani. Iblamani
nawe asinaki.
Malo ngingafa.
Ngicela ukuze usenze ukuthi uthini.
Mina 50,000 anginawo. Kodwa lo mzalo ofundisa ingane yakhe oSt Martins unawo 50,000 rand Friday angithi. Kodwa awumenzelanga lutho 50,000 wakhe ingane yakhe end up emgaqweni. Ngoba maybe sefuna imali more than 50,000 per week. Bemotha afford 50,000 yayibona. That's how it started.
Ngicela ukuzwa ngosenzo noSmith ukuthi bona bathini, especially because bona ngiyabana basebancane. What's the best thing to address indaba yale?
Abazali ingane.
Abazali ingane bayizwele. Abazali ingane bayizwele.
Abazali bayizwele na.
Ngithule ngilalelo omama lapha. Hey, abanikani isikhathi ngiyabona iminyaka isihambile kathi ngalokho mawusuqalile ungathi ungade ulokho ukhuluma udumo. Endabeni yala siyibuka ngeso elahlukahlukene le ndaba le eyidafu zomalume, indaba zokufunda ey'koleni zabelungu. Ngendlela esibuka ngayo thina ngapha kwaNtuthu Thenjiwe, ngicabanga uyangizwa mangithi kwaNtuthu indawo engange 1 kilometer 1 kilometer sekudingeka umalume ozohambisa ingane esikoleni 1 kilometer. Mina bengwela umfula about 3 kilometers ngisabheke khona, ngiphinde futhi kube 3 kilometers ngibuya. Sengibheka isikhathi bona abakhula kusona ukuthi lento le igcina inomthelela even nasekhaya. Ubuvila buqala lapho, thola ukuthi umuntu sekunemsebenzi angakwazi ukuthi azoyenza inyakaza imizimba. Kodwa angisho ingane kaMama Lungile ngoba ayisho ezakhe usechazile ziyawenza lo msebenzi.
Ageji
yabo
wakwathuma umwezi wami akabacontula ukhulu egcekeni. Wathi umwezi weMike khona uLeonard is a gardener. Kwaphela kanjalo. Ucontula nje ukhulu. Wathi ekhaya khona uLeonard.
Wathula nawe ngikuthembile.
Ngangingekho nje the ngangise eGoli mina behleli nogogo eThekwini. wathi aqothula ukhulu wathi agogo ekhakhona uLeonard. Kwaphela kanjalo. Esikoleni akalicosha iphepha. Kune field work angithi. Usukuma edeskini ashiye kanjalo kunomuntu olungisa idesk. Mina besipholisha ama-desk thina amatafula namawindi. Sizothini ke manje? Kushinte konke.
Bengikhulumela udaba olunjalo ukuthi ezinye zezinto uthola ukuthi ingane izispoileka ngisho nasemqondweni, kanti indaba iqale ekuthenini ibisafunde yazi ukuthi even ngisho edolobheni yazi ukuthi mama usuhlala edolobheni kakhulu ugcina indawo e1 kilometer ngempela ugcina usuyihayikela itekisi ukhohle ukuthi la just in 10 minutes or 15 minutes ubungabe usufikile lapha yini ukujwayela lento ihamba izifike nasemzimbeni. Ingane uthola ukuthi zisiqoma zino 13 years 14 years umzimba ukhule ungekho strong ngalendlela leyo ukuthi umuntu kusheshe kubonakala ukuthi usemncane ngalendlela amncane ngayo, because yabona ngoba ngiyengaka nje but ingane na 15 years iwusisi imali ilapha yini indlela ekhule ngayo uhambe lo muntu ngetransport from emncane wangayijwayela izinto umzimba wakhe awukhonanga ukuthi wenze lezi zinto ezizumzimba wakhe ukuthi ube strong, so ku-end up uthola ukuthi bagcina beyamaphara emgwaqeni lapha izinto abasheshe bafika kuzona isikhathi sabo singakafiki ukuthi beconfident kuzona yini badayiswe imizimba yabo yabo. Indaba iqale lapha na kumalume kahle kahle ngizingihola umama uNoni njalo ukuthi into eziningi uthola ukuthi uma imoto kuye into akhula akasayifisi kangaka ukuthi kwakumnandi ukuthi mawuthi uzogibela imoto uthi hey ngizozwa amanani yabo. Kufika kanjalo emqondweni ukuthi one day ngiyafisa ukuba nemoto because ngiyazi kumnandi mangabe usemotweni, kube mnandi ngisho ukuthi umama uthe uzohamba nawe ukuye edolobheni mhlawumbe langakini noma emakethe niyazi ukuthi okay makukude ngaleyo ndlela nizogibela imoto ujabule yabo. So laba bamanje kubo sekukancane uthola ukuthi usefisa ukuba nemoto empilweni because yena imoto into akhule ngayo zisuka emncane vele i-distance emfishane yabo, yena imoto bevele nje ayigibele. So khona bekhomenta la ukuthi ufisa ukuba ne-flight into ethanda ukusinda kancane ngoba umama uNoni kakhulu indaba ukuthi awu ezama ingane just i-flight nje kuyitekisi yokusuka eGoli uya eThekwini yawo. Kodwa manje ngibheka ukuthi kulabe sisazobazala-ke umama njengoba esho ukuthi asizale ingane khona sizobona ukuthi mhlawumbe mina ngabe sengiyona
ngempela senzo.
Ngicela ukukhuluma nami emva kobhuti Senzo.
Okay.
Okay.
Akubhediwe senzo.
Ngiyabonga sis. Oh, khuluma uMamlungu noma mina sisithenjwe.
Sicela ukunika uNgubondoni lokhuzana.
Oh, imena uNgubondona mina ngiyabonga ukujoina sisithenjwe. Ngiyabona nje ukuthe ukhuluma uMamlungile yangithinta ngaphakathi ngathi hayi yangithinta le. Mina ngikhulele eMlazi while manje angihlali eSouth Africa. Ngikhulele exactly esandleni esifana njengasaMamlungi. Mina ngifunda kuma-multiracial but besazi mina nomzala wami ukuthi mangifika ekhaya isingisi sakho ushiya egeyithini masungena kaMdonki. Mina ekhaya ngikhule ekhayani elime kahle kodwa besinemenyu. NgoMsombuluko sizodla urice nekabishi nesausage, ngoLwesibili kudliwa ubhontshisi, ngoLwesithathu kudliwa isitambu, ngoLwesine kudliwa ukuthi ngisho esikoleni besingakheri thina, ngisho ukukhera ezinye ingane ikhera ngoba besiphatha i-lunch box. Abantu into makuthiwa ingane kuhamba ziyebhishi sithi nathi sicela ukuya ebhishi, mase kuthiwe nje kwakushiya igama elilodwa kuthiwa hayi kaMdungi uhlala phansi. Uthola uthi do awukho if akho but uthela uthi do lokho mina kungisizile in such a way ukuthi ngathi sengiqala sengiba nama-boyfriend, if lento o-boyfriend bakuthengela o-KFC ngangivale ngisho ngikulahle ngikhiphe ngewindi ngoba ngizoyithatha ngiyisephi leyo nto izodluba ngizothi ngiyithathephi. Ngangikhipha ngewindi ngize ngifisa ukuthi uma mhlawumbe ngise-KFC kanti angishongo ukuthi ngise-KFC, ngangifisa ukuthi kunokuthi khona into eyenzakalayo kumina ngcono ngife kunokuthi ngibanjwe umuntu wasekhaya ngoba ngibolile induku. Sengimdala. Lokhu kungisizile mina sisithenje ngoba kungiqoqile. Manje nganede ngasuka eMzansi ngaya phesheya. Angulona uvanzi ngoba vele ngiyakwazi ukuyiqoqa. Ngabona ubukhazikhazi akungithusanga ubukhazikhazi vele ngoba ngiyakwazi ukuyiqoqa. Mina sisithenje ngathi ngihamba eSouth Africa ngicela ukutshela ukuthi ekhaya nganikezwa iBhayibheli. Engidinwanga kanje ngathi yey kulo muzi abasanginiki ngisho kuthiwa bamba phela amadola. Kwathiwa nje esizokwenzela kona ukuthi ukukususe la eMzansi kuyekise America sesikwenzile. Into esonginika yona nanti iBhayibheli. Othi mawuzola nenkinga uguqe phansi uthandaze. Mawune inkinga uvula iBhayibheli ulifunde. A decade later, 10 years later, ngihambile eMzansi. Lelo Bhayibheli lisangisiza till today. Ngaba amadola lawa abanginika wona asephelile. Lokho so abantu ababukayo they might seem as if umamlungu une German hand. Mina as recipient ye German hand eyangisiza. Mhlawumbe manje ngabe nganginengane ezu6 ngoba phela mina ngikhule ngama 90s kuqonywa taxi driver kuthiwa we mina ngagibela ibhasi ukuthi uyaka uye library ugibela ibhasi. Uthi uye workshop library workshop but uye city hall whatever library ugibela ibhasi. Kuthiwa ibhasi imalini uthi u8 uzonikeza u8 exactly. Kuthiwa yonke into oyifunayo ikhona endlini. Bafuna ukuthenga lunch box ufake ukwenza isikhaftini ufake amathinkizi ufake iwathi ufake iaphula khona konke endlini. Mina isandla esistrict sangisebenzela kakhulu.
Wenduna yazi ngicela nje ukunyazela kulento oyishoyo very important and very ibalulekile. You know what's the difference between us and our parents? We are single parents. A lot of us are single parents. What you don't do for the child, the absent parent will do. Ugcina kuze kufike ngisho into yokuthi sekuyakhompithwa ukuthi ubani ubenzelani. And the parent ongathenga ukudla ongakhokha imali yokuthi bahlalaphi ubathengele oncamncane abathengele imswenko. Thina njengoba usho nje ukukhula either phakathi kwamama nobaba noma ukhuliswa ugogo nomkhulu. Kodwa nje bekhaya kuyifamily enesiqa. Thina vele uzoba no-anti ozoyigada izingane. Vele futhi uzofuna asebenze ngoba uyamkhokhela nawe usebenza kanzima. So uzobe uthi ingane ayikorobhenini. Omama bayasebenza sibambe ngamazinyo sabantu besifazane ubuye ekhaya nawe ukhathele. Ngeke ubuye ekhaya ulokhu uthi ingane ayigunda utshani uzoqasha leyo nato ezogunda utshani. We need to go back to having ama-family structures aformeke kahle. Uma uwedwa as umother and uzobuya nenyama ingane izobuya ne-KFC uthi uyathetha ithi my dad bought it for me uzothini? Isishilo my dad bought it for me. Mase sihlukene thina as ama-parents asibesakwazi ukuco-parent. Siyazama uthi uyazama meke kwakho nojolayo between you two iyaphela leyo nto. Ngoba khona ungeke understand uthi indaba umuntu wakhe lokho efonelwa i-ex. Uthi ubuza ingane ukuthi manje lamateku it's my dad bought it for me. Ugcina ukhathele nawe. And ngeke njalo mithi my dad bought it for me uthi hamba utshinga emgqonyeni kanti sekuthenga utaxi driver. So i-structure se-family siyabhede South Africa. So much so that even abakuma-relationship indlela aba-abuseke ngayo kuze kube ngcono ubona abantu kunconywana ngokuthi nje ayi cha ngathi kungcono ngiyisingile kunalento engiyibonayo. Yes Sinoni.
Hayi mina ngibona kuba ngcono ngisingile Masithenji ngoba kunzima. Uzomsebenzela lo muntu. Mina umsebenzi wami ngisekhaya like up to Thursday I start to be busy. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday ngisemsebenzini. Ngibuya ngizophekela umuntu. Mina ingane zami ziya understand ukuthi angikho ngiyasebenza Thursday ngizobe ngiyiphekele Monday up to Wednesday. ngabo Sunday ngiyobheka ama-specials akhona zidle lo sendlini nafanele ngibuye ngizomphekela aka-understand mina isibhedlela is 24/7 365 I'm self-employed private anytime i-call iyangena uma ingena ngo-1 I can still make money ngo-1 up to 5 so anginasikhathi ukuthi ngumama fanele ngo-5 ngibe sendlini ngipheka ibhodi ukuthi wena ubuya ngomthetho ngo-6 uyadla so omunye umuntu ayi-understand leyo nto so uma ungayi-understand uright uhlala khona ngihlala ngihlala khona phila impilo yakho nami ngiphila impilo yami ngikwami konke into enginayo yami nawe uba nento yakho so uhlangana ngalo la uhlangana ngalo but at the end of the day single parenting for me it work better ngi-right akukho engikuswelayo ngoba uma ngifuna ukwenza amazipho ngithathe amali ngenza amazipho uma ngifuna ngesaluni ngithathe amali ngesaluni angeke ungibulale ukuthi wangenza amazipho wangifaka i-hairstyle wangifaka i-full tank ikhohlwa like utala buvulwe ngihambe mina ngayo ngingenela elikho ngayithela into engiyiphuzayo ngoba that's what sibulawela leyo nto sibulawela leyo nto ukuthi-ke ungenze i-hairstyle wangenza amazipho sengingofana amazipho ne-hairstyle ngempela siphela leyo nto phela hayi udla imali yami for what wenza amazipho wenza i-hairstyle wothenga ingubo e-Truworths angisagqoki i-Truworths mina iy'ngane zethu y'gqoke e-Truworths
abanga wenoni kukhona ababulawela i-3310 wathiwa
ifoni
esifebe sihambe nemali yami sabulawa uhambe ne-3310
kahleni mina angisabi next mina usofa engihleli kolo wami ngeke kufike umuntu athi ngicela usofa wami ngicela icarpet wami ngicela itafula lami okwami so impilo efanele siyiphile leyo uthi abantwana you must have that pride from young age manje problem le mpilo bayiqala ema-tertiary umuntu afuna ukuba ne-hairstyle i-13 inch or 14 inch whatever bayibiza ngayo ekhaya bemkhiphela ukuthi ayofunda yena umuntu ufuna ukufila a luxury life mina ngikhumbula ngifunda e-ML bengiluka amagoda ngesikoleni uwaqaqe Friday wakambe ne-afro makuphuma besihamba sodla ice cream e-workshop lona makinati udla ice cream onamakinati ase-workshop nihlale epaki nibuyele back nogibela isitimela esiya kwamashu that was life akekho umuntu akangibulalela leyo nto kwakuyimali angiyiseva u-20 rand gibela itrain kusale u-15 rand udla esikoleni but Friday uzoba nayo imali ka-ice cream so single parenting for me is the best uma ungazange ube ne-partner uma ube ne-partner uba right ne-partner learn to live with your partner but i-problem yabosenzo ba-intimidated abogela abakwi-age yakhe maybe ba-ena more than bona ahluleke usenzo ukuzehlisa angabi kwi-level yakhe usenzo abe ubaba ukuze nogel akwazi ukuhlala naye but usenzo ufuna ukumcindezela ugel that's why kube ngingasakhona ukuzwana ekhaya but uma usenzo ngaba ubaba ugel abe umama then i-life iba perfect but usenzo basuke bafuna ukubacindezela abogel i-problem asuke bafuna ukucinde umuntu ufuna okay ngenza amazipho imali yami ngenza
lobola hey niyabacindezela mani mebezolobola osenzo nosimo osimiso mebezolobola niyabacindezela abantwana bethu
i-problem abazali bethu abazali balabo gel mina Thenjiwe ngenhlanhla angizange ngizale intombazana inkosi yangisiza ngabe sengayibulala ngoba lamagel lawo 16 years umwezi lasibhoni yami uclassmate wakhe uphethe ingane manje uclassmate una 16 uphethe ingane ngimagine if umwezi ngabe uphethe ngabe sengambulala so ngi-right ngama-boys mina ama-boys they are laid back bayaphuza ukuhlakanipha manje abosenzo ba-right la bekhona ababuke nabo impilo bazoyifigure out ukuthi baphila kanjani kule mpilo bazoyimoldela bona impilo nabo abantu abazophila nabo benze njani abononi sesigugile thina senzo funana bene nizobabluma babe kwi-level ofuna babe kuyona.
Yeah. Hi guys, siyakhuluma kodwa shem ngithulela isigqoko. We've been here for 3 hours 30 minutes. Hayi ngicela sivalelise manje sesivala. Umuntu
Wena phela use UK, wena phela 2 hours, u12 wakho. Udlala ngathi.
Hey. Oh, 1 guys, seko 1 sekuyasa.
Thina ukora bus 1. Udlalile ngathi ethenjiwe. Hayi ku right vele.
Sinceda usenzo usenzo kwi-night shift. Sihlalisa usenzo kwi-night shift usenzo. Namhlanje nje i-night shift ihambe kahle boy. Awuzange uzele lapha emsebenzini.
Hayi mina nginankinga iviki my Monday is on Thursday. Thursday my week start.
So guys, let us go back to a topic because I'm sure anyone who just saw the stream and saw ukuthi sikhuluma ngani and comes here and finds ukuthi sesikhuluma. We've been here for 3.5 hours. Obviously we are human beings. A topic enye izalenye nenye izalenye, so bese sikhuluma
it's normal.
Children a topic yethu esiqale ngayo. The basic thing ebisihlanganisile sesivalelisa ngizocela wonke umuntu asho nje okuncane about the topic. It was about amalokhuzana ukuthi amangcwaba njengoba sekuthiwa sekukhuphe umthetho omusha ukuthi lento yokurepha amabhokisi ngama plastic ayisikho isidingo sayo. So we are going back ukungcwaba kahle. Inafupha inhlangano yabangcwabi base South Africa ihambile yayonikhulumela ukuthi ningcwabe kahle ngoba benibahlupha. Senivula abanye bathi nje ngeke ubaba besimsendela isuthu sifuna ukubona igqokile yini noma senintsho. So sekuvelile ke bebekhala ngoba thina siyayithinta idumbu yindaba umndeni ungapheka usibone nokusibona letha lona ukusibona. So ke yes ababiko imizimba isizobona imizimba isizoya emakhaya nasemasontweni. Asikho isidingo se-PPE. Asikho ama-coffins do not need to be wrapped in plastic. So bekhulunywa ngaleyo nto. Ngicela sesivalelisa ke panel yami bakithi sisho ukuthi what do we think this is a step in a right from government? What do we think? How do we feel? Ngoba ayabona manje ngiyasareshwa amabhokisi nawo amabhokisi sezongcwatshwa nje kahle ngendlela bekungcwatshwa ngawo.
Okay,
okay, yes, it's not done.
Okay, mina nje umuntu osebenza esibhedlela. Ibibhlungu kakhulu lento ukuthi akuvumelekile ukuthi umuntu wakini ngoba nimgcina mhlayo admitwa. Uma se-admithiwe ithina simbonayo. Uma nifuna ukumnika ijuice ninika i-security ihambise. Uma kuthiwa usethule i-security emkhiphayo angene kwi-hash ayela yakhona. Uma sesuka lapho nina senohlangana naye esimetri nakhona ningamboni sekuthiwa nali ibhokisi lakhe useyagqitshwa. So like lento entshe eshintshiwe kuzokwazi nomndeni ukuthi ikwazi ukuphola bambone at least okugcina ezekhaya adlule ekhaya esontweni ayemathuneni. Bekubhlungu la kuthina kusezibhedlela bekubhlungu ngempela ukuthi umuntu akini azathula ungambonanga. Usubona ibhokisi eligcotshwe ngoplastic. Awazi noma uyena noma kuyena. But ke siyababonga laba abahamba ukukhulumela abantu. Mina ngenhlanhla akungificanga. But ke kunabantu ekwenzekile njengoba sezibhedlela ababona esekhishwa. Akukho nawe nefamily ukuthi izombona ukuthi nangephuma ewodini. Ngoba normal befika ifamily izombona aphuma kuleyo moto ahamba ngayo. Bese iphuma nje ne-security hamba afakwe lapho nonhlangana isimetri. So siyabonga kakhulu. Esesebhokisini ningaboni noma uyena noma kuyena. So lokho kwenzekile siyabonga. Kunzima ngoba kwenzeke kabili e-Eastern Cape ngoba abantu abaronke. Kabili e-Eastern Cape.
Wena ongambonanga ucabangani? Ucabanga ukuthi wangcwabo right?
Angithi laba ngabonanga next ke bangazange ba abona ngicela ngama case awu2 Eastern Cape. fanele bahambe exhume labo bantu, so they're waiting for ama-court ukuthi enzeni ukuthi babazi bakhipha labo bantu. Ibibuhlungu yona, kodwa-ke sesiyabonga ukuthi khona okwenzekile ukuthi-ke naleyo kubopha uplastic i-South Africa kuphela ibiyenza uplastic. Ngoba I remember bengibuka ko-Korea bebengcwaba 200 per day. They just plain coffins. Babangcwabe bebenza ama-massive graves. Nothing like plastic wrapped. Ithina kuphela besinopoison ophumayo. Unfortunately asubona ngomngcwabo womlungu. Mhlawumbe abelungu bebengcwatshwa normal.
So ubone kodwa ama-comrade abengcwatshwa kanormal. Nela Winnie Mandela alifakwe nje iflag le-ANC, angaze noma iflag le-ANC nalo seluplastic yini.
Lengane angilibonanga elamtera waMandela.
Not ela Winnie elazinzo.
Ingane yakhe
ingafakiwe uplastic.
Ngangena plastic. Imingcwabo bengiyibona mina i-COVID, ama-Indian what they've opted for cremation. Yayise-Clare Estate eDurban somewhere. Bebefika ngoba ibhokisi nabo behlala nalo selofakwa lapho crematewa khona. Ufuthi sokubuhlungu ifamily yakhala umuntu wakho umgcine admitwa usiyohlala isoshiswa. Yabona akuzabe kube normal, but ke sisayibonga lesiyenzekile ukuthi ke at least nikwazi ukubona abantu benu. Noma esibhedlela ke unfortunately akungenwa bakuthiwa uzolanda iCovid spread elokishini or whatever. But ke at least mase kuthugule wazwashona akabonakale. Azi ukuthi nangu umuntu wethu simncwabile umuntu wethu alright. Nalama ama-rituals enziwe emakhaya enziwe abantu bavumele ukubenza izinto zabo.
Yeah. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela ukuzwa senze ukuthi wena uthini. Thank you so much sis Nonhlanhla. God bless you.
Cha impela nami ngijobelela lapho sisuku Thenjiwe. Iyajabulisa lento leyo ukuthi sesobuyela kungcwatshwe njengendlela ejwayelekile, kodwa kuphela ke okusikhalisayo khona lapha emncwabeni. Mina ngwesingami awukeni u50 wabantu. Mathi cha kusemncwabeni bese kuzokaleselwa isibalo sabantu abawu50. Ngoba kahle hle sikhuluma ngomngcwabo la. What about ama-family members? Uthola mhlawumbe ama-family members ewodwa mhlawumbe ayawenza u20 family members. Bese kuzothi ihambeli abanye babo uthola ukuthi singama-church members. So mhlawumbe sizela siyibandla. Ibandla ngeke ukwazi ukuqalela isibalo. Ukuthi ngicela kuzoba abefundisi kuphela. Ifamily iwu20 mhlawumbe abefundisi bayeza bala ku7 mhlawumbe bawu10. Yeah, labo bantu bebodwa sebewu30. What about omakhelwane ehambeni? Mhlawumbe lento lena anganoma mhlawumbe ibase kakhulu endaweni zasemalokishini ngoba emakhaya ama uthatha ukubheka ayikagcinwa lento yendaba yabantu abawu50 emncwabeni. Emncwabeni nje makuthiwa kusemncwabeni siseza nje ngesibalo lesi nje esendawo ongeke futhi uzusibalela. 1 mhlawumbe kungcono elokishini imigodi nimbelwa imishini leka uhulumeni lapha kwe-emasimetri. Emakhaya insizwa imigodi siyayimbela. So abantu besilisa laphana bebodwa ngeke ukade isibalo sokuthi sicela abantu abawu4 abazomba umgodi owasemncwabeni. So kulokho nje kuphela into esangasikhalisa mayelana nokuthi isingcwabe ngendlela ejwayelekile ngokuthi ibhosi lingagoqo. Okay, lokho vele ngeke hlale kungasijabulisi ngoba vele bekuvele kuwarisha wonke umuntu. Kodwa mayelana nesibalo mhlawumbe iyona ndlela okusamele iqaye phansi ibheke ukuthi lo 50 wabantu emncwabeni awukeneli kahle hle ngoba sisodwa siyabantu abambayo siba u50 vele plus ibandla lapha close to 100. Okuchaza ukuthi uhulumeni iSouth Africa yakhe akakayazi kahle hle ngendlela ekwazi ukusebenza ngayo ngoba bekumelena abuke inhlangothi zonke ukuthi okay noma enayo imishini yokumba imigodi kodwa kunendawo zasemakhaya lapho khona imishini kahulumeni engeke ikwazi ukuthi ikwazi ukufinyelela khona iyomba imigodi. Yabo. So lapho bese ethi ke endaweni zengonyama trust ngoba indawo yasemakhaya uyibiza ngengonyama trust ukuthi kahle hle lapho ongenani njengoba ememezelile ukuthi indlu ayimumatha abantu abawu50 phakathi bese ukuthi abangaphandle mhlawumbe bekhona ukuthi bephinde bandise futhi isibalo uma kuhamanye ama-gatherings. Kodwa mase kusemncwabeni ngoba la sikhuluma ngomncwabo okumele ngabe at least ama-gatherings angamaphathi nani
faba uwenza u50 lapho ke kuphela ngoba vele lapho usuke senza omathanda nje. But emncwabeni into esuka isensitive leyo yabo ebiza ngisho abethiwa umuntu osebenzele eGoli mawukwamfonela wathi sekushonile kuyaphoqa ukuthi acele ngisho kumlungu nomethe ukuthi singakanani isibalo esobe siphambili yabo ngeke nje uthowe ngoba ulapha eUK bethiwa ungabuseza ngoba vele abantu bendawo bazobe bewu50 yabo kuzokuphoqa ukuthi ucele emlungwini uhambe ongcwaba ilunga lasekhaya nomethe ukuthi abantu bangakanani emncwabeni kuphela into bengisho into esazosishaya singabantu base-Afrika base-South Africa ukuthi ngokwesibalo sasemncwabeni khona sisazoshayeka kanti namaphoyisa angazi ukuthi kuthathe ukuthi kuhle ngayiphi indlela ngoba nawo avela afike ngoNdlovu yangena afika angayi-understand yonke lento le engathi manje nawo asiwona abantu kanti nawe ekugcineni kwakho konke ngobe lapha nagqoke i-uniform angamaphoyisa but ekugcineni angabantu nawo ayasazi isimo sokuthi makuthiwa kushoniwe endaweni okanye ekhaya umuntu mayezosingatha ngeke umxoshe ukuthi sesigcwele siyabonga mhlawumbe ungamxosha ephathini ngoba vele iphathi othanda ukuthi abe khona ongathanda abe bikho vele noma makuwumsebenzi ngiyinyamayo kodwa nje umncwabo kusazosisha kakhulu singabonga ukuthi hayi vele amaphoyisa angabisareshwa ngiyabonga
Senzo ngiyavumelana nawe on some parts ngiyayivumela kakhulu lo ishoyo yokuthi siyayimbela thina emakhaya asinayo imishini so nje u10 nje already kwabantu abazomba and akujwayele ukuthi kumbe amalungu omndeni asuke sayashaqekile kunjani bese kuphinde futhi kuzoba ilento ishoyo ukuthi yabona leyo ayikuthi ngiphatha biyanginyanyisa ukuthi kuthiwa emaphathini ningabe u100 emncwabeni nibe u50 indaba emasontweni ningabe u100 emncwabeni nibe u50 and umncwabo the most important things zenzeka ngaphandle vele so they can't even say hayi amaphathi besisho lawa outdoors so ilapho engifike ngixakeke khona otherwise ngisho ngathiwa kungcwaba abantu abawu3 if it's gonna save lives ngingavumelana nabo if it's gonna save lives but also South Africa is one country edivideke kakhulu manje uhulumeni angazi noma kwenza nalento yokuthi asi-addresse ngesingisi yini aka-addressi the general South African citizen noma besho indaba yoku-social distance ngithi lo ukhuluma noma Mkhize bodwa abanayo imizi enama-wings u-social distance kanjani kule RDP ayakhile ene-toilet elilodwa elivuzayo enekamero awukwazi uku-social distance kuma-RDP you can make your breakfast in bed literally usembhedeni kodwa wenza i-breakfast ngesandla ekhishini indlela engimpintshene ngayo kodwa kuthiwa ku-social distance u-social distance kanjani lapho u-social distance kanjani emjondolo so that's the problem I have ukuthi why sitreatwe ngathi si-right sonke eSouth Africa ekubeni the majority of abantu are not doing well emafletini njengoba ngimpintshene kanje u-social distance wakanjani so I do agree with you lapho and kungcono kuba kuthiwa u50 nje emncwabeni ngoba vele namaphathi avaliwe hayi ema-restaurant nje ningangena nibe baningi emaphathini maniyospenda nje imali kulungile kodwa hayi ningaduduzani yabo angi-understand so sengathi mhlampe-ke ningathi noma ninomncwabo bese nimane nifake i-poster nithi nine-show noma nithenge ikhekhe le-birthday nithi hayi iphathi akuwona umncwabi ingakho su-100 ngoba I don't understand ukuthi why abanye bavumeleke kube u100 ngaphandle abanye bangavumeleki it doesn't make sense before 100 kwakuvumeleke o250 uma-events number 2 we see events from celebrities all the time with more than isibalo sabantu let alone ukuthi kwabona abaholi bethu they don't social distance they don't do anything la bathi thina siyenze we see akekho okaquestionwe ukuthi ngoba ngisho i-premier le yase eMpumalanga ingoba bese kukhuluma abantu indaba yemask so why are we not being led by i-example inkinga yami enginayo leyo even here this is not la 2 meter ekuthiwa siqaqane wona thina wona 2 meter lo thina-ke singafundanga i-mathlete siyawazi u2 meter ukuthi ngana nakuwona lo akuwona lo so we must be led by example and ama-rules must apply to different people ngey'gaba zabo and ngempela angiyi-understand yokuthi okunye vele abelungu aba-affecteki kwezemingcwabo vele bangcwaba bewu-8 nje on a normal Sunday bayingcwabela bewu-8. So but in a way ngi-happy ukuthi abantu bezobabona abantu babo, but we still have to be very careful ngoba still asazi, akushiwo ukuthi isidumbu asithelelani. We know funerals to be super spreaders. Singathinti idumbu, singagezi idumbu. Emandulo kwakukhona izinto ezigcotshwayo iqunga nani nani umuphu kade uthinta isidumbu naseyidumbini. Let us go back and find out ukuthi lezo zinto lezo zayisuke zenzelwani. Isidumbu umane usithinte nje and awuqeda ukusithinta bese kuyaphela. Asingalokhu sibabelungu senze into esiyibona kuma movie usuyoqabula umuntu wakho eseshonile, because we really asazi ukuthi kuthelelana kanjani, kwenzeka kanjani. Siyikhiphe ne social distance khona emngcwabeni, siqhubeke siyikhiphe. Smiso,
siyikhiphe
we must keep it. Ngikhuluma iZunglish ngicela
Okay.
Smiso, what's your say on the new rules yokungcwaba? Please unmute yourself. Yeah. Smiso. Ngathi uSmiso yona buyi. Yebo Smiso.
Yebo sithi cha. Ngithi nje ngibonge nje ngiyazwakala Musa. Yeah.
Yes, siyakuzwa nje kahle kakhulu.
Yeah, ngiyazwakala. Uyangizwa?
Siyakuzwa. Yes.
Ngiyazwakala. Cha ngisekutheni ukuthi siyabonga nje kuhulumeni. Ngithi nje siyabonga kuhulumeni wethu ukuthi ekugcineni eyibone lento ukuthi ibis affecta kangakanani, especially njengathi thina abantu abezenkolo, ngoba thina singabantu abakhonza. Thina njengathi ibandla sikhonza kulona sekunelunga lebandla elishonile. Kusho ukuthi kulama branch wethu 8 mhlambe kwenye ibranch kuzawuphuma amakwantam amabili, mhlambe kwenye ibranch kuzophuma ikwantam elilodwa. So kade vele sisenkingeni kakhulu. Nalena ke leyo ukuthi abantu emngcwabeni futhi babe u50. Thina namanje sasishaya ngoba I don't understand ukuthi makuthiwa abantu emngcwabeni ababe u50 kodwa emaphathini abantu babe baningi. Njengoba ngikhuluma nawe manje mina ngisebenza e-guest house ne. I'm a receptionist e-guest house. Each and every weekend sihost abantu abazokwenza ama-functions wabo more than 100 every weekend, more than 100, 80, 70. But makumele ukuthi kube umncwabo abantu sekuthiwa babe u50 khona. So sengiyabona ukuthi kusho ukuthi into yomncwabo ayibalekanga than ubunandi ne. So lapho vele iyashaya kakhulu. And nalena ke leyo ukuthi ilokhunjana izidumbu kade zingaboni. Kade ngcwatshwa kabuhlungu, kade siyongcwaba nje mhlawumbe 3 weeks back endaweni yaseBhetali eMpumalanga. Sithe umuntu mase simbekile esebekwe la emgodini phezulu, kwaba ukuthi sesiyamiswa sekuthiwa hayi khona ake lo muntu ayobukwa kuqala ngathi akuyena lo kumele azongcwaba. Vele kade kungayena lo bekumele ukuthi angcwatshe, lo kade siyomncwaba umalume kade kungayena. So sengisho ukuthi ke into enjengaleyo ivele isikhahlameze kakhulu, isihlukumezile kakhulu. So abangakaze bekubone lokho ngithi ababonge ngoba ave kubhlungu ukuthi abantu bekhale, nikhale nomndeni nikhayela umuntu okungayena, umuntu eningamazi kwakumazi loyo muntu.
And now we have a connection. Thina sine connection nama ancestors. Umuntu sesimshila simshisa. Uyacabanga uyovashela umuntu wrong.
And thina sinendlela eyokuthi umuntu uma ephuma ekhaya uyakhishwa umuntu ekhaya. Sesikhipha umuntu okungayena, umuntu esingamazi. Sekufuna ukuthi mayese kubuye lo yamuntu uqalwe phansi kuphinde bekhaya. Afike futhi ixoliswe manje kuthiwa hayi ke sesiyakufaka futhi ekhaya manje siphinde sesiyakukhipha futhi. Kade kuyinkinga nje kakhulu lento le. So siyabonga kakhulu khona kuhulumeni. Angazi ke ukuthi mhlambe kuleyo ukuthi leyo kumbe emakhaya, especially thina sizalwe emakhaya, mina ngwasophongolo lokuthi sizalwe emakhaya abantu abawu-10 bancane kakhulu for ukumba nje, ngoba thina nje njengakithi lemakhaya kuyaye kusebenze kakhulukazi le insizwa lezi ey'dlala ibhola ukumba. So uma uthola ukuthi mhlawumbe kumele kuyombiwa, kusuka wonke la maqembu lawa akhona la emakhaya, siba kaningi kakhulu. So manje ubani ozothi wena ungezi, wena yiza, uyabona? Ngoba kuleyo nto leyo manje sekuba nokuthi wangathi manje usuhlukanisa abantu ukuthi laba bangeza, laba bangezi. So into mayifika kuleso sigaba leso, yona uhulumeni wethu kusho ukuthi ubeshaya umthetho noma uyashaya umthetho according abantu basemadolobheni nasemalokishini, abantu basemakhaya ngabacabangeli, ngoba izinto ezenzeka emakhaya nezinto ezenzeka esilungwini kazifani. Abantu basesilungwini banendlela yabo, abantu basemakhaya nabo banendlela yabo. Thina njengathi nje thina abantu benkolo sinokuthi umuntu mangabe kade sihamba naye kufanele senze lento kade eyenza masinaye yena lo muntu. Makuwukuthi lo muntu besithi masiyongcwaba naye ecula kube mnandi, kubanjwe leyo bhokisi hambeni, asakwazi ukukwenza lokho angithi. Kusho ukuthi yena usengcwabeke ngenye indlela okungayona le ndlela thina esiyaye singcwabe ngayo. So kodwa-ke sithi ekugcineni kwakho konke, ngoba neBhayibheli libuye lisho lithi kasiwahloniphe amakhosi ethu asemhlabeni, siyaye sivumele noma yini ngoba sisuke singanaseki, kodwa kokunye sisuke sibone ukuthi vele kuyasishaya, kuyasilimaza. So manje kuthiwa sizobuyela emasontweni, emasontweni noma ningaba u-100 kodwa mase kushoniwe niba u-50 futhi emngcwabeni. Hhayi, ngibonge-ke ne-technology ukuthi sikwazi ukuxhumana noSisi Thenjiwe ephesheya kwey'lwandle, nabanye abangaphesheya kwey'lwandle. Sithi nje cha, umsebenzi wakho Sisi Thenjiwe ngihlezi ngiwulandela njalo naku-YouTube, ngihlezi ngikhona ngibheka. Siyakuthanda okwenzayo, awugcini ngamahlaya kuphela, nokunye okokusifundisa nokusikhulisa empilweni. Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, yazi yamane yangiphatha kabuhlungu lento, ezinye izinto phela bese ngiyikhohliwe ukuthi kambe emakhaya. Hey, yeah, let me tool.
Injalo.
Kuba njena, ngiyeza kuwena sisilungu, ngiyazi usazosigiva.
Yebo sisithenje, nami ngifuna ukusho ukuthi siyabonga-ke phela ukuthi-ke i-cling wrap le ayisafakwa. Okokuqala nje ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi ubani lesi sikhulu lesi esayisayina off leyo idea nje ukuthi abantu kufanele yena ukhona yini umuntu wakubo owake warepha nge-cling wrap engcwatshwa?
Owasayina leyo idea
ubani nje owathi sorry?
Ngicela ukukunqamula, owasayina leyo idea lo benethenda lama-cling wrap.
Hayibo.
Ngoba uyazi eSouth Africa yonke into ine-profit nethenda. Khona nje obenethenda mase kuthiwe nje e-South African senze i-research ukuthi ubani obesaplaya le nto lama-cling wrap okurepha idumbu, uzothola ukuthi uhlobene nothile ophethe.
Hayi, ngivumelana nawe futhi lapho uqinisile, nalapho besikephi nje isithunzi sokungcwaba umuntu wakini ningakwazi ukumbona. Siphi nje isithunzi, umuntu nje usefana nomlahlwa nje. Kodwa-ke siyabonga-ke phela khona ukuthi-ke sebe-scratch off leyo idea leyo, nokuthi-ke nje phela siyile thina emngcwabeni, even though singekho eMzansi, but siyile emngcwabeni wabantu abashone i-COVID. Abantu belivula ibhokisi ukuthi phela bewungamthinti kumuntu, ngoba eduze kwebhokisi kuba abantu basemakhazeni abenza sure ukuthi umuntu niyasondela, kodwa futhi anisondele kakhulu. Kodwa umuntu belivula ibhokisi, benimbona livuliwe nje ibhokisi, umngcwabo uqhubeka, but ibhokisi belivuliwe. Bengiqala nje ukuyibona lento ukuthi yini le yenzakalayo eMzansi, benzani abantu, kwenzakalani? Futhi-ke ngiyavumelana I think uSimiso lo oshilo ukuthi uhulumeni imithetho eminingi, more especially into emayelana nale COVID, imithetho ebekwayo ithanda ukusaphotha kakhulu abantu basemaThekwini. Abantu abantu basemakhaya bayakhohlwa, ngoba kade ngibuka ukuthi khona abantu basemakhaya abangenawo ngisho amanzi. Yena uhulumeni lo akakwazanga ukubafakela amanzi, kodwa abantu kuthiwa bageze izandla. Abantu abanawo amanzi ngisho okuphuza, bazowathatha amanzi okugeza izandla. ukuthi nje kuzo zonke izinto abantu basemaThekwini nani bayaqhubeka, but abantu basemakhaya bayashiya emuva, bona bayashiya emuva njengoba amaningi uma sekuvota bazohambisa ikipa ze-ANC phambili. Abanye ngisho noma kuthiwa kufihlwa kufanele kwehliwe indawo eyehlelayo. Ibhokisi lizophathwa kanjani ngoba phela liphathwa ibhokisi, kufanele benze njani bona?
Hayi kwaze kwayinkinga.
Siyabonga
Siyabonga Majozi ulokhu ekhalile kade ngiyifaka njalo ilink. Lokhu ekhalile uthi simncisha ithuba. Ngicela nje ukuze nje nami ngilale ngikhululeke. Ngicela ungene weMajozi. Nayi ilink ngiyifaka.
Ukuvala siyabonga le platform oyivumelile ukuthi sikwazi ukukhuluma ngezinto ezibalekile kangaka. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Kodwa nisazosichazela ukuthi kunjani phesheya. Anikasichazeli nobabili niphesheya.
Hayi usisithenjwe khona i-channel i-YouTube channel anayo fanele uyifollowishe, ukhuluma ngazo zonke lezo zinto lezi.
Oza kuthenjiwe
wena ungakazusho phela uthenjiwe ohlalesha awukazusho wena eMelika ukuthi uthini Obama lapha.
Hayi phela ke besenza izinto ezinjengalezo ohamba u-advertise usho abantu mase bebuza ngoba hayi kufanele uloku ukhuluma indaba ebantwini. Yazi kusona nje ukusho kancane mina ngiza la akekho umuntu engamtshelanga engangimazi kodwa abantu bebecala ukuthi ngiyadlala. Mase sengila 10 years later bathi awafika kanjani. Ngithi ngasho nje. Kodwa kasikho lapho ngiyabonga sisithenjiwe.
Wena Senzo ngesikutshela ukuthi njani phesheya uzofika uzoyibonela.
Akuweli noma ubani phela.
Uzowela nje mfana wami khululeka uzowela. It's possible. Ilokhu Majozi nayi ilink again iyona le upressa khona iyakufaka nje you can join us. Iyona ilink le uthi siyamncisha ithuba uMajozi usefuna ukuthi sine corruption kule platform. Malungi uthini? Ngicela ukuzwa ngawe ukuthi uthini ngalama new rules
Wemathi yabona ke lo baba unephutha mina engilibonayo kuye. Lo baba ufunda into ayibhalelwe phansi. Iphutha elikhulu lelo. Ngoba manje akakhulumi ubuntu. Ukhuluma lesingisi esibhalwe la ephepheni. Njengami nje ngiphuma esithenjini samakhosikazi awu4. Lo 50 nje uhlanganiswa woma nezingane zikababa. Kungakangeni umuntu wangaphandle, kungakangeni omalume, kungakangeni bani. Bese zobeka lo 50. Bengibuka lo mncwabo wale ndoda le ibibekwa evikini nje ledlule le yase Witbank umthembu. Lapha kumthembu bekuuxhaxha lwabantu. Kusho ukuthi manje futhi siphinde siyahlukanisa isizwe esintulayo nesizwe esinjingile. Laba banemali abocaphuna kusale kulungile kubona. Kodwa laba bamntulayo akulungile kubona. Mina ngiyi1 into engicela ukuthi ngathi angangisiza imamele le video le. Lamaphoyisa wakhe. Lamaphoyisa wakhe anephutha lenzayo. Makubekwa umuntu ekhaya kuyagaywa utshwala. Bokuthi kuzokwazi ukuyocelelwa lo muntu emsamo indlela. Mabefika labantu into abayigijimisa kuqala ukuyochitha lesizulu. Manje bechitha lesizulu labantu akusekho ukuhamba lokuyocelela umuntu indlela. Asikwali ke lokuthi uyali ukuthi isidumbu singene ekhaya. Makangasikhlukumezi phela nangamasiko ethu. Thina zange sivume uJesu. Sakhulela nje emakhaya wesintu. uJesu nje siyamazi ngoba siyezwa kuthiwa. Kodwa la ekhaya kunamasiko agcinwayo. Makasivumele phela sigaye la ekhaya umuntu acelelwe indlela la ekhaya sohlangana ngaphandle kwebala ngoba phela ukubekile lokho. Le ndoda kusafuneka nje ibanjwe indlebe le. Iyeba ukukhuluma ngesingisi iqala indaba iziyoyiphetha. Ayikikhulume nangesintu. Ukuthi ibuyise ingqondo yabona mawukhuluma ngesingisi vele ngeke ubuye umqondo. Kodwa ungaqala bese ukhuluma ngeskini uyabuya umqondo ukuthi sekukhona la ngiphambanisa khona. Akasidedele lo baba simphelezele umuntu asidedele simphelezele umuntu ngendlela esazi ngayo. Angasibiseli lo tshwala obuvutshelwe ekhaya bokucelela umuntu indlela. Lamaphoyisa akafika lapha achithe lo tshwala. Sasa umuntu useyisidabu usehamba ngamabondo useshawa umphakathi usakhohliwe ukuthi waya kulela khaya wayongena emsamo wakhona. Usekhohliwe lokho akusabuye emqondweni ukuthi izinto azisamhambeli kahle yingoba wafike wachitha utshwala besizulu bugayiwe ekhaya. Mina yiyo nje into engicela ngathi akungaba nje namunye ozomthumelela le video akabona ukuthi iyasihlukumeza lento yakhe lapha nalapha. Bese nje inamba nje ka-50 vele angiyivumi ngoba mina nje iy'ngane zakababa siwu-32. Kube woma abawu-3 abaphilayo. Kube uye ubaba. Kube umndeni wakhe abomamkhulu umamncane 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 umamncane. U-50 vele-ke thina siwugcina. Besingcwaba ukhulu nje last year ngoMeyi kwakugcwele nje umndeni wasekhaya. Saba nje nalokuthi ozongena egcekeni kusho ukuthi-ke phela usezolwa nomnikazi webala. Kodwa nje u-50 vele thina nje emakhaya asiwugcini. Owala igoli u-50 ngoba phela vele bagujelwa i-TLB. Thina emakhaya amadoda wendawo funeka azogubha. Awu-50 wona ngokwawo. Uqeda ukuchitha utshwala besizulu uthi baphuzeni labantu into ezobanika amandla ngoba phela usekudidwe phansi utshwala. Phela amadoda abanjwa ngotshwala nangenyama lawaya. Uthi azophuzani lamadoda azophuza itiye kuze kuse. Hayi lo baba lona makaphinde akhulume ngesiZulu or akhulume ngesintu umvenda akhulume ngesivenda sakubo. Mhlawumbe okunye kule phepha lakhe alifundayo uzobe usuyabona ukuthi kunephutha. Okukhulu-ke kunako konke cha ngiyabonga. Ngiyabonga nje ukuba phesheya ngila eMzansi. Ngiphesheya phela manje ngoba ngikhuluma nabantu bale ngaphesheya. Kodwa ngibe ngikhona la.
Uphesheya
Yiko
nawe.
ngikubongayo nongubonduna hayi yabo manje sekuney'hlobo sesiyaxhumana nje sekulula.
Phandle usufikile England sikhona.
Hayi e-England ngake ngahlala u-3 years. Uyabo ngaphinde ngajika ngabuya futhi la. Ngoba ubaba wayele ngomsebenzi ngaphinde ngabuya ngazohlala futhi la. So nje hayi ukuhamba kwakhe-ke futhi kwangishayisa ngomoya ngoba angithi sengiwumfazi ndoda la ekhaya.
Usukwazi
konke kubheke mina.
Eish.
Konke kubheke mina yimi umama yimi ubaba. Manje-ke hayi ngiyabonga kakhulu dadewethu ngiyabonga Senzo nawe Simiso nawe Success usazongena hayi bafethu ngiyabonga.
Hey siyabonga kakhulu, thank you so much. Ngicela sivulele uSuccess ithuba. I'm gonna add one more person. I hope it's the person obelokhu esihlupha nangu Nhlanhla uMajozi. Ngizom-add and then after uSuccess uMajozi naye uzosinika ukuthi uthini. Yes, Success. Okay, sorry, before uqale Success, can I remove some of you njengosimiso noSenzo ngoba vele bese sikhulumile nawe sisilungi so that ngizonika laba abanye ithuba. I'm not gonna add anyone else after this. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Success, Success Majozi, it's gonna be your turn bese sigcina ngoLandi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
There's something. Okay.
Yes, Success.
Oh, ndiyavakala ne?
Ewe.
Okay. Khona nje into eyenzekayo kwiline yam understand uba kwenzeka ntoni. Okay, nam ndiyabulela wethu sisithenje ngeli thuba wethu. Ndiyavakala ne? Okay, ndiyabulela ngeli thuba. Alright, ndiyabulela wethu. Ibingathi ndikubona eTV-ni ntombi. And ndiyathemba into yoba ndiyathemba ke into yobana sizawuektha sobabini ikhona umdlalo endifuna ke siwenze. Eyethu into sawudibana ecaleni. Sawudibana ecaleni. Ezi ndaba ke zoba bekungcwatywa kanjani shem eSouth Africa hayi bendingekho awe ngazo ibibuhlungu kakhulu shem imbi ngakumbi xa abantu bengcwaba mhlawumbi nabantu abengekho sure ngabo uba ngabantu babo ibuhlungu ibibuhlungu. Ndiyavuyela ke into yoba itshintshiwe. Ndiyehla ke ngoku andizuba mde noko. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you think ukwenzeke into enhle ukuthi kuvumeleke ukuthi sekungangcwatshwa ngendlela ejwayelekile or as close to ejwayelekile as possible?
Yes. Siyayiviyela loo nto.
Thank you so much. Majosi, cishe wangidla ngiphila. Just bear with me. Let me unmute you. Cishe wangidla ngiphila uMajosi. Ecanga ukuthi ngine corruption angimfaki. Unjani? Yebo.
Ngiyaphila njani?
Siyaphila.
Angibonge osisi nodadewethu nobhuti abakhona lapho. Unhlanhla wamajozi, igama unhlanhla isibongo wamajozi phansi emsinga. Ngibonile kunodadewethu lapho. Cha, uyayithela induku ngiyavuma. Konke nje akukhulumayo ngiyakuvuma. Bese ngiphatheke kabi ngempela vela angifuni uqamba amanga. Kodwa kwamanje ngisempumalanga ke kule ndawo ebizwa ukuthi kaNdebele khona. Sisithenjiwe ungibona ngikhala kanje ma. Abantu bakithi amakhanda aqinile. Ibhlungu into eyenzakalayo, ibhlungu kakhulu kabi. Ongangokuthi iningi information ekhona. Ungibona ngikhala kanje 2 weeks back. Bengingekho la eMpumalanga. Bengisenkandla. Kubaba wayengumongameli. Kuze bamehlise angiyona ipolitician ngicela understandeni uMajozi akuyona ipolitician umuntu nje owumphakathi. Abantu bakithi ngabe lezinto bayazi understanda bebuye belandele more especially uhlelo olufana nalolu njengoba ulupostela ku Facebook na ku YouTube. Ngabe bengifisa ukuthi abantu siyalalela. Kunenkinga ke khona ngabantu bakithi. Sithanda izinto mayikhulunywa abelungu, izona zinto esizizwa kahle lezo. Kodwa into mayikhulunywa umuntu onsundu noma ngizothi umuntu omnyama ofana nathi unikeza abantu information, ubonakala njengomuntu omubi noma ubonakala njengomuntu mhlawumbe one corruption ngaphakathi. Lento kade ikhona. Ngizoyiphawula kanje. Masingakhumbula ngibe nombuzo ngithi mina ithe mayiqala noma izwakala kwamanye ama countries kwaba nalento ukuthi walokhuza wasirepotela umongameli 2 weeks before kuzoba lockdown. Engizothi mangibuza abantu ngithi 2 weeks before lockdown umongameli uthe uma ekhuluma yini into asixwayisa yona wakhuluma ngayo kakhulu. Akasekho okhumbulayo. Wacela umongameli wathi ucela ukuthi njengabantu singa interfere, ikakhulukazi wayekhuluma nalabo abalaphi bethu bendabuko ukuthi ucela ukuthi bangaconsult kulento nje ngobe iyingozi bazoshona abantu. Kungani ngiveza into efana naleyo? Siphucwa ilungelo lethu lobuAfrika, siphucwa ilungelo lethu lobuntu, isintu lesesiphila ngaso. Ziningi izinto eniyikhulumile nangesikhathi futhi sesingishayile ngixolise futhi ilink kade uyithumele kodwa kimi ingene late. Ngiyibone futhi ngobe usukhuluma ukuthi ilink kade uyithumele. So ziningi izinto okufuna singama-Afrika siyibonisane, understandisane, sivulana amehlo. Siyalinyazwa bafowethu singakhuluma sithini sifihle ngendlela esifihla ngayo noma sithi siyacabangela. Akuthina sonke sicabangelayo. Into yangamabomu le. Into engithasha kakhulu ngumuntu wasemakhaya mina njoba ngisho ukuthi ngwasemsinga ngizalelwe eXhoshaneni idorobha lami ePhomoroyi. Into yenza ukuthi abantu basemakhaya banganakwa ingobe phela kulesi sibalo esifunekayo ukuthi ukuze kufe labo bantu lapho. Abantu basemakhaya ibona la iziphukuphuku ezizosala zicontrol wakhe. ngalendlela abafuna ukuyicontrola ngakhona. Kuzothi kulaba esihlala emadrobheni noma esihlala emalokishini, inkinga yethu angithi sazi kakhulu, sifunde kakhulu kabanye bethu isingisi lesi sisikhuluma size siphume ngamakhala. Bafowethu esizokusho, ngiyajabula futhi uma beyivezile izolo umongameli kuThangi ethi abazuphoqa umuntu ukuthi akajove. Abantu ake sizame siyeke ukuthanda izinto zabantu okungezona ezethu. Abantu ake siphile isintu, ake sibuyele emumva la siqhamuka khona. Into encane umuntu iphilisi, into encane iclinic, into encane isibhedlela. Ake bazama abantu ukuphila isintu. Nginobufakazi ke mina obuqanda ikhanda. Khona umfowethu engisondele naye kakhulu ibimbambile icorona. Sinomelaphi wendabuko la eSouth Africa owaziwa ngokuthi uDr Khehlelezi. Unembiza ayiphethe kuthiwa uSlay Queen. Iyasebenza. Angidoubt futhi iyasebenza kwamina nje ngiphila ngayo. Ngiphuza yona, ngiphuze ekseni, ngiphuze emini, ngiphuze ntambama. Bafowethu ake sisameni ukuthi siphile isintu sethu, siphile uAfrika bethu, siye ukugxekana. Maningi amaphuzu asevelile la ngenxa yesikhathi esengizwe ukuthi usisithenjiwe sethi uyavala. Ngizoyinqamula lenkulumo. Kodwa engizothanda ukuthi ngigqugquzele abantu bakithi kakhulu. Ake sisameni ukuthi sibuyelene esintwini sethu, siyeke ukuthanda izinto ezabantu. Mangithi into zabantu ngisho into zebala. Abantu sesithanda kakhulu isingisi. Sona lese sisilahlayo. Siyafunzwa ukuthi asikhohle ubuntu bethu, silandele izinto zabanye abantu. Na into engikhathaza kakhulu, ibhlungu ke leyo. Uzombuza umuntu ukuthi uqhamuka ukuthi inhlanhla usho waba isibongo wamajozi. Uzalwa ba? Hayi ngizalwa uVusi Majozi. Oh, unyoku ba? Usibongile wakambatha. Okay. Umkhulu, hayi umkhulu angimazi. Ngangazi nje ukuthi uNdlavini. Ugogo wakho ba? Angimazi. Ilahlekile indabuko lowo muntu akazazi. Qala ubuyele phansi. Umbuzo uthi kambe uJesu wayenabafundi abangaki? Hayi babe u12. Obani uzobaqamba ukusuka emuva aze uphuma phambili. Azangeze futhi afake bangaze babe u14 noma 18. Ubona ukuthi umuntu wakithi ulahlekile uyayikhohlwa yena. Wazi abantu ongabazi ongakazi umbona ongeke uzumbona. Uze wazi amadlozi akhe nemvelaphi yakhe ukuthi uqhamuka kanjani, usukelaphi uyogcinaphi. Uhlulwa abantu bakini. Bafowethu ake sibuyeleni esintwini. Ake sibuyeleni esintwini. Ngiyaxolisa ma ukuthi linkinga enelethi yize kukuningi ebekade ngifisa ukukusho nengifisa ukukukhuluma, kodwa ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngobe ngihlezi nje ngiwa-check amalokhuzeni ngiyakulandela kakhulu, ikakhulu la ku-Facebook. Engicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe siyolithola ithuba futhi uzobuya nayo le topic ngelinye ilanga. Engicabanga ukuthi futhi ngizozama ukuthi nami ngithola ithuba ngingene kuqala. Kuningi engifisa ukukuveza, angisabi ke mina. Ukuthi kuthiwa noma ngathiwa ngifile
Asikhona 5 minutes ngathi uza nezinto ezistrong impela, athi uyasifundisa ngempela uyasakha. Asikunike nje 5 minutes esikwazi ukuthi singaphuthelwa ulwazi olungaka selifikile.
Kunento ekhulunywe ubhuti la uSenzo. Ekhuluma ngokuthi amaphoyisa uma efika emngcwabeni uthola bekhahlela abantu abazenzi bhuti. Hayi ukuthi abekho aware ukuthi lento abayenza irong. Umthetho ubekiwe. Ake ngiveze iphuzu noma ngeke ngiveze nje kahle. Abantu bazoyibona lento futhi bazoyithola. Into eyenza ukuthi baxoshe umkhulu njoba bekade sekuthiwa umkhulu Zuma must fall. Ngihlalile mina naye cishe iviki lonke ngiliqede ngakhe bengimvakashele nje angilona politician naye ubengangazi uqala ukungibona ngalela ngifika kuye akaze ngenze appointment ngafika nje ngathe egedini ngizobona umkhulu bamfonela bamtshela bathi kunomuntu kanje kanje wathi mvulele nangena umkhulu into emehlisile lento eyenzakalayo le corona unosisi obuzile la ukuthi owasayina itender leli lokurepha kwamabox ubani ilabo abasiphethe icorona lento yecorona kwakufanele isayinwe umkhulu ubaba umsholozi wenqaba ubaba umsholozi uthe engena emandleni uma efika eParliament wadiscover into eyiningi uyabona kunalento enokuthi mayikhulunywa uJulius uMalema sithi hayi lo mfana mncane uyedelela ahlonipha abantu abadala sikhohlwe ukuthi ipolitiki le akekho omdala akekho omncane labantu basemsebenzini uMalema kunento ehleza eyikhuluma athi iSouth Africa iphethwe yihappy bathi yini isingisi lesangisazi phela mina ngagcina sekhonde esikolweni bathi South Africa iphethwe uHappenheimer ikhona leyo nto yaphila ngizoveza nayo lento leyo ukuthi kungani abantu bengcwatsho ke singesihluku kanje uthola ukuthi umuntu kuthiwa ibox liyareshwa liyophonselwa emgodini ifamily khona usisi okhulumile la wathi umuntu uyashona nimgcina ngalelanga nim-admit niyoze nihlangane naye emathuneni sekathatha lahlelwe emgodini angimzondo serial ngeke ngize ngimzonde futhi angimaza kangazi loya baba ake nibheke izenzo zakhe umongameli wethu ukhohlakele ngizolibeka nje ngesihloko ukhohlakele loya baba loya muntu nangake qhamuka umuntu angitshele ihistory yakomongameli esinayo namhla ukuthi nangu ukhulele la emakhaya siyamazi ukuthi ufunde la ngifuna ni-check lento loya muntu umuntu ngokwesikhumba umnyama ngaphakathi umhlophe umlungu phila isilungu
yes
ngiphendula lento yenu ke enikhalisayo ukuthi kungani kuthiwe amaphathi noma amasonto 100 wabantu emathuneni 50 wabantu silahlelwa amasiko uyabona nje mina kithi kuze kuthiwa kwamajozi ngasebukhosini mina wamajozi nakuthiwa nje kwamajozi emsinga khulunywa ekhaya umkhulu wami uvelaphi kithi singagcwalisa isecondary neprimary necollege uma likhona ngibala nje ingane thina sizelwe ubaba loya muntu ingane zakhe ngikhuluma nje ngengane zakhe mina ubaba benabafazi abawu4 mangikhuluma nje ngefamily ngithi ifamily nje kithi izindlu zakwethu mhlawumbe ezikababa su 37 angakhulumi ngokuthi obaba umncane omalumo anto obani ngikhuluma nje ngengane ezazizalwa ubaba isende nje liphume kubaba so 37
kunjalo
mawuzothi kuwe akuza abantu abawu50 emgcwabeni sizoyenza njani ngo-anti ngomamkhulu omamncane abafowethu laba bakwezinye izindlu bazongena kanjani bona uphila isingisi lo yababa umlungu ngaphakathi into ehlangana namasiko lento yenziwa abantu abamnyama akayifuni la ihambe khona uyikhulile lento wayifunza uyabona uthe usisi ulungile ingane ligotshwa liseva lisemanzi loya muntu wagotshwa asemncane waba yisingisi kwaba inkinga nje ukuthi isikhumba sakhe esimnyama uyefana nombheki labo bantu baphila into eyodwa bengikulento ke ukuthi i-information abantu abangayazi siyakhala sithi ubaba umsholozi wasifakela igupta asiyazi reason ukuthi yini kodwa mina sengiyazi ubaba umsholozi akekho umuntu ongazi futhi ngiyajabula ke kulabo abafundile hayi abo LO laba abafunde ecishe ngokwe-history nokunye abakwaziyo ube yinhloko njengoba bekhuluma namanje lapha ku-commission kaZondo ukuthi ubaba umsholozi ngokuyinhloko ye-intelligent. Kulaba abangazi umuntu oza ne-intelligent la e-Africa, ngikhuluma nge-South Africa, e-Africa, uBaba Zuma. uBaba Zuma uthe ema ingena emandleni efike eParliament wathola ukuthi ayikhona lezinto esasiyilwela. Wayikhuluma ubhuti wabuza ukuthi kanti le 303 esikhonjwe ngayo iyiphi inkululeko. Futhi kunento engiyithandayo ngoba abantu nje abafana no Sis Thenjiwe kanje ukhozi balalela mangakulandele ama-clip mhlawumbe ucheck ku-Google ama-clip kababa uVivi Khumalo ekhuluma noSis Khoza kuKhozi manje ngoDisemba, akhuluma ngayo indaba ye-COVID ukuthi omangameli bethu bahamba bosilwela bathi bola nenkululeko, babuyile nayo kodwa basinikanga. Yilento bekade uyibuza bhuti ukuthi sikhonjwe ngasiphi lesi sibhamu. Isibhamu esikhonjwe yingaso ngizokutshela-ke namhlanje iqiniso lisengakaveli. Uyakwazi ukuthi lokuzeni iCape Town yamabhunu
ya bengiyayazi ya
i-onwa amabhunu, uyakwazi lokho?
Yebo ne-Free State
i-onwa amabhunu,
yebo
indawo zamabhunu.
Yebo
Kunendawo lapha eCape Town ekuthiwa yiPoint.
Epointini
La umhlaba wonke jikelele zu-3 indawo ezinepoint. Ngikhuluma ngomhlaba wonke. Mfowethu siphethwe abelungu la. Singayithatha kancane lento. Uyabona nje mina njengami ngiphuma la endlini uma ngiya eShoprite emall. Imask ngiyifaka mangena eminyango emall. Ngithenga ugwayi, ngithenge lokho engikuthengayo, ngiphume ngibuye ngize. Mangiphuma nje eminyango eShoprite ngiyayiqaqa imask. La engihlala khona amaphoyisa seyangazi ukuthi mina ngiyawulwela kumphakathi. Izinto eziningi njoba ngithe angilona politician ekhaya kunamatekisi. Ngiboshwe ngisemncane mina, ngiboshwe ngino 22 years, ngikhulele ejele. Abantu bama politician laba bekade ngihlala nabo labelungu laba babulela uChrisana kade ngihlala nabo mina. So ezinye izinto makuyoqhamuka umuntu ofana noMajosi nje, more special unale stigma sokuthi ubuye ejele. Mawuthi uyabatshela abantu ukuthi information ihamba kanje, kuthiwa uyahlanya lo uphethe ubhantinti bakho ufuna ukusilutha nje kuphela. Bafowethu silimele, ake siyeke ukuthi umuntu nayeza ne-information si-ignorant. Ibhlungu into eyenzakalayo. Kunosisi okhulumile wathi kanti ama-Afrika kahle hle siphila kanjani. Ngiphume ejele mina ngo-2014 ngahereza ngendlela engihereza ngayo, ngathenga iQuantum. Bekade ngenza i-cross border ngihambele eZimbabwe. Ngikulento yakho sisithenjiwe yokuthi abantu abake bahambe bathore babone. Benginomngani wami engilayisha naye sihambe siye eZimbabwe. EZimbabwe uma ufike khona uhlonishwa njengomunye umuntu mawungeyena umuntu wakulela lizwe. Bakuthatha serious ngenye indlela. Bakuhlonipha, bamazi umuntu. Siyaxabana nabafowethu sithi abantu beza ngapha baletha ama-drugs, abantu bafika la benza ubugebengu, abantu benza lokhu nalokhu. Izinto mfowethu ey'vela phezulu lezo. Nalelinye-ke ipoint lami engizokunika lona, indaba yama-drugs. Ngizukhala ngama-drugs uthi ama-Nigeria abazilutho laba bantu abasukela basemsebenzini. Lelanga kuyovela ukuthi ubani abaletha ama-drugs la niyothuka, uyomangala ubamba umlomo. Abantu engeke uze ubacabanga nokubacabanga. Labantu abarani corruption ilabantu, ilo muntu ekuzothiwa nakuthiwa nangu namhla uyavela, ngeke uzubelieve. Ngizobekela fana nobheka icele bahole emabhonweni. Unepay yokuthi uminister wepolice, unepay eyokuthi uholwa amabhunu, uholela amabhunu. Ngibuze ukuthi kanjani ngizokutshela. Kuneclip eke yagijima ngoDisemba kunabantu ebeach eDurban nabelungu.
Yeah.
Kunomfana abambamba ngesidluzana kabuhlungu kabi engafakanga imask waboshwa.
Yeah.
Wathola amabhunu abeka icamping chair nama umbrella. Baboshwa.
Lutho.
Wafika nje wababuza, what, how are you? How is the holidays? Where are your masks?
Shit.
Waqede lapho yaphela iclip. Uyabona ukuthi labantu bangaphansi komsebenzi wamabhunu. Sizondane sodwa. Uma ngibona uThenjiwe wahlala edrobheni endlini enhle a right ngithi uzenza ngcono. Asiyekeni ukuthi singabantu. Ngiya understand abantu abaningi ababhekile la. More special singama South Africa. Uyabala lo mqondo esinawo negative ngeke usise ndawo. Zosihleka izizwe. Kukhona ubhuti ongenela wathi singama South Africans si lazy ethutshelwe ikula ePakistan. Iqinisile, of course, yes. Umuntu wala ekhaya une pride ukuthi ezibona ukuthi akuhlangani lutho. Ngikhuluma ngomuntu obona ukuthi mhlawumbe nali khona libhizi, ngingabeka itafula lapha ngidayisa utamati noanyanisi. Ngiyakwenze lokho, pride yakhe ayimvumeli. Uthola umuntu onebhaki ahlela ade anginamali. Uhluleka ukuthatha ibhaki ungene emakethe uyostoka utamati, uyostoka umbila, udayisa. Uthi uhluphekile. Uyazi ukuthi yini into ekhosta leyo nto? Usesithenjiwe uthela lento yamoshwa yithi abazali. Ngino 48 years man. Engicabanga ukuthi labantu abadala njengobaba kanje, mhlawumbe laba abantu bama 60s, bama 50s. Iphutha laba bantu bakudala babencenga ukubeka isinkwe etafuleni. Yafika iyouth ka 1976 yayishintsha yonke lento. La esayilahla khona isekuthenini sasuke sabhilivele ekuthenini ukuze izinto yilunge akushe something of which is wrong. Na upende nje wasilimaza thina. Mangifuna ukulwa, mangabe ngifuna umsebenzi, ufuna ngitoyize ngiphakamisa unyawo. Mangabe ngifuna ukuthi ngifuna amanzi, ufuna ngiphakamisa unyawo. Intombi yami mangaxabana nayo ngizodubula ngigwaze ngishisa. I-influencer sayifa kwabelungu asingakubalekeli lokho. Abasithanda belungu ngeke bavuke basithandile. Bathanda izandla zethu. Akaze ngisebenze mina futhi. Akaze ngisebenze futhi angiyiboni futhi ngivuka ngisebenzile, ngiyayisebenza mina. Ngithi kuwe ekhaya kunamakhumbi. Ngithe ngiphuma bathi ngangiboshelwe icala lamakhumbi, ngangiboshelwe impi yaserenkini. Ngathi mangiphuma bathi wendoda manje zama ukuthatha imoto, ngathi angifuni into engihlanganise nerenki. Ngiyayiphilela.
Yeah.
Abantu engabashiya ngo99 ngaye ejele. Ngibuye ngo2014. Ngibathole beloku impilo yabo imili njalo.
Sewuzowabahlula. Bacela kuwe.
Ngiyahamba ngiyaphambili. Sebake bangigadla bangishaye kaningi isifula ngapha isichitho ngapha intwala konke. Mina ngiyawuphatha kumuthi bayazi la ngihlala khona. Batshela kahle lamandebela ngihlala kiwo la. Ukhona. Ilula bhuti. Hayi lalela. Ngeke ngikufihlele mntakababa.
Yeah, sure.
Noma ungangena la ku Facebook noma ungene ku YouTube uthi Dr. Kehlelezi product. uthi Dr. Kehlelezi product uzomthola uSlay Queen.
Mina ngicela umuthi wama-subscriber labantu abafuna ukusubscribe ku YouTube.
Ngena kuKehlelezi. Ngena kuKehlelezi. Ngena ku page la ka Dr. Kehlelezi. Uthi Dr. Kehlelezi product. Ukhona la chaza khona wonke ama product awaphethe. Angikutshela istory. Inkinga asibeliveli uyikhulumile sister nje ukuthi inkinga abantu asibeliveli komunye umuntu. Sibelivela kubelungu. Abantu nangakhuluma isingisi abakuthatha serious bakubona nje isiphuphu. Bathi awuthekwane lo, yasihlanyela lo. Qhamuka ukukhuluma isingisi ila uzothathwa khona serious. Sikhula thina besazi ukuthi ubaba uyahamba uyosebenza abuye ondla ingane ondla unkosikazi impilo iqhubeke phambili. Bayishintsha belungu lento. Bayiqala nje njengejoke. Bathi indoda engasebenzi. Yes. Bathatha abantu besifazane bawo ngaphambili.
Learn before we can learn. Bayazi vele ukukhipha indoda amasende ukuyikhipha ithuba lokusebenza yondla umfazi. That's totally against our culture. And vele khathi uyi-breadwinner uwumfazi ugcina ubakhwele ekhanda ugcina uphakama uba nempilo bese kusho thina kuqala ukuthi South African men are weak.
Useless.
Sithi thina ilokhuzana useless. Kumanje siphethwe yingane amadodakazi emakhaya siphethe. Eyakithi nje kade sasiyoshintsha isibongo sibize ngesibongo seboyfriend yayo ngoba iyona esondlayo. So nje
siyaqala
ama-breadwinner and vele phela ungakunika umuntu ukuthi alide uhamba hambe uyayibona inkunzi elidayo afuna ukuthi ushaya u5 wami la ngesizulu kuthiwa nibosha mina.
Njengoba
mina ngiyise etoilet.
Mungasaye etoilet uyesibhedlela umuntu ongaye etoilet ulandwa i-ambulance. So umuntu mengabe ethi niyangama etoilet kusho ukuthi niphila ngaye niphila yena. So nje ama-breadwinner guys asiphethe kabuhlungu nabafazi bawaphethe kabuhlungu amadoda ngobani we don't look ilento bengiyisho ukuthi sifunda ama-headlines thina as South Africans. We don't look at the core of the problems. Yini abantu besilisa bangawutholi umsebenzi?
Yes.
Yini sifidwe abantu besilisa abagay kuphela as successful black men? I have nothing against abantu abagay. I think it's their constitutional rights and it's their rights. People must live a full life. Only problem engiba nayo is when we are only shown strong successful black men be represent abantu abagay kuphela. Engathi if you are black and you are straight, you are abusive, you're not a gentleman, you are lazy, you are this, you are that. I have a problem with that.
Kunento eziningi ezikhona ezenzakalayo. Abantu abaningi ngiye ngithi mangixoxa nabo bathi hey kambe wena umZulu kuthi ubuye emsinga niphatha nezibhamu awukho right nenhliziyo encane. Ngithi no mina ngikhule into my wrong i-wrong. Nginodadewethu mina. Kusho ukuthi umako kuthe makushona ubaba ngo95. Uma wayesekhetha ngokuthi ama family politics wakhetha ukuphuma ekhaya ubesebenza egoli emakhishini. Wathola umngani wakhe wathola istand la kaNdebele. Wayeseuza ngapha kuyakha. Ngikhulele eThembisa mina eSoweto kunabafowethu nje igoli lonke leli. Kwafika la engiboshwa khona ke ngiboshwa ngihlala eThembisa. Ngiyahamba ngiyobhandinda ngiyabuya 2014 kunodadewethu engimlandelayo. Umdala ke kimi. Unezingane eziwu4. Zizalwe ngisejele angikho mina. Ngiyafika ngiyahlala ngiyabuka. I-first born kadadewethu la angithi kuselokishini ilezi indlu lezi kwamazakhela inkuluku indlu yasekhaya. Ingane kadadewethu le u-first born kuno 20 years kufaka indoda. Udadewethu ufaka indoda. Hayi ngineviki ngibuyile angikutshela istory.
Yeah.
Ngihlale phansi noma ngithi wema athi ngithi angiyazi ke lento eyenzeka la. Ngineviki ngithi angiyazi lento eyenzeka la. Yini lo mhlolo engubona la? Athe mntanami ngobe ungibona nje sengingaka. Uma ushone eno 98 years. Wathi sengikhuze angisazi. Ngathi lalela ke salukazi. Ngeke ngikhona ukuhlala la. Mina ngikhulanga kanje. Wathi hayi ngicela ukhuze phela ngobe uwe indoda la ekhaya ngathi lalela ke. Ngisayina iparole. Uyojika umntana wakho afuna ukungifaka ejele. Ngobe kuyobalula ukuthi nangithi ngiyakhuza kumshana atshone epolice station uthi malume ufuna ukukhwela. Mabefika bangithatha. Lalela ke gogo into engizoyenza ngobe la kuze ngizohlala kule ndawo ngithande wena. Ngiyofuna esami stand. Njoba nje nikhuluma nami ngibona ngihleli nje. Umkhukhu lo ungamangazwa yisiling le. Ngihlala emkhukhwini mina. Ngisakha u3 room la ngaphandle ngihlala emkhukhwini njoba ngikhuluma nje ngisemkhukhwini.
Hayi ncamba yonke imkhukhu njengowakho. Yazi ngabe
ngawakha ngaqeda ushona uma wami ushona 2019. Umeshona simngcwabe ifike ke igenge hayi simngcwabe siqede bese ngidlalelane ebekade ngize ngakho lapho kuzongcwaba uma ngibuyele emkhukhwini wami ekhala udadewethu athi hayi ngeke ukwazi indoda sesaba sicela ube khona. Singwaba umgqibelo ngesonto ngiyabatshela ngithi mina ngibuyela kami. Wathe phela kusekusha ngathi izingane zakho nginenkinga ngeingane. Angizali phela mina nginayo ingane. Ngiyothi ngiyakhuza ungibone ngimubi. Hayi akhaleke bakhona ke nalenye igenge yasekhaya esegoli nalabo baseNatal bathi hayi indoda ahlala. Hayi ngihlaleke ngempela. 2 weeks kunengane yakhe ino 16 years. Beyino 15 years ngaleso sikhathi. Iyaphuma ekseni ngo 8:30. 8:30 and 9 uyaphuma uthi esontweni umzalwane. Uyobuya endlini ntambama ngo 4:30. Ngo labo 6:20, I mean 5:20 uyaphuma.
Ntambama.
Yebo ubuyele esontweni futhi.
Hayi.
Anginankinga ke nesonto. Anginayo inkinga nesonto. Angithi ngibathole vele basonto. Anginankinga nesonto mina. Ngibuza udadewethu ngithi mfowethu awungitsheleke. Ngoba ingane iphuma ekseni la ayithunywa ayenzi lutho ayiclean ayiwash ayenzi lutho. 2 weeks nje ngibukile. Lento ngalesikhathi uma ekhona ubengenzeki. Manje ke nayi siyenzeka athi hayi phela ingane iyasonta. Ngithi anginankinga nokusonta. Nginenkinga ukuthi ngobe lengane iphuma ngo6 izongena endlini ngo 11:30 ebusuku. Ukuthi yajola noma yenze njani angene lapho. Ngibuzela ukuthi lengane nangathiwa nansi idindilizile lapha bekade idliwe ngulwa. Noma mhlamba abafana bayithethe ngendluzula yenqaba yawa yalimala noma mhlambe bayishayisa ngemoto. Ubani ozomkhalela kuqala? Wahluleka ukungiphendula. Ngathi umuntu wokuqala engicabanga ukuthi uzophakamisa ifoni uthi yendoda sokunenkinga yimi. Laba abanye basethembisa baseSowethu basedrobheni. Umuntu oseduze kwakho la yimi. Ngicela ukhuze.
Yo.
Wathi hayi ngiyakhuza bayangihlula. Ngisaba ukuboshwa.
Oma.
Ngathatha izingane ngayibeka phansi ngahlala nazo ngakhuluma nazo ngathi lalelane ke. Mina lento enikhula ngayo angiyazi. Futhi ngeke ngize ngiyamkele. Angisho ukuthi ningayenzi, yenzeni manje noma wenu. Manje njengoba kukhona mina la ake nithi ukuma. Nizongilinda ngiqede engikwenzayo ngihambe ngithi mangibuyela kami nisale niqhubeka ke nemkhuba yenu. kusho ukuthi bahlale nje 2-3 days bathi uyahlanya. Ngiyafika elinye ilanga ntambama mangifika endlini o-10 ayikho. Ngihambe ngiyoyifuna ngiyithola nabafana ekhoneni. Ngikhipha ibhande ngifaka ibhande. Buza kubani wangithuka kuqala unina.
Seswakho.
Wathi uyazi police station. Hamba bophisi nje ibuyele ejele.
Oh ma.
Ngiyakutshela isiphambano buku.
Hayi thu uyadlala.
Ngithi isiphambano buku. Ngangena emotweni ngabuthi into zami. Ngabuya ngeza la emkhulu. Ngihlala ngedwa mina la. Ngiya kulo yamuzi mangabe kunento yami engiyidinga endlini. Ngibuye ngize la. Uyabona nje njengoba namhlanje ku February kuzi 3. Ngigcina ukubabona ngithi boku November.
Ha, ngonyaka odlule.
So blame lockdown. Asiblame lockdown.
Akuyona lockdown. Ngayitshela ngathi ngiphumile kibo.
Hayibo
soke kwabizwa ne-family meeting. Kwathiwa ndoda uwo seduzane. Ngathi mina umuntu ongakhuzeki angingeni.
Osalento.
Ngibuyela kulento ebekade ikhulunywa usisilungile. Mina ngikhule kithi mangikhula ngibala ngisalusa imbuzi angikhulumi ngeinkomo imbuzi. Imbuzi zikamkhulu mina uvelaphi zazi u375. Uma efika ebusuku edakiwe kumnyama futhi emakhaya kungakabi nogesi phela thina sikhula lesa sikhathi sama-80s 70s. Uzofika esibayeni akutshela athi imbuzi enje ayikho la. Ngeke sidle uzofika athela iphalishi ngomhlabathi.
Ufuna imbuzi yakhe.
Aqede lapho athi akekho umuntu ozolala emzini wakhe imbuzi yakhe ingekho. Uyolala ehlathini esibayeni. Akutshela athi la kwamajozi kamqamla. Umuhlulwa umthetho wala. Shone khabonyo. Noma uyibone ukuthi uphuma kanjani. La kuzokhalisa sami isicathulo la. Ngikhule ngaloyo mthetho mina.
Yeah.
So ngeke ngikwazi ukuhlala nomuntu engeke ngikwazi ukumkhuza ngimdala kuye ezofuna ukuthi yena atshele mina. Lo mnumzane ekuthiwa uhulumeni mina la ngihlala khona
nje.
Usala lapha egedeni.
Nje. Fana nami ke wena.
Uhulumeni la kimi akasebenzi. Lapha egedeni uyaphelela.
Hayi guys asibalelise ngempela manje sesiyoshaya u5 hours siyakhuluma. Hayi kodwa it's been such a good talk yazi ngiyajabula siyafunda siyakhulisana siyafundisana nanokuthi ke for some of us it's very important because khona banganayo le platform even nabantu basekhaya ukuthi kuhlale kukhulunywe. And even to vent out nje nezinto ezisiphatha kabi and enye into sokungayicabanganga namhlanje maningi ama-point avelile ukuthi yazi bengingacabanga ngoba I relate kuwena ngaleso sikhathi. Njengoba kade sisho ukuthi even when it comes to indaba yemjovo nani umuntu akathatha i-decision yakhe ngoba akufani futhi asi-experience-anga ngendlela eyodwa nale ndaba yalo COVID. Njengoba ngisho nje khona osele yedwa kubo sebangcwabe bonke ngo-COVID. Osethi ungcono lowo mjovo kwenzeke lento engenzeka kunokuthi ngife. Kukhona nothi angiwufuni asingajajani asingablamani umuntu akenze okuvumelana naye kodwa asifunde ukuthi sifunde si-research as abantu abamnyama singabi too easily influenced singafundi futhi ama-headlines futhi sifunde isitori ungasifunde endaweni eyodwa uphinde ufunde nakwesinye sonke sinamafoni into embi ngalama-smartphones ethu ukuthi they create very dumb people. Si-control amafoni kumanje nje mina personally angazi noma nizongivumela yini ayikho inamba yomuntu engiyaziyo kakhulu angizazi mina iy'namba zabantu
angiyazi ngisho yami umuntu mebuza inamba yami fanele ngikhiphe ifoni ngiyibheke. That's why it's smartphones create dumb people. Ayiziqala phela bekufanele uyidayele inamba yomuntu. Maye ngithi Lungi ufaka uLungi ukwazi nokuyitshela. Call Lungi umfonele. So ngizoyifunda nini inamba yaLungi? Indawo ungayihamba indawo unyaka wonke ulokhu uyihamba ngelokhuzana. Uyelwa ifone ama direction. Indawo uyihamba kanye wazi ukuthi mase ngingaseposini ngijika ka right. Ungantshontshwa endaweni yangakini ohlala kuyona ungayiboni indlela. Ngoba awusabuka indlela ubuka indawo oyidlulayo ubuka la imap yefone. Ubuka ifone ukuthi ithi jika la ithi yenzani. So sometimes we need to go back to being ourselves and uNkulunkulu wasipha izandla asifundeni ukuzakhela izinto sifunde ukuzenzela amantombazane lokushina wakwazi ukulukana umuntu usuka kwamashu ngemali yeqolo agibela edrobheni ayoluka inwele egolu 300 rand ukuluka uBenian Beti ngobani saphucwa babazi ukuthi kuzokwenzekana emhlabeni basiphuca ukuthini yabo ungasakwazi ngisho ukutshala ikabishi ungakwazi ukutshala amadumbe ungakwazi ngesidle thina mekuthiwa kuvalwe izitolo that's why ufica abantu abamnyama bethi amathuba omsebenzi abuvula utshwala bahola malini abantu abasebenza otshwaleni guys umuntu nje osebenza cops uhola malini amathuba omsebenzi kodwa umlungu wala wase Amsterdam odayisa lo bhiya enitsakelana ngawo uwenza malini ngani indaba singagqugquzela abantu ukwenza lo mama osebenza eTops othula ayikho into engidina nje ongena ko spa ngifice oma bethu nontanga bethu benza amagwinya esitolo somlungu azobekwa yithina futhi abazenzeni
uhluleka kuyicabangela umuntu ukuthi angithola isaka lika flower ngiyixovela amagwinya ngiyome ekhoneni ngidayisa.
Hayi ufuna ukuthi usebenze endaweni ethile bathanda kabi uniform abantu base South Africa thanda ukuthi usebenze endaweni ethile mungamqasha nje wena uzomholela imali times 2 yase Shoprite angathi hayi ngeke ngcono kaMlungu ngithola iPay slip muwasha imoto nje uthola malini ngokwenza imoto
nayo-ke uyabona njengoba usho nje inkinga iPay slip umuntu uyaqashwa hayi umuntu angithi uthanda ilokuzeni ukuthi yena ufake uniform ye-Pick n Pay noma ka Shoprite
ne-value
bese yes bese une pay slip ungena ama-hour lowo muntu ngoba sethola i-pay slip usene access-ke manje ukuthi uyovula ama-account
yes
uyahamba uyovula ama-account ungena ey'kweledini kangaka
yebo ngiyaphinda
usungena ey'kweledini-ke ngoba ususebenza nje une-pay slip utsaka ngokuthi wena une-pay slip emva ko7 months uyaphela umsebenzi iy'kweleti zenze njani
isela
uyaqala-ke udadewethu ukuthi angenze njani angiyinikele kobhudi ngizama ukukhavara lezi iy'kweleti ngale nkathi wena uthi uyinikela kobhudi uyozama ukukhavara iy'kweleti yile nkathi ulimala khona-ke ngiye ngithi uma ngitshela amantombazane amaningi bathe wena inkinga yakho ukuthi umZulu kakhulu and futhi ukhuluma kakhulu
kanti fanele ube umZulu kangakanani ave ngidina lento yokuthi amaZulu kakhulu fanele ngibe umZulu kangakanani ngicela ukwazi
hayi inkinga angithi usuke usumtshela iqiniso phela usuke usumtshela iqiniso umuntu ngaleso sikhathi mina ngibabuza into eyodwa ngithi kodwa ake nisho namhlanje ulala nalo kusasa yimi kusasa uloya kusasa usenzo kusasa usibusiso uyazi kunenye into okufuna uku-experiment ema umuntu uyabona nje makuthiwa kunomsebenzi emakhaya sithatha izenga amazenga awuthusi wabeke lapha ngasezansi esibayeni la kuzochama khona amadoda ake kuthiwa umsebenzi mhlawumbe uzoba isonto noma umsombuluko lento sizoyibeka mhlawumbe ngalenkathi sisebhizi saphithizela lamazenke sizowabeka lapho ukuthi khona ukuthi kuchanywe sizowabeka ngolosithathu noma ngolosibili kuyothi kufika umsombuluko usudlulile umsebenzi sesiwakhipha lapha ezansi uthola amazenke aseshile
Ashiso umchamo.
Liphelile izenke nya umchamo. Kangakanani ke wena 365 days. Uphumula nje mawuse insukwini zakho, uqeda uyabuyela uyabashintsha shintsha. Bonke labantu bakuchamela. Uyosala unjani? Abakucabangi konke lokho abantu.
Wathi ugogo uyothusa uncantshi siyaphumula.
Akukho kunye. Abafowethu nabodadewethu ngiyabancenga, ngiyabacela, ngiyabancenga. Ake sishintsheni ukwenza. Sesikhulile ngiyavuma kodwa iyouth ka1976 yayiwenza umehluko. Lama 2000 athula thini wona?
Hayi Leonakala ma 2000. Leonakala.
Ayisakho phela into ekhulunywayo manje. Manje sokhulunywa indaba yamafoni.
Athi mami, that's not how you pronounce it. Athi mami,
angithi phela
pronounce it.
Angithi bona iyouth manje.
Athi mami, abhiza correct isingisi ama 2000. Athi mami, that's not how you pronounce it.
Khwaba ngempama, khwaba. Hey.
Oboshwa.
Nayo 2001. Boshwa ba.
Iyouth yanamhlanje akayishintshe. Akayishintshe ngoba iyouth
angeke kukho kuboshwa la.
Athi mami, you have to apologize.
Mangiphuma naye. Mangiphuma ngena evenini amaphoyisa ngikhiya indlu yami. Ngiphuma naye angimshila.
Nawo amalungelo nje namhlanje.
Iyouth yanamhlanje batshele ngutwala.
Amalungelo nje.
Amalungelo wani?
Lawa ukuthi ngeke uyikhiye indlu. Angithi ngoba ekubopha nje ukubopha ngawo amalungelo.
Mani yayishola ukuthi awungazi. Mani yayishola. Mina ngiyayidla umdoko mina inyanga iziphele engathengi imshibo ngithule ngikubuka uzodla lo mdoko engiwudlayo. Ongenashukela.
Hayi ungcono wena dadewethu nomdoko ngoba ufaka ushukela. Shaya uphuthu.
Angufaki.
Hayi shaya uphuthu. Shaya uphuthu, shaya ibisi lokuzeni. Senze uyalazi ubisi lenkukhu.
Lenkukhu.
Awulazi ubisi lenkukhu.
Lutho klazi.
Ushaya uphuthu ufaka ubisi lwenkukhu, ushaya isibomvu lala.
Hayi ngathi
yebo.
Yini ubisi lwenkukhu?
Ushaya uphuthu ufaka amanzi uyadla uyalala. Ubisi lwenkukhu lolo.
Oh ejesu.
Okay.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Angeke siphathe zingane.
Ushaya uphuthu ufaka amanzi uyadla uyalala. Ongalifuna uphuthu namanzi kusho ukuthi yoludla njalo alala.
Kodwa yemajozi mina ngithi mawuzophathwa yingane kusuke kuwukuthi wena mzali unephutho walenza phambi kwale ngane. Usaba ukuthi le ngane izokuthuka ngaleli phutha lakho. Ingane mawuyikhulisa ngenhlonipho izokuhlonipha.
Hayi angithi bazisho lezi zinto bathi kuno Minister of Transport, o Finance, obani izobahlonipha kanjani ingane?
Hey ingane iziqambela amanga emadodeni akho. Kube yona eqambela amanga.
Yabona wena mama, mawumama.
Yabona futhi omama bona.
Uyabona mama bona Thenji ugqokisa okwakamama, uyiphatha okwakamama. Ungabi ulungile ube intombazana ube usisilungile enganeni uyizele. Ingane yaqala waba usisi wayo uyizele. Icabanga ukuthi ngabothomi.
Yebo.
Ngeke ngivuke nguchomo wakho mina wavundla la esiswini 9 months. Kusasa sowushomi, shomo okunuka yini? Akho shomi la.
Yaba na.
Shomi yani.
Ibhlungu
radio. I-radio umuntu igcine efonini yakhe. I-radio nje kuthiwa nayo i-radio kulento. Anginayo mina i-radio. I-TV isekamereni nakazo le dining room akuna TV. Angithi banamafoni babuke emafonini wabo. Angakhohlalela i-TV mina la. I-radio angikaze ngayithenga. Angeke ngothi imali inesitolo. Ngoba ngiyenya bona lo ukuthi ngizoboka lo muntu elubedunusa lapha phambi kwami. Bakadunuse bebanganini bakhe bayidlula kudunusiwe.
Manje uJohn uzolivula kanjani igate bengadunusi fanele badunuse phela uJohn avula igate
mama yabona ukudunusa ugcina ngo-3 o'clock make ebuya esikolweni wangena la endlini umdunusa uphelile
awu wena athi uthatha umsinga wawufaka egoli
angeke yemfo ukuthi ngingasebenza nzima kangaka ukuthi ufunde bese wenza ngangifunde nanda seminary mina wayethi uprincipal wethu Mhlambo what you can't do 2 things at the same time you can't be a bitch and an alcoholic you choose one so nami la kwami kunjalo you can't be a bitch bese ufuna ukufunda isikolo you choose one so uzofunda ngesami isikhathi ngesakho isikhathi so ungahamba uyokwenza okuthandayo kodwa uzobe ungekho la endlini
eish
bafowethu mina ngiyabonga kakhulu kodwa ake ngiqalela iyouth bafowethu iyouth ake nivuleni amehlo nishintshe izinto nibheke ngelinye ihlo kukhulu kuyeza kenyelela niyosho ukuthi uMajozi washo kukhulu kuyeza kenyelela
guys asivula amehlo ngempela futhi sibambane sisupportane sithandane siyeke ukuyibukela phansi because if uyibukela phansi wena bazokubukela kanjani abanye ingane namafinyila iphuma ekhaya kuba ithandeki ngisho esikoleni ngisho emgaqweni ngoba ayinalo uthando ekhaya ingane neyilonda ekhanda ayithandeki ngisho kwezinye izingane ezidlala ngoba ayilithola uthando nokunakekeleka ekhaya ingane yasemzini ekuthiwa ave ithandwa kubo siyithanda sonke ngisho ezikoleni wonke umuntu uhalela kuba umngani wayo so let us love each other let us love ourselves ukuze noma siphuma ngaphandle siphume sishine siphume sithandeke ngoba hayi ayikho lento yethu ngifuna ukukuvalelisa ngephoyisa lakho welungile okade uwasho ukuthi enza nje
bafowethu utshwala beyekwe iphoyisa leli nasi isibhamu ngilishutha lidakiwe bukani nasi isibhamu ngiyasithinta nokusithinta lidakiwe iphoyisa bukani nasi isibhamu sephoyisa nasi ngasithatha nokusithatha nali mi isibhamu sakho ndoda mi isibhamu sakho mi iphoyisa isibhamu sakho ayikho into esizoyenza hawu ladakiwe iphoyisa wamadoda hawu sawa phansi isibhamu
yes please uPundosi manje uPundosi manje
Viva ANC! Viva ANC! Viva ANC! Amanda!
le South Africa yenu iphelile South Africa isekho
ayisebenzise ukugcina badlale ngayo
hayi South Africa hambile dala yahamba
hayi sihambe kakhulu
ngiyanithanda yazi guys let us have this platform again please guys also don't forget to subscribe to Thenjiwe Unplugged. It's a very important platform as Kulisane. Let us share our traveling experiences so that people know ukuthi ayi ukuthi usithenjiwe uhlala phesheya ngoba engcono kunawe noma ngoba nakho mhlambe enemali cha nje. You have to find out about my journey. You have to find out ukuthi hamba nami ngiyoyigadela izingane how you can do it as well. How much we earn masiyogada izingane phesheya and all that so that you can know ukuthi no these dreams are valid. I always say to people but hey when uyajabula utravel unemali ngithi nawe unayo ukuthi wena uyigqoke ekhanda eziweave mina ngithenge ngayo ithikithi ngaye eNew York wena uthenga iweave wena ugqoke izicathulo ezibomvu ngaphansi mina ngithenga ithikithi ngaye eParis so it's up to you ukuthi ufuna ukwenzani sonke sinayo imali ukuthi wena eyakho ufuna ukuyenzani ngoba ayikho umuntu ovuka eno 7,000 rand kodwa lo 500 rand owudakwayo every month lo 500 rand u7,000 rand ekupheleni konyaka so ungawaphuza amanzi
true that
so we need to ukuthi sikhulisane sivusane sifundisane nento indaba zokuinvest how do I invest yabo nje manje kuyafiwa idokfela ake sibuke ngenye indlela mhlawumbe uzama ukuthi ube disciplined ukwazi ukuyibekela imali yakho ngoba manje uzodlala istokfela nomholiswano uThenjiwe washona uThenjiwe angazi ngoba sekuyabanye abawufika ngesivumele ngisho ukuthi ungene uzothatha imali esosweni ngoba
sorry nje ukungena emlonyeni mina ngima shares nakwi trading aba-interested nje bangithinte yiye ngiphila ngayo-ke mina.
Bakuthinta kanjani? Ngicela ushiye information yakho noma i-email noma yini abangakuthinta kuyona nje abanama-share abadinga i-trading nama-shares.
Mina ifone number yami u-071 560 4995 and then i-email yami ugiftofnature2015@gmail.com.
Hayi ngeke fanele sike siyenze ilokhuzana. Awuthi ngiyibhale phansi ifone number yakho ngicela uyiphinde futhi ngifuna siyenze uzokhuluma ngayo
071
071
560 4995.
4995. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Fanele ukuze nje sizokhuluma usenze nje ishow especially nje for indaba yokusave, uku-investor nokutrader because those are things esicabanga ukuthi thina zibekelwe abantu abathile thina zisifanele kanti nathi nje singangena kuzona singazenza. Thank you. Khona imali encane kanjani engayifaka inhliziyo yami yayibuhlungu ngoba at that time I had a lot of money. Mase sengiyilanda I think after 10 years. Sengibona ukuthi izaleni yabo mufake asithi ufake u1000 uthi uyolanda kumane kuthusa u80000 after 10 years ngathi kuba ngafakwa u10000 ukuba ngafaka u100000 ngabe ngino 8 million manje. So we need to respect indaba yokusave noku-investa abelungu baphila ngayo njengoba imali yakho isuka isebank bona basuke be-investa beyenzani and we need to
also ngifonelayo.
Yeah, asifundisane guys. Anyway, thank you so much. I love you. I wish you all the best. Let us make the right decisions. Siqhubeke siwashe izandla, si-social distance, sifake ama-mask, sifake nama-condom. Ukufika kwe-corona akuyiqedanga ezinye izifo isakhona nazo. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love you. Night.
Soshona pina Shomani sizwe Apha makawe South Africa Shomani sizwe Zingane zabafana zebaleka ibambene ngesihlonzana ibambene isinsizwa sakithi mashinga kithi madoda bu